Hey everybody, sorry about that. Had a little bit of difficulty with the chat feature. I had all this stuff set up yesterday, you probably noticed, to merge the streaming across YouTube and Twitch. And unfortunately, something's like really bugged out with the Twitch side of things. Maybe it's because I've never streamed directly like just to Twitch, so I don't know, something's like deprioritized when I'm streaming, not sure. But the restreaming service that I was trying to like kind of spread the stream to both platforms was not working. And I tried a bunch of fixes last night, and Twitch is just, I don't think it's worth the effort. It's not worth solving. Mostly because, like we talked about yesterday, the Flesh and Blood audience is on YouTube. Like if you're casually browsing around for Flesh and Blood, you're not on Twitch. There's not even a Flesh and Blood category, so the discoverability is awful. So anyone who's just like at work and hoping to wander upon some Flesh and Blood content is probably doing that on YouTube. So we'll just forget Twitch. It's not my platform anyway. We won't worry about it. But that kind of, it just won't be a good metric for growth then, because that's one thing I was looking forward to over the summer was, starting from zero. What does like 2 months-ish of full-time streaming do for a channel on Twitch? But I guess we just won't find that out. That's fine. But thanks for sticking around, and we started like 5 minutes late here. Jacob, Painkiller, Josh, all you lovely people already here. We've got a pretty interesting stream today, I hope, because we have... let me move that a tiny bit. We have a guest joining who is going to remind me how to play Levia, because I've taken a break, truth be told. We've been playing Rhinar a lot. Levia, I tried her a bit when Outsiders came out, with Lexi getting a ton of support, and it was just a pretty miserable deck to play. You didn't really have any good matchups. You had some even matchups. A lot of stuff out there was like fine that you could try to play through, but nothing felt really favored anymore. Like not even Dromai felt favored anymore, because the Dromais were playing to really skew and beat Guardians. And a consequence of that is they could play really defensive, and we're all getting really used to pitching like a late game Dragon board, and they can definitely play that way into Levia. So that got rough. Nothing felt too good. I mean, you still were good into like Rhinar and Bravo, some of the just OGs, why not? But were they a huge part of the meta? Not really. So I took a break from Levia, and we just played Rhinar instead, because it was a much easier way to target Guardian and Dromai. Like, so much easier than pretending Levia does it better than Rhinar, honestly. I mean, she's okay, but she's not going to have a consistent tournament showing where you show up and say, any old him I see, any Dromai I see is a win. So yeah, we just pivoted. But there was one person who did recently have some success with Levia. And some success, honestly, major success. Because not only did Levia pretty much have nothing going for her all RTN season, I think she had like maybe 2 or 3 top 8s. I don't even know of a Levia top 4. But she top 8'd a PTI event in the hands of Oliver Braun over in Metropole, which is that is definitely not how you say that, because it's not French, it's German. So what would that be? No, I don't know German. No, we're going to leave it at that. There's a reason I'm banned from going back to Germany. We're not going to repeat that. So we're hopefully going to have Oliver join the broadcast today and talk a bit about the deck. I've taken a look at it, watched some of his games on stream, and it's the good old stuff. It is Blood Debt Levia. It is honestly like 3 or 4 cards off of the deck that I played to top 4 at ProQuest. So it's a deck I know very well. I'm really eager to see what he says about it. So I do need to do some coordination with him live so we can get him on stream, because I did not pre-plan this. Turns out when you stream 6 hours a day, you lose a lot of time to do prep work for the next day, because after 6 hours yesterday, I was done. I was like ready to pick up and go. Your stream starting sequence rocks. Haha, thank you, Thomas. It only took a year, but I finally caught a Mansent stream live. Huge fan of your content. Oh, Valerio, thank you so much. You're hopefully going to catch a lot more live, because we are doing this probably 4 days a week, all summer long. Currently the schedule, you can see it down below, I think, or maybe if you even type, I'm pretty sure if you type this, I set up some things. I'm a bit of a streamer. I think I set this up. Let's see what happens. Okay, nothing happened. Nope, never mind. It did happen. So in theory, we're going to be streaming, and that's not even right. That says 11 to 5. In theory, we're going to be streaming 10 to 4, Monday through Thursday. We'll leave Friday up in the air because a lot of the times it's going to be my travel day. So hopefully pushing out like a video on Friday, and we'll see what that is, like either a deck tech or like some stream recap, whatever, something consistent. Because I promise you, I will not be able to stream most Fridays because I'll be like driving somewhere or whatever it is. So yeah, hopefully there'll be a lot more of the stream that you can catch because 6 hours is quite the time frame. He pronounces my name correctly first try, Valerio. ¿De dónde eres, Valerio? Sí, hablo un poco de español, pero si eres italiano no puedo. You got a job again, Josh. Nice. What at? What happened? I didn't even know you didn't have a job. I don't have a job. So, thanks for rubbing that in, buddy. Okay, let me message Oliver in the background here so we can get going. Hey, are you free right now? Telling you, we're doing all this coordination live, so forgive me. Things might go bad. Uh-oh. I'm playing Blood Debt Levia. Yeah, Josh, this stream is for you. You better be here to count all the deaths. But it won't be on me. It's not my list this time. Well, basically my list. Little bit different. Okay, let me add Oliver. Okay. I'm gonna call 1 sec. No face cam needed unless you want. You were jobless for a while because you took a... Oh. Oh, that's what you mean. Ha ha ha. Well, hopefully we'll keep you busy today. Keep that tally going. I have a whiteboard. I should probably do that as well. We can keep a running list of every time I died of Blood Debt Levia across the entire summer. All right, Oliver is online. We're just waiting for one bit of confirmation here. Valerio didn't answer. Scared him off. Oh, what's up, Devin? Didn't even see you. What's up, dude? Good to see you. You have one if you want to have face on, but you don't care. Okay, here, let's... Okay. Okay, you can turn it on. Hold on, there's a couple buttons I need to press to make sure this goes well. Let me just call him and we can figure this all out. Start video call, OBS virtual camera. Yeah. And then I should probably... I don't know how the music's gonna sound. Hey, Oliver.
Hi.
Hi. It is Oliver, right? Or no?
Oliver. Yeah.
Oliver. Okay. Sweet. Well, we're doing this all live, so any tech difficulties we'll have to sort out real quick. So can you just introduce yourself real quick, and I'll listen to the audio levels and make sure we get all that sorted out.
Yeah, I'm a relatively new Flesh and Blood player from the Metropole Ruhr. Actually, the battle hunt was 50 minutes from my home. I only played since November, and Levia is the second hero I tried out. So I'm mostly yeah.
Dude, that's actually awesome. I had no idea you were so new to the game. Normally when people play Levia, it's because they're kind of sick and tired of the old ways and want some spice. But you went straight to Levia. Well done.
Yeah, not really straight, but I when I started in November, I watched your stream. You had Darkodius.
Oh yeah, Noah.
Yeah, he explained his Droma deck. I more or less copied his deck, added something new, and yeah, tinkered around a bit. Yeah, immediately had success at Proclorest, and yeah, couldn't make it to Baltimore, but
hey, that's okay. Worlds is up your alley. Well, hopefully I'll see you there then. I can't wait to get back to traveling around Europe. You know, funny story. I'll tell you, Oliver. I'm actually not allowed to go back to Germany. I really thought about heading to Ruhr, mostly because, I have a free summer, so I was thinking, what if I just go to every Flesh Mode event? Wouldn't that be funny? But unfortunately, I owe a fine in Germany that is so large that I am terrified to go back. It was, I think at this point, 6 years ago, I was riding the Deutschbahn train to get back to my Airbnb. I was in, what's that banking city?
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Yep, there you go. I was in Frankfurt, but my Airbnb was a little bit outside the city. And I was traveling around with my friend who's like German heritage American. So he spoke like a little German, not too good. And he bought us train tickets to get back to our Airbnb. So I didn't question it. Like, sure, he was in charge of everything. And we board the train. We show the conductor our train ticket. And he lets us on board, mind you. And this is like in December, around Christmas time. He lets us on board. We go back, find a seat. As soon as the doors close, the conductor walks straight to us, or the ticket master, whoever he is, right? Walks straight to us and says, "You have the wrong tickets. Like, you owe a €60 fine." And I'm like, wait, what? Like, let me just buy the right ticket. Like, I'm not trying to pull one over on you, Like, I paid for a ticket because I thought this was the right ticket. Like, I'm sorry. Like, can I just, can we fix this? Can I just pay for the right ticket? And he goes, no, like, absolutely not. Like, tourist, blah, blah, blah. You always try to do this. And he was mad. So I got a little mad. Because it's like, this is ridiculous, like, you're trying to charge us €60. I was a poor college student back then too. You're trying to charge us €60 when the ticket itself costs like $8 or something, and this was not some ruse. I wasn't trying to, just rip off the system, right? And so I got a little heated about it. He got really heated about it, and he demanded my passport and was like, I'm turning in this fine, and like, if you don't pay it in 2 days, like, it will double, and blah, blah, blah. So I had no choice. I had to give him my ID. Because what else am I supposed to do? He wrote down like all my contact info and gave me the ticket. And there was like a little web address that I could go and like check how much it costs. Well, screw that, man. I didn't pay it. I was like, this is stupid. I'm sorry. I'll just like wait until it disappears, because I'm not coming back to Germany for a while. This was just like a short trip to visit my friend. But I was in Europe for another like 3 months or so after that because I was living in Budapest at the time. And by the time I left Europe, I checked the fine and it was almost $2,000 by that time. Like 3 months had passed and I owed supposedly $2,000 on this unpaid ticket because it kept doubling and increasing. So I don't have the ticket stub anymore. I can't look it up, but I'm terrified that if I go back to Germany, I will owe like $30,000. Like, I don't know what happens. But they have all my info. They have my passport info, my name. They had my address at the time, which is not relevant anymore. But yeah, I'm terrified. I can't go back. I don't know what happens. So no rule for me. Long story short.
Wow. I don't think that's a rail. A Deutsche Bahn is in any way connected to the police, so you're probably fine.
Okay. Phew.
And I would not use this kind of public transportation in Germany anymore. But wow, never heard of.
It was a rough story, I know. But you know what? At the end of the day, it was still a fun trip because Germany is beautiful. I absolutely love Frankfurt. Funny enough, there was I think it was a Chipotle. There's like the only Chipotle in Europe is in Frankfurt, something like that, which is like a very American thing to say, but that was really cool to find a Chipotle in Frankfurt. But anyway, okay, enough of that. Today is about Levia, my friend, and you are the most recent person to like really do anything significant with Levia. She has not had a good season at all. I don't think she's even made a top 4 at any RTN. She's made a couple top 8s. But you not only top 8'd, you top 8'd a PTI event, and it was over like 100 players, right? Something like that?
It was 7 rounds, so under 128.
128.
And over under 128, over 64, so
insane.
Under 100. So.
That is, I think that might actually be the biggest field Levia result we've ever seen. Because the stuff that I've done, it has not been that big, like I think a 40-person, like split finals, like a 40-person ProQuest or something, like things like that. In Greek Nationals, Vasily did pretty decently, but like that wasn't that wasn't that big either. So I think you actually have done it. You are now the Levia who's, I guess, done the most in terms of just like wiping the field in a meta that no one thought was healthy for this hero. And you did it not even like squeaking in. You were 6-1 going into the top 8. So if you could give us like a tournament breakdown real quick. I'll try to find some graphics I can pull up on screen. But just walk us through that, because I'd love to know as well. This, for me, like, I can't believe you went 6-1. 5-2 is my Levia curse, because you lose one game to the meta, and then you lose one game to BS Blood Debt. So you only having one loss is insane. So give us the rundown on that.
Yeah, and the loss was stupid. But okay, I had 2 losses in the top 8 loss, but this was not stupid. Yeah. You said it before. I took your more or less took your list, refined it a bit. I threw out some cards I didn't thought were good at all. Yeah.
Okay. Whoa.
And, it's more or less. I don't like Rocket Swing. It's a non-block blue. It's So but yeah, when the reason I played Levia in the first place was because no one did at the Battle Hardened.
Jesus, there were 0 Levias?
3 Boltons, 0 Levias.
This was that's rough.
And I actually thought that the field wasn't so bad. The day before, everyone was playing Dromai and Oldhim. I thought, but actually the most played hero was Lexi, and somehow the Lexis all lost and were playing at the lower tables, and so I thought everyone was playing Oldhim, which is the best deck, I think.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. For now, Oldhim is absolutely the right call. So here, I think I pulled it up on screen now. This was the breakdown then for the PTI tournament. You were one of 2 Levias in the entire event. So someone else saw there were no Levias and really felt like she needed to be represented. Yeah,
and first round he sat next to me.
Did that guy end up doing any better or
yeah, I said he was playing the list from the Pro Tour, and I think he wasn't getting the good enough results. So my first match was against Lexi. Against Lexi, it's the matchup is it's just in favor of Lexi. But I think in Flesh and Blood, it's really if you really test a deck enough, then you're just getting better and better, and the game rewards you for testing a lot and playing a lot. And so if you're playing Levia, you at least have this advantage that the opponent usually does not know what you're doing or what you're trying to accomplish.
I would absolutely agree. Even to this day, no one respects Levia. Is Rur H-U-R or R-U-H-R? Wait, how do you spell it? Is it this?
No, U-H-R.
U-H-R. Okay.
Yeah. So, and you have to raise Lexi. I started and I had a real good turn 1. Or in theory, I would have had a real good turn 1. You like you explained in your Levia videos, you want to create some good numbers. For example, Endless More and the blue Dread Screamer, Gravelings, or just Art of War and 2 attacks. That are all good numbers. And I had Shadow of Plasmophet with a blue pitch and 2 6 attacks in hand. after I rolled for scabs, because it was turn 1 and I got 2 action points, it was easy for me to just Shadow of Plasma Fed, Mandible Claws, Ghostly Wizard. Of course, it missed, but it was the right play, and it would have been insane if you get an Ghostly Wizard in graveyard at the start of the game. You can always use your Blood Debt cards to get it in the graveyard, and roll scabs. And this is just why I think it's more fun to play Levia into Lexi than Rhinar into Lexi, because Rhinar just sits there, waits for the blood rushes, they don't come, or only one comes, and then Rhinar scoops.
Yep, that's basically it. You don't have much of a shot unless you see blood rush. It's the only thing you're tied to when you play Rhinar, which is honestly why he's been so miserable to play in. I mean, across the board, I've been enjoying Rhinar literally only in the Dromai and Oldhim matchups. Most other games, your cards are just so bad by the numbers, you just don't have a shot. Like, you can make smart plays, but your numbers just suck. Except around, obviously, Blood Rush. But Levia does work around that. She has baseline, normally like 2 stats above the norm. And then across from that, you can try to work in Scabskin's plays that are really unique value, like you mentioned with the Ghostly Visit. Just fantastic. Like, literally, I think most games I've won with Levia when, like, I shouldn't, it's because of Ghostly Visit alone. Just throwing an extra 4 damage, like, 2 times a game, you just dealt... That's like a whole swing big you threw at your opponent just out of nowhere, basically, Really, really strong. Did you say you won that Lexi game, or sorry?
I won that Lexi game.
You did win
after
that.
That, okay. After that, I draw into Art of Wars, and I had 2 Blood Rush Bellows. I think you cannot preserve your equipment for that long, because the game is so fast. For example, in the first turn, I used the Carrion Husk to block something out, but I never took any Blood Debt damage, so it was fine.
And so, do you remember when you ended the game, like, about how much life were you at? Because normally I find if you don't take Blood Debt, you almost end the game like a Carrion Husk up on your opponent. Was that about right? Like 5-6 life, or was it closer?
It could be 5-6 life. Sorry, yeah, it was a usual run of 1 turn away from being killed.
Okay,
so 5, and something other to note in the Ranger matchup is usually you use your Art of Wars to give something go again, which is normally the right play. But because their equipment is so bad, if you can somehow manage to get 2 action points or a Dread Screamer in hand, this +1 to attack with CNC for 7 is just great. I would definitely think about it if I play against the Ranger. And
whoa, that is a really good point. Pushing CNCs to that breakpoint means even the fact that they're going to block normally pretty happily and do that 3 of a kind play, where they'll block with 2 arrows and then 3 of a kind. The 7 breakpoint on CNC is actually huge. Wow, that's almost like run shadow puppetry territory levels of huge. That's pretty good. Push that. Okay, very smart. Honestly, did not think of that. I've given up on her in the Ranger meta, but that's definitely a way around it.
Yeah. So, okay. I do in the end. I do 2 blood rushes, and this was the highest number of blood rushes I ever drew and played effectively, and it worked. So
nice. Crush that Lexi. Get him out of there.
Yeah, and then round 2 dash. I had this on stream. It's really boring.
Oh, because you just fatigue him out with the triple up smash on the board? Nice.
Yeah, I mean, you take... the most important thing is to remove Carrion Husk. If you don't play Final Sprint Tunic, I would just play without an chest piece.
Yep.
Because it's if you know the matchup, then if the Lexi Dash player sees the Carrion Husk, then he has to set up Meganetics, Shockwave, T-Bone, shenanigans, so you can he can blood depth you out.
Yep, that's
Because
absolutely right.
Yeah, so Husk is the worst card. Yeah.
Yeah, that alone is one of the reasons I normally try to work in a Tunic. Like, less so for like the random Kano that you face or whatever, but it's really because the dash matchup without it is, yeah, you just can't take Husk. I've never actually gone into an event and just not run a chess piece. Normally, I'll still say, screw it, I'll take the Husk into dash, just because not running a chess piece, something feels wrong there. But you're absolutely right. Like, you shouldn't actually take it. Really smart. Well done. Did you have Tunic in your build though, or no?
I had Tunic because I thought the same. I mean, I cannot, and I've seen there was an Icelander in top 8 in the Battle Hardened, and some Kano did really well somehow. But yeah, I don't see how you can win against Kano with Levia anyway. So
no, that one you just give up. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah, and then round 3 was Katsu, and there's a advantage of him never having played against Levia with his Katsu. Yeah, basically won me the game. He didn't know what to expect, and he bought it in CNCs. They clumped out his deck, and then he and they enabled some misplay with snaps. I don't know why. I haven't seen his hand, but he made a misplay because it was a mask. He drew with Mask of Momentum, and if he would draw a CNC, he had to use snaps before, but something he explained to me, but in the end he played CNC. This is just wrong. I mean, I can throw the Crown of Providence and the Carrion Husk in front of it, and CNC is just
it just becomes battering. No, it's they'll bring it in, but like you said, you have 2 outs for it. The Husk and Crown are so strong. Not to mention that blocking 6 isn't bad for a lot of your turn cycles. So the inconsistency it adds to their deck is honestly a win for you, right? Like that feels huge. Nice. Unexpected. What kind of was this just kind of the normal like Team Poland Katsu that we're seeing, where it's really just the bonds line and the whole like Mugenshi surging, that's a sideboard piece?
He played more bonds than the Polish players, which I like more. He had also this honor line.
Yeah,
I don't know if Polish players.
Yeah, that's definitely what they play. Yeah. They do the their list is like really. I don't know if it's anything like truly unique, because like every Katsu is playing around bonds, right? But they also have like the Soul Beat Strikes, the even bigger than that. It's like they try to be a bit of a breakpoint deck and then like a bonds deck, and that's how they play.
Yeah, he said I just couldn't understand why he brought in CNCs, because this ruins everything. I mean, he has. You want to play the combo with Katsu, and you will never want to block. He blocked sometimes, and I was always happy when he did. And of course, I won on 7 life, and I think he wasted 5 damage on this last turn. It wouldn't have mattered, but he just after he made this mistake with his snaps, he just lost concentration, and he said it, and well
done. Yeah, it takes a little, you gotta prey on people's misunderstandings of the matchup for sure, which is hopefully something we can carry through all the way through Dusk and Dawn, or Dusk till Dawn, because if Levia becomes relevant at all, which by the way, from what I know, she will absolutely not, but if she does, then we'll lose. I wonder how many percentage points we'll lose across the board, right? Like if people have to actually respect her, because it's crazy. Like in the US, even the tryhard teams just don't know what Levia is doing. Like I've, when I travel around and play events here, like I've run into some of the top players from like Team Ascent, Fabled, what are they called? Like Team Runaways, whatever. And whenever I play with Levia, they just don't know what she's doing. And it's so sad. Like, come on, you don't have one person in your team like testing this hero. They give up on her that bad. But I don't know. Maybe you prove something here. Your placement on the back of whatever Dust Hold On gives us could maybe breathe life into the hero. So what was your round 4 then?
Another Lexi.
Another Lexi. Okay.
I got pretty frustrated because
No.
I haven't. There weren't any ultims inside, and he knew the cards. That's more than the other players did, but he never tested against it, and it was a pretty fair game. We just traded our blows, and in the end when he got down to 8 or 9, I drew a Blood Rush.
Oh, disgusting.
It was okay. I can't say. I don't know his deck list, and I don't know what he could have done otherwise. But he plays Winter Spite, which just didn't impress me, and okay. You need perhaps you need the pitch, perhaps you don't, and against Lexi, in contrast to Azalea, the Scar Force cards are really good. Because of how the damage works. I mean, Lexi is when you play against Lexi, your life totals decrease. More or less symmetrically, and after she punched you, you have a bit less life than she does, and against Azalea, it just it does not happen. She just punches 15 or something, for 12, 15 or something like that, so that Scar for Scar became easy, can become liabilities.
Especially if it's the red in the ledger that Azalea is going to pump tall.
Well,
cool that you kept it in. I've seen a lot of Levia players actually start to enjoy the Scar for Scar inclusion, which is cool, because when I had added it in, it was more so just, good God, like, let's just chase good math, shall we? You know, we can pretend that there's synergy of, like, closing the combat chain, getting that graveyard filled banish. Like, that's cool, but it's really just Levia doesn't have enough good cards that you've got to add some generics that can pull weight too. And yeah, Scar for Scar just as a 1-card 4 damage fit that slot. I honestly didn't think about it too much more where it fits in matchup wise. I'm pretty sure back when I was running it, I just ran it in everything because why not? but you're taking it to another level. Well done. Truly.
I tested pulping, and if this would have worked anyhow, I would have tested right, but pulping just doesn't work.
God no.
You can just even if you hit, you can just kill yourself because you discarded your only Blood Debt turn off card. And if you don't hit, then
your opponent they can block it out anyway, and then you didn't turn off Blood Debt for the turn, and that's that.
And if you play against Roma, she can create a pivot turn. So you have to board it. You want to board it out, but you have to leave it in because you also want to hit something like Mirror Guy and then attack, like Rhinar can do. But I don't think that it's hard to play in Levia.
Yeah, for now, right? We're missing some real. I mean, we have more 6s than, like, we have more playable 6s in theory than a Rhinar deck, but we actually don't want to include nothing but 6s. We do have to build the deck to be more flexible with the Unworldlies, with the Art of Wars. So it doesn't quite work out, even though, we have more blues. We have more blue 6s. Like, that is part of our kit. It's still not what is going to enable, like, a pulping deck. You have to just seriously pack the entire thing full of 6s, and then Levia loses pretty much any unique plays. If all you're doing is, like, trying to attack with a decent rate 6 attack, maybe roll scabs to get something else going, she's just not an interesting deck. So I've never been a fan of really jamming the pulping builds. But okay, so what was your round 5 then?
That was Azalea this time. Yeah,
Oh, you
it
don't
was
sound happy. Was this the loss?
No, this was the loss, and
Ooh.
I botched it. Okay, also the player, okay, he knew Levia. It was he's a rather good player. He also qualifies for Worlds with his rating. So, yeah, and
Was he one of the Azaleas that made top 8 or no?
yeah,
Oh, he was. Okay.
yeah,
Well, that's
yeah,
fine.
this
Taking a
last
loss
was,
to one of the better players in the room. No problem. No problem.
yeah, yeah. As a it was also it was a race. He dominated. I think he dominated nearly every arrow. Perhaps one was no. I think he don't. Yeah, perhaps one arrow was undominated. But okay, that's Azalea, and but I'm misblocked. He I think in round 2 or 3 he attacked with a card in hand and 2 ponder triggers and I think an inertia trigger and I just blocked it out with all my equipment. You can do it one time in a game because against Ranger because Codex is so good. I usually just want to keep my arsenal, except also I just want to keep my arsenal all game long, more or less.
Oh, really? You don't opt for like the keeping your arsenal open to just throw like an endless maw in there? Because for me, that's always felt pretty good into the Ranger matchups. Like they just let you recycle endless maw, and so on their Codex turn, you can actually block pretty heavy, keep a blue, and throw back 8. Do you not go for? Does that not feel good enough?
Usually throw back 8.
I mean, 2-card 8, right?
Yeah.
Like 2-card 8
Yeah,
that turns
2-card
off
8,
blood debt. That is
Yeah,
good
I mean,
stuff.
yeah, I mean, 2-card 8 are the reckless swing diggers, more or less good enough. But yeah.
I don't know. Maybe try
perhaps,
it. That's been like the one thing that actually makes the Ranger matchups bearable. It doesn't work as well into Uzuri because they're gonna like try to hit your arsenal right after. But into the Rangers, the fact that like they're not throwing something that really impacts that arsenal that you're refilling, I'll leave the arsenal open in the hopes that I can recycle the endless, because endless alone is like honestly my favorite card in the deck. Just a 2-card 9. So if they're letting you get off now 2-card 8s, you're losing like one little bit of value, but now you're potentially playing a game where you could play 6 endless maws, 3 swing bigs. Like that's a lot of trading on small hands that lets you then block out arrows a bit more. But I still don't enjoy the Ranger matchup. You've obviously found a way to play it better than I, but that's one thing that's always felt good for me, at least.
Yeah, that might be good, or perhaps it's good. It was it was early in the game when I when I use but okay, this has nothing to do with this. No. Yeah, perhaps you can play it this way. I usually don't want them want to give the card advantage. But
yeah, I mean the discard hurts, right? Like that still sucks, so makes sense.
Yeah, but okay. Usually I think when they attack and you can block premeditate turns, so you prevent an arsenal, then it's then you have to block. I think so that if they don't have an arsenal, Lexi or Azalea, you should just throw in your whole equipment. And I just made a mistake when I blocked, and therefore lost the game. Yeah, and that's but yeah.
So what lost you the game specifically? Like the inertia trigger or like the ponder advantage?
No, that I couldn't keep my equipment for more relevant block.
Okay, I see.
I think I should have just taken I think the 12 or so damage and all the triggers, and I was thinking he could then load another arrow, shoot at me, and then this would be really bad. But it was only in the end I blocked a Bolton shot, and yeah, this was just it. I think I had to take the gamble. He probably had but okay. I was sure that he had he could do something else, because all the buffs cost 0, and he kept one card in hand. But
it's okay. Don't beat yourself too much about it. The Rangers really are pushed right now, and we are not. I mean, we're playing with statistically the worst hero in the game right now, literally worse than Riptide, which is hilarious. So the fact that you can, in hindsight, like kind of figure out how to potentially have made it closer is really impressive. And with a ban list change, with Dusk Till Dawn change, there's probably going to be a shift in that matchup. So we'll see. We'll see how that improves. I'm hopeful. After seeing you, I'm now more hopeful, because I used to just always try so hard with this hero every metagame, and I decided that the rate alone that like a Rain Razors is getting these days, that a 3 of a kind is like enabling these days, just makes Levia look like a joke. When a Ranger can play a 3 of a kind, basically like a Carrion Husk, where they just gain 6 life, and they're doing that 3 times per game, and they don't have to worry about blood debt, right? Or the fact that they can play a Rain Razors and get pretty consistently like 8 value on a singular card. Like, holy moly, like where's the balance there? Levia's got to deal with blood debt to do like half of that. So yeah, I guess it's really their fear of recursion, right? Like what makes sense at that point? Like they're so scared of, I guess it's Howl from Beyond, Ghostly, like Deep Rooted. It's the recursion that makes them terrified of like Levia just not running out of damage, I guess. But you can't even play that in the short games, like not really to the full extent. So yeah, just I got offer, man. I couldn't handle it. But
yeah, that's the reason why you have to be so aggressive against Rangers. I think the only 3 of a kind Rain Razor turns after he blocked with 2 cards was in round 4. Was my round 4 enemy once. So yeah.
Right, that makes sense. If you can just shorten the game, then they hopefully don't get those that much value, because you're only playing through like one power turn like that. But you don't have that much agency to present enough damage without your own card like Blood Rush, right? Like you're not Fi, you're not Katsu. You can't just tutor out your strong hands from pretty much nowhere. So we are a bit draw gated on that front, but it is possible. At least you are right. Like it is possible. It is within the draw sequence to make that happen. Quick side question though, how are you finding your graveyard fill to really kick off the Ranger games? Because if you're not running Pulping or like the Wild Ride package, then you do have to fill graveyard like for a turn, right? Unless you like can open with Swing Big, right? Which is always ideal. I love opening with that. Did you add anything special, or like what was your strategy on about like turn 1 or so to really kickstart your aggression into a Ranger matchup?
As a graveyard fill is one of the biggest problems, which in both Roma games I had really big problems to fill my graveyard at the start of the game. And against the Rangers, I think I usually let them start. I let Azalea start to so that I can my graveyard with at least one card. But of course they can hit you with Dominate. And
so are you mostly going second then? You trust that your opponent will attack you? Like if you have the choice?
Yeah, I mostly go second. Yeah.
Wow, really? I'm always terrified, but also because people at least are normally in my areas know how to play against Levia a bit more, because I normally only play Levia. So I'm almost forced into going first with Levia, because if I go second, my opponent just Arsenal passes, and then my turn is like Claw Pass. Going second, my turn is Claw Pass. It's awful. So I pretty much, out of fear of getting outplayed, I guess, just always go first, start with Arsenal, and then basically commit to giving my hand for the most part on defense, unless I have like a swing big, and then buying into like a true 5-card hand. If it is a 5-card hand, you normally do block it down, obviously, on like my turn 2. Not my turn 0, not my turn 1, but turn 2, which is why it's like a little slow into the Rangers, right? But if you're going second and they are attacking into you, then yeah, you get a real game out of it. So is that what happened here? Like they do let you graveyard fill?
In round 1 I started, and in round 5 I was I was forced to go second, and in round 7 I chose to go second. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
So it's
interesting.
And around 4 I forgot, but okay.
Okay. So speaking of, we'll get to round 7 in a second. What was your round 6 then?
Round 6 was the Droma player I lost in the top 8. He never played against Droma, but he also in the end he won the tournament, and he was also a good player. He plays also the Worlds and Pro Tours, and he misboarded. Okay, I explained him how you should board. Perhaps I shouldn't have done it.
You shouldn't have done that. He beat you in top 8. He should have said nothing.
But in the end, if I think he after I explained him how the matchup usually works, he had his own thoughts, and then he misboarded. I think more horribly than he did in round 6.
Oh wow!
And so it's from my perspective. I played, as I said, I played a lot of Droma before, and usually I win against Levia. So I more or less know what Levia can and cannot do.
Well, as the Levia player though, do you feel overall favored into Dromai still, or has that matchup gotten worse?
I think I started playing Levia after the Progress season, because before from November to the Progress season I only played Dromai because I didn't have the time to learn 2 heroes and the game.
True.
And I never thought that Levia was any favored against Dromai.
Wow.
So
that's interesting, because one of the reasons I played Levia in like ProQuest season still was because Dromai and Oldhim were really prevalent, and I do feel like you can build Levia to pretty much beat those matchups like almost every time. But the deal with Dromai is, as like you obviously know, but we'll just repeat it. Your first cycle doesn't beat Dromai. Like they can just block you out, and if they play it that way, then it's really on you to not mismanage your graveyard and like kind of have this awful mid game that then like lets them have a pivot because you miss Blood Debt or whatever. So you do have to play instead like a more patient first cycle, but just pitch stack, like basically pitch stack the win in second cycle. And that's normally how I would play the game, where first cycle you use like 1 Blood Rush to clear a Miragai turn or whatever and like land some face damage, and then try to play into like a recursion loop to just outvalue their hands but still block with 1 whenever you could. Into a second cycle, either like double Blood Rush play or like a Blood Rush Art of War, or something insane like with a Dread Scream or whatever to really close the game, because you can't go late. You need to actually set up like the winning hand, and that's how I would normally play the Dromai games, and it felt consistent that way. But it's still a scary matchup because you're basically conceding by pitching your power cards that you're not going to just like get lucky and win the game. It's going to take a lot of effort, and the Dromai actually doesn't have to put that much effort in. They just pitch every Chromai and like block a lot. Like anyway, which is I think what happened in your top 8 game, funny enough.
In the top 8 game I just I was a bit unlucky with the Blood Rushes, I think. But in the round 6 game, I think as I said, I had problems getting anything on anything in the graveyard because I think my second hand was 2 blood rushes.
Oof.
But but that meant that I will draw the blood rushes again before the game is over, more or less. And I won on one-on-one live.
Oh my God.
With all my equipment, breaking and so and. But that's okay. You against Roma, you need. I think you need just 2 good blood rush turns, and the problem with I think Rhinar has more options against Roma than Blood Debt Levia, because Rhinar can just clean dragons if the opponent, perhaps here my opponent played a Necria and Necria times Potion pass or just Necria pass, and Rhinar can just clear it and never lose to clear the dragons, never lose to Blood Debt.
Blood Debt being a big deal. Like a Rhinar can take a turn to just like full block with poppers, whatever, claw swing, clear like a Kyloria arsenal, like whatever it is, right? We just don't have those options as Levia. You can't fall back on the weapon plan to clear. You do have to deal damage.
But Droma usually takes from the endless moors, and the Levia's attacks are not that bad. She takes damage. And the first blood rush can get her low enough that the second blood rush kills her.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm still of the mind like a good Dromai should just block every blood rush turn. They should just, if you're playing your blood rush's first cycle, then a Dromai should just take 6 damage on your blood rush. You know, because if your blood rush deals like 18, which is pretty normal, then they just commit to full blocking and say, you know, like whatever, this is your good turn. We give you the hand, we take like 6 damage. If they play that way into like your first 2 blood rushes, I feel like it's really tough to win. So I try to like conserve the power of blood rush for like when that 6 damage like means a lot more, because if you can bait them into just like, oh, I'll take an endless maw, like hit me for 9. If you can like get those turns through first, then when a blood rush comes around and they're panicking because blocking 12 still means they take 6, like it's kind of a better pace of the game. But honestly, I haven't played it in a while, and the new Dromai lists are like way more teched for like playing more defensive, right? So maybe it's different now.
If you give him too much time, he can perhaps see. He had. I usually bought out Remembrance, but in round 6, my opponent had his Remembrances, and they clumped up his hand like they do, but nowadays Droma lists play 2 or 3 Remembrances, and if you wait too long, then they will swarm you with Mirror Guys.
Not for much longer, to be fair. Once Oldham's gone, I think they really cut that package, and then maybe we get a little bit better into it. It'd be kind of cool. We'll see.
But if you're and against Roma, you have more or less 2 situations with the blood rush. If you have a blood rush in Arsenal, then you usually wait for a Mirror Guy turn, so you can claw Mirror Guy and hit his face. Then only for 13, more or less. And if you Arsenal, the Boneyard Marauder, which is the second best card to Arsenal, you explained it, then you can hit him with a blood rush.
Yep.
Or when the blood rush comes and there's no Mirror Guy on the table.
But Boneyard can't be understated. You understand the value. It is insane. Protection from all reds into a blood rush turn. It lets you deal 18 and reset Arsenal. Card's nuts. But cool. So you mentioned your round 7, I think, as well, was a Ranger, right? Was that a Azalea or Lexi? Azalea again. Ooh. But you won because you ended up 6-1. So how'd that happen?
I won. He said he never played against Levia.
Nice.
And yeah, I don't know if it's whether it's correct or not, but in this game I could just block. I was not able to deactivate my blood debt 3 times, but I only took I think only took 6, also 3 times to damage. So it's unfortunate, but yeah, happens.
You
And
still won. That's what's impressive as hell about the deck. Taking blood debt doesn't. It can mean it's over in a tighter game, but when you're really ahead and you take blood debt, it's almost negligible.
Yeah, he played 3 Ravenous Rebels and 2 E-Strikes. I think I think the Ravenous Rebels they have to be in stack, but the E-Strikes I'm not so sure. The problem once again I don't know his list, but the problem on E-Strike and Ravenous Rebel in the Levia matchup is you can block it. I just I always blocked the card with one their card the Rebels and the E-Strike with one card, and that's just bad.
That's a win. That's graveyard fill.
That's graveyard fill, and it prevents damage, and it's the Azalea plan is to dominate an arrow and not to and if I can block with 2 cards, I'm happy.
And, absolutely. Yeah, that's the pattern, right? So at this point, I mean, you were basically locked for top 8, probably like by the start of round 7, right? Because if you lost round 6, like then you still might lose round 7. What was going through your head at that point? Like, do you feel this mantle of like, I am the god Levia? Like, do you feel it? You're channeling all the League of Levia members. Like you're doing right by the league, or you're more low key than that? Like, whatever, just the top 8, you know.
I mean, first of all, I still thought, where are the all teams?
Yeah, we Levia players, we do complain.
but no, I was actually thinking that last week at the Armory, or 2 weeks ago at the Armory, I nearly got a League of Levia promotion. I actually won the Armory, but we played 4 rounds with 8 people, and I lost the last round. And I lost the last round, of course, to the 1 in 170 chance to miss. To miss the banish from Blood Debt.
Oh no!
And
all right, Josh, in the chat, you got to count. That's 1 death to Blood Debt, retroactive, but count it, Josh. I'll send you. Hey, I'll send you something. For sure. Text me your address in the Discord, and I'll make sure to send you. I don't know if I have sleeves left, but definitely at least like the Blasphemfet promo, and all that, so you can help rep the league out there in Ruhr. But sweet man, you really did something that I had no. I mean, I was tuned out. I literally did not expect Levia to do anything. I had no content slated for like, oh, let me interview a Levia who wins this RTN season. Literally, no idea that anything was going to happen of note. But you did it. At this point, you're top 8, right? And you were, what seed were you in top 8? Probably like 3?
I was 3rd.
Yeah. 3rd? Yeah. That's nuts. And looking at the top 8 field, though, you're right. It was really Oldhim light. So how did you feel about your chances beyond that?
I know that the matchups are not really good. I don't want to play against the Fi player.
Right. Oh god.
Because I just hate Fi. I played Roma. I just hate Fi. So, but I also didn't want to play against a Dorma player because of the match. The good thing about Levia is all the matches are usually over in 30-40 minutes, but not against the Dorma player. And I don't play that fast. He even slower than me.
Oh, I saw the game, almost 2 hours there, bud. Wasn't on you, to be fair. Wasn't on you. But speaking of like this pairing, right? Did you consider in round 7, like if conceding actually helped your placement, or was it almost like too big a tournament for you to really make that kind of call? Because I've only recently, I mean, I was tuned out, but like started to get in the headspace of like the competitive players where they will literally, like, if they know they're locked for top 8, they might manipulate standings in the last 2 rounds to get better placements for themselves, which is something that truly, like, I almost never cared about until this ProQuest season when I was playing a deck like Rhinar that really did care about the top 8 matchups. Like, you had no shot into half the heroes, decent shot into another portion, and then like free wins into the other. So there have been situations now where, like, looking at where the pairings are and kind of like guessing, like, okay, the Dromai is either going to be at like the top or the bottom. So if I concede and they're at the bottom, then I'll be in the middle of the pack and they won't be, blah, 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 and kind of like math it out. I think your event might have been like a little too big to really make those calls, but is that something you considered at all in round 7?
The seating, not the seating, and not this tournament. In the ProQuest seasons, I mean, I played the 3 of the 4 ProQuest I played. I top 8'd, and then
Nice.
I sort of back then I thought about how can I do it, and what matchup do I want to face in top 8, and do I really I played Dromai, and then if I play against an Icelander, I want them into the top 8, and then I would have conceded, and but it never came to this. I only conceded to friends so that they can come into top 8 regardless of the decks they played, and I see, and I'm not really into this. I played Magic, and there it was a bit different. This you had this opponent score system, which makes much more sense to me than this. When do you lose, and what does it mean? And so
what
I'm
does
not
it mean?
that sure.
My round 1 loss. Why am I cursed? Yeah. It's rough. So that's what I mentioned in the beginning. That's always been my issue with Levia, because you actually did something incredible here. You had no bullshit like RNG loss in your Swiss rounds, that is my curse. I have bubbled out of, at this point, 3 battle hardens: 9th, 10th, and 10th. Granted, one of those times was with Fi, so it doesn't count, but 2 of those were with Levia. And it is literally because my record is always X2. Because I'll take one like real loss, whether it's like a misplay or like a pairing thing, whatever. But then there's a loss somewhere in here, and you never know when it is. It could be round 1. That is just the double 1, or the like random blood debt whiff that you just, you couldn't control. And so at X2 in these events, I mean, you saw how cutthroat it is. That normally means you're on the bubble, because if your loss is early, then like, that's just it, right? So that's been my curse, and you avoided that entirely. So first of all, well done for that alone. You had no like BS RNG loss. But have you found a similar thing when you play Levia, or do you feel like you've found a way to like mitigate the kind of the random loss?
I mean, the random loss could have happened. I like to play Levia like you do, without rolling scabs too much, only when I have to. I mean, I think I had a bit bad luck with Katsu G1 in the top 8. That's why even after my Gambler's Claws are destroyed, I usually try to avoid to roll scabs too much. Especially if I get blood debt after I hit a 1. But with Levia, I also played armories where I just used scabs 1/1. Okay, then
the one time you roll scabs, you're like, it can't be the 1 and 2/1, and then it totally is. I get it.
Yeah, but I think Levia should be played so that you do not have to play to roll scabs that much.
No, I absolutely agree. I mean, it's the reason. Good God, like I wish we had more cards like Dread Screamer, where you could play into Ghostly Visit as a card that didn't require scabs so much. But that is like the card that unlocks scabskins for me. I played the Hexcore build a lot, and you're just a scabskins deck. It's awful. Yeah. But if it hits, like, sweet. But if it doesn't, you instant lose. But with this version of Levia, very conservative blood debt Levia, when you roll scabs, it's because the ghostly visit value is just like too much to ignore. You can't just not play into a random free damage if it's there. So that's the bait though. Like, it is the right play. If you have the one floating, you should roll for the ghostly. Like, it's not really greedy. Like, it's the right play. You didn't hold any cards in hand. You didn't pull a Rhinar, or you held your hand because like you needed Savage Feast to hit on scabs, blah blah. You don't make that line. You just make the right play, have one floating, have a ghostly visit. So you should roll scabs, like you should. And that's where the windows open up to just also auto lose the game. So, I still think it's right. Like, I was literally told by the game devs, I don't know if you caught some of those conversations back at Worlds, Levia really is a scabs deck. Like, designed to be a scabs deck. Tome of Torment is like considered a Levia card. I don't know how they think they're getting it in graveyard or getting it in banish. Like, not gonna lie, I don't understand that part. But she really is a roll for a 6 and win the game type of design, which is that's just like mind blowing to me. Maybe at the armory level, like, it's fine, play that way, but good God, like, it's just so backwards to how you enjoy Levia. I enjoy Levia. A bunch of people don't want to add the layer of like Scabskin's bad feels on top of like the blood debt BS that happens anyway. So, I hope that's not the direction in Dust Till Dawn. Like, for the love of God, don't go deeper into the Scabskins deck.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, it's also so not fun for the opponent. And
yeah. It's not interactive. They just watch you roll. Like, oh, you hit a 6. Okay, you just get like 12 damage for free. Whatever it is. It's gross.
Yeah.
Okay, enough of the rant. Tell us about the Dromai game. If you've got time, I do have the game pulled up, but like, I mean, we can watch it in like 2 times speed or something. Or you can just talk about it, because it is like an hour 45 minutes.
It's too long, I think.
Too long. Okay.
It was just much long, but more or less, what I said before, I try to attack, do some damage, hammer him down to like 20, 25 at 20, 25 or so, and then play Blood Rush Bellow, the first Blood Rush Bellow, and after that I play the second Blood Rush Bellow. Also somewhat after that.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, in the first turn, I arsenaled an Boneyard Marauder in the hope that I can set up the Blood Rush Bellow turn, but it just never comes. I once have a decision where I attack with the Shadow of Blasmophet, and I attack an Uvia instead of him. But I think it's correct, because I know that he will get a lot of Ash. I don't think that at the time he did not have that much Ash, but I know he would get a lot of Ash, and then his more or less off turns that happens would be much more punishing. And with off turns, I mean turns where he, which happens 2 or 3 times in the game, where he just played a Nekria or a Yendurai and somehow does not attack with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think it. I still think it. He told me that he still think that he thought it's correct to play Seeker's Mid for the Ash on turn 1, and instead of Ghostly Touch. But I think it's wrong, because Ghostly Touch adds the inevitability to the Droma deck, and if it goes to 10, 12, you can just beat the Levia. And I mean, if I can the burn them all burn me down, I cannot block that much, and then I take Blood Debt. And I think Ghostly Touch should be included. You usually do not use it, but the inevitability should be there.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Like, I don't think Ghostly Touch closes many of these games, like many of the Levia Droma games. But you're right, the inevitability, having it on board, just means like the Dromai has that now as an option. They definitely have room to make Ash. It's a popper matchup. They, half the time they're just going to throw a dragon, it dies, spend the red, make an Ash. they don't need to, I guess, get going too quickly with the Seeker's Mitts, because Levia is also an inherently slower deck as well. So I think you're right to make that call. It should be Ghostly Touch.
Yeah. And I think in the first 8-9 rounds, I don't draw the Blood Rush spell, but I draw really a lot of red cards, and this was just bad. This was just bad. I was thinking to myself, and then I lose the end game because it just won't fit. And the I do the first Blood Rush. The time he played his Command and Conquer, and and then I had to block with a Crown of. I thought about a bit. I blocked with Crown of Providence, and
did you not have Husk anymore at that point?
At that point, no.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
I blocked the Necria once because it's sort of opportune at that time, and I block it. I have to. The Blood Rush was not bad, but I had to do a Blood Rush with one non-attack in hand, and this alone is horrible.
Yes. Oh, and you actually tuned your list as well to run less non-attacks. I noticed one of the main changes. Let's take a look at the list now, actually. One of the main changes you made between the top 4 list and the list you ran was adding in the yellow Hungering Slaughter Beast was like the main difference you made. So let's take a look here. This was the original like Scar for Scar Blood Debt list that I played at the for the top 4 ProQuest season.
Yeah.
And it's like pretty standard Blood Debt Levia. I think like the spicy inclusion at this point was the Scar for Scar. And also I went super deep on the Unworldly train to loop 1 Howl with 1 Deep Rooted Evil. Like that was kind of the game plan I really wanted to fall on for the Oldhim matchup. And Bravo, to be fair, like that just destroys the Guardian matchup. It's very hard for them to interact with that. So I went really hard on that plan. But it was at the sacrifice of, more 6s, which can really help the consistency of like your Blood Rush turns, early graveyard fill, that kind of thing. But I also really love the red Unworldlies next to Swing Big is like a really, it's an early play you can get off for, 3 card 12, which is really good stuff. Kind of backs up the Scar for Scar rate. Just, the cards that deal 4 damage are good. This rounds on me was just like a filler blue, but I saw you kept that in as well, which is funny. And then I just had some Kano package, which I think you're right. Just give up on Kano. It's so bad. Like, why even put the slots for it? So this was the, like, I guess, older build, and this is how you improved on it. So the main change to look at, like I said, you added the yellow Hungering Slaughter Beast, which honestly, really good change. I think that just makes a lot of sense. I think ratios also changed a little bit. You added another yellow Graveling Growl, and you took out the Recklesses, and then your sideboard is where you kind of dumped the Unworldlies. So talk us through those changes, I guess.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the Graveling Growl. Think I should have played
one more red.
One more.
Yeah.
The Janets are the Reckless Wings. I have no clue how you can play. They are. You never want to block with them, and I think, except when the opponent is at 2 life, and so I just remove them.
I will admit the Reckless Swings, for me, it's either run Writhing or run Reckless Swing. Because actually, did you add Writhing as well? Was I running?
No.
I was running Writhing. Okay, so, that's me breaking my own tenets. Normally, I only run one or the other. Because this is not a great rate card, but it closes the game. And so it's kind of like either the 2-card hand Writhing is going to end the game, or like the Last Resort Reckless is going to end the game. So I normally don't go for both, because this is a bad card most of the time, and this is actually a bad card most of the time. So I normally pick one or the other. So that's my bad. You're right. Like, it shouldn't actually be in the deck if you have another way to easily close, which this version does.
yeah, the rising where the dominant effect was rather important in closing the game against the Rangers, but no.
Yeah, I mean, it's how you win, right? Otherwise, Levia is just if a deck tries to pivot and just block you out, they most likely can. It's kind of why some of the more aggro builds I think really suffer because they don't have the game-ending play. They don't have like the dominate, like unless it's a pulping, which is random, or like some crazy blood rush at the end of the game. It's much easier to say, okay, we've got you in writhing range. Like a 2-card hand wins the game right now. Or maybe you can spike it with being able to play like a Howl or an Unworldly or something. Yeah, I love this. I love this card, but not normally in tandem with Reckless. It's one or the other. So did you add other blues, or you supplemented the blues with yellows? Is that what the change was?
I cut the 2 Reckless and added 1 Convulsions because against
was that only on 2?
Yeah, against what's it called? Yeah, Ultim. It's you have the you often have the resources in the late game, so that you basically play let's say 10 cards that can get the recursion going, and the dominate can close out the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but other than that, now I don't think that I will play Shadow of Plasmophet again. It was really underperforming.
This card sucks.
Yeah, it's and the Ghostly Wizard was usually overperforms.
Yep.
And I think I will replace it with either a Ghostly Wizard or a Howl from Beyond, but.
Did you play much into the like the Deep Rooted Evil loop with the Unworldlies, or was this really your Oldhim package, so it didn't come in?
This was this is against I had the matchup, I think it's called Control, where I played against Uzuri, Dorinthia.
Oh yeah, you've got it here. Nice.
Dromai, also Control is Dromai, Rhinar, and no, nicht Dromai, not Control is Rhinar, Bravo, Oldhim, or the Mirror, where I would play the loop. I think, yeah. And against Roma, I bought out. I take out some of the unworldly bellows. So I still play the Deep Rooted Evil, and I played it on the top 8 even. But it's because you usually have enough time to play it at least once. But it's a bit hard to get the graveyard low enough.
Right, that's almost why, like, this card sucks, but if it hits, it's the best card in your deck. The problem is, this shit never hits. Like, the way I try to play this is, if I find it early, I'm not going to play it on a 2-card hand. Like, I want to normally park it in Arsenal, and then keep a hand that's either like a yellow or a blue and a 6. So you at least play it on a 50-50. You know that you're holding a card, like a 6 in hand, to at least make it a 50-50, and then that way, no matter what you discard, you can Arsenal the other card, and if it's junk, crown it away, whatever. But playing this on a 2-card hand, I promise you, it always whiffs. It's just not possible for this to hit on as your 2-card play, it just whiffs. I don't know why. The deck is incapable of giving you a 6 on top if this is your 2-card play. So that play has tilted me so much that I have to play it in a certain way now, and it probably still whiffs. Like, this card just, it doesn't work. And it sucks because it's not a good card if it doesn't work at all. Like, my God, 2 for 6, no go again, like no hit effect, non-block red. Like, you have to play it, right? You have to play, you can't pitch it, can't block with it. So you have to make this your play. And if it whiffs, you just feel like you've thrown the game. Hate this card. And it's not even good art. Like, what is happening? Where's the monster? Like, the shadow? Is this what you're playing? You're playing out like the shadow? Man, it's thematic loss, gameplay loss. I hate this card, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I played it because I couldn't decide what do I want to play. It's another Ghostly, another Howl, and thought, maybe it's good. so you have more or less 4 combo pieces or recursion pieces
Yep.
against gold teams, but I don't think that it's don't think that it's necessary anymore.
Mm-mm.
And yeah,
I'm hoping there's a lot of slots, right, that in Dusk Till Dawn probably get upgraded in some capacity. Like there's no way we don't add anything to the deck, and so it is nice to know there are enough junk cards that we can work around that. Obviously, you start looking at like just a filler blue slot that absolutely could change to anything better. The shadow, the scars are just like a bit of cope, right? And then in the main board, even I've never really been happy with like the triple Art of War with the current synergy pieces. Like normally double Art of War is what I end up on. But to make triple Art of War feel better, I'd love to see like one more recursion piece that works with it. Like the Howl not being able to be banished by Art of War is so tilting. Like that alone hurts me so bad. But there's a lot that could get upgraded in Levia. And what I've always wished would happen is they give us a 1 cost non-attack with go again recursion piece. I don't know if you've seen in the Discord, I've posted like some made up versions of what this card could do, but that's my biggest wish for Levia is a 1 cost non-attack go again recursion, so that you can fall back on like the 2 card hungering plays, writhing plays. You could add like the red hungering as well, like the Shadow Blasphemfed even, and actually not be pitch inefficient and do something with that extra resource instead of like roll for Ghostly. And I think that would add some graveyard consistency to the deck. It would add probably, like, I don't know if just damage is really important in that kind of slot, but some effect that's happening there would be really nice. That's my wish for Dusk Till Dawn. Give us like the 1 cost curve fixing recursion piece that Levia needs to play Blood Debt the way she wants. So what about you? What's your like wish list item? Number 1 on the list for Dusk Till Dawn.
I think I will. I want some cool specialization. This Unity mechanic seems to be made for Levia.
Oh god, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean this. Here for Briar, the Unity is. I mean, this is just bad. You'd never want to do it. But yeah, blocking with 2 cards, Levia can do it, and then something has to come out of it. And if it's a Levia specialization, they can, it should be non-legendary specialization.
Yeah, please no more of this. What? Please no more of this.
Yeah, 6 blue and 6 in 6, and I can. And of course you have to be able to block with it, because else Unity wouldn't make no sense. I really hate. Deadwood Rumbler is good, but I mean it's the most annoying card ever.
Yep. The non-blocks are honestly, they make literal no sense in Levia. Like actually no sense in Levia. She is not a deck that can afford to like just draw a hand of non-blocks, because that loses the game on like so many levels for her. I don't know why they push this mechanic with her at all, but is what it is. I'd love to start replacing these cards. Because Deadwood, like, you've got the discard synergy in Blood Rush. Like, if you discard Beast Within, the fact that it can pull a Deadwood's pretty cool. You can banish with Art of War, but yeah, for the most part, like, you draw this and it's just a blue. The fact that it's a 6 doesn't matter too much unless, like, you're finding it alongside synergy pieces. I'd love if this card just blocked instead and did, even if it was unplayable. Just please give us this number back.
Yeah. Like, yeah. And okay, then I think I think the but I mean the deck is fun to play. I wonder if now that the meta is so aggressive, I wonder if you can somehow play all Red Screamers.
And, the yellows too.
Yeah, and then 3 Red Graveland Growls, and perhaps it increases your chances to raise more. More.
Right. I mean, unfortunately, if you're like a non-Scabskins player, that's the route we have to go, is like add the yellow screamers. But if you're a Scabskins player, then just hold every like 2-cost Graveling hand and just hope to hit, and then you're turning like a Writhing into a Graveling into a Dread Screamer basically. Yeah, in a racing meta, Levia has really good numbers when she can trade down a card and keep her really good 3-card hands, right? Into finding Blood Rush. So I do wonder where she ends up, because I've never enjoyed playing her as an aggro deck. Playing the slower, like grindier game plan with Levia is, for me, like just much more fulfilling thematically. You get to start playing into the recursion pieces. Your opponent freaks out because they're like, you can replay Howl? Like, really? And that feels really cool. But in an aggro meta, it really just comes down to, like, do you see Blood Rush or not? And I hate putting so many game plans on the back of just like a singleton draw like this. So we'll see. There's a lot of people speculating that maybe the meta actually isn't that aggro, and it's more so an Ice Lexi and like slow Dromai type of metagame. But we'll see. I have no idea. We have no idea what Dusseldon is going to push out. Vincent might be like a hard control deck as well. Maybe that pivots everything. But
I'd say a lot of it depends on whether Rosetta gets banned or not.
Right. Oh, which we'll probably find out today, by the way. I don't know if you saw yesterday's stream, but I was claiming it was 998. Apparently on Twitter, people were saying that it is 1,000 with room for error, with supposedly 1,002 being reported by some people. So I don't know anymore, because the Discord was saying 998, but then Twitter was saying 1,002. So we'll know for sure today. And if that happens, oh my god, things unlock. Because I hate the Runeblade matchup with Levia. They just have better rate than you across the board. And you, especially like Viserai, you can almost never afford to pitch into Arcane because you're taking away your graveyard fill ability. It's just miserable. So I would love to see the Runeblades take a backseat for a second. And maybe that's what's missing to unlock Levia as a more playable deck. Because you seem to have figured out the Ranger matchups to a different extent than most of us. Someone in the chat mentioned, Scott says, Levia feels awful into Lexi right now. But hey, we got Oliver in the house who beat 2 Lexis, 1 Azalea, and almost beat another Azalea into top 8 at a 120 player PTI event. So someone's doing something right, this guy. So listen to him. That's why he's on right now.
It's still awful.
Okay, still awful. Okay.
Well, I never when I played Roma into Lexia, I always feel better.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. Yeah, how can you not?
But you have to see what comes up with Dusseldon. On my list, I'm not sure if it's correct to board in the sync belows against Azalea. Because of the rate Azalea punches and I punch back, I have not brought in the Scar for a Scar, but I do not know if it's correct, especially if you go second and she dominates an arrow.
Well, you're making me think though about bringing in Shadow Puppetry again, which I normally rate that card very low on the Levia tier list. Like, that's much more of a chain card. But there is a world where pushing CNC to 7 is the most relevant thing you're doing into a Ranger. And we do have Shadow Puppetry for that. So if we're trying to just trade that way, then maybe, it doesn't need to be the Scars. It needs to be the CNC, or the Shadow Puppetry for the CNC line. I'll have to toy with that, because really I have not tried Levia at all in this metagame. But normally if you're bringing in, I imagine you're bringing in syncs for other matchups too, like I was running them as well. But Reinforce the Line is something that when I was playing Rhinar felt miles and miles ahead of Sync Below into the Azalea matchup in particular. So that probably means like shifting this round's on me to an attack. But Reinforce the Line is, I love that one into Azalea these days.
Yeah. But what I say is, it could be better to play Reinforce the Line. I play the Sync Below also. After this tournament, I probably play 3 Sync Belows again. And I played it against Uzuri, where Reinforced Line would just be better. And and the Uzuri, I don't think that the Uzuri matchup is so grim. When Outsiders was released, you made this Goodbye Levia video. And you talked about Uzuri, and I don't think it's so bad.
After
I
having
mean,
played it now, I agree. A bit overblown in how bad I thought that was. You have more windows to really deal with disruption because she doesn't end the game very quickly. Her damage is nothing incredible. She can disrupt you, but you can also just say, like, okay, like, whatever you do, I'm fine. Like, I've got safety nets in hand, like, or in arsenal, and he can't hit both, right? And,
yeah,
like, when you play it that way, the matchup's fine. You just deal more
and
damage.
then reinforce the line is just better than Think Below because you can block, see if it's relevant on hit or just a nourishing emptiness or something like that.
Absolutely.
And they should not play Humble. I don't think that Humble is a good card in Uzuri. Of course, if you want
keep telling them that. Don't play Humble, everybody, please.
It's 2 block, and you should. I mean, most people the latest top decks did not play it, and I think it's correct.
Well, if they're trying to play into Levia, it is better than playing like the Nourishing, or like it's better than playing the filler 6 that they're probably running, right? So I would prefer they don't start including it in their list for that reason alone. Not like they're actually targeting Levia, but as the filler 6 slot, please like stay on Nourishing, stay on like Amnesia, do add your 3 block, like I care. Don't add Humble, please. It is more so my perspective.
I mean, Nourishing turn 9 just sometimes just wins the game. Have you seen the Dromai game in the top 8 Pro Tour? Mara plays Nourishing turn 1, and I thought, then the Lexi player's done for, and he was.
Yep, I got cheesed by Dorinthias that played Nourishing Emptiness turn 1 twice yesterday on stream. That sucked. Hurts a lot.
Yeah.
But someone in the chat is asking, what would a good Unity ability be for Levia? What do you think on that? What would be your dream scenario?
Wow. Oh, Unity.
So here's my pitch. So far, the Unity mechanics create a token of some sort, right? So let's say we stay in that design space where they create a token. There could be a token called like, bloodletting, blood sacrifice, whatever, where at the end of your turn, banish a card from your graveyard. Something simple. It could be even juiced up a bit more than that, where it says at the end of your turn, like add a card from your banish zone to your graveyard, then banish a card or whatever. That's like if they want to really start cracking things, I'd love that. But if it was as simple as when you block with the Unity plus another card, normal mechanic that we've seen, create a bloodletting token, at the end of your turn, banish a card from your graveyard. Then you would actually be able to take a full block turn as Levia, reset with Arsenal, turn off Blood Debt.
That would be, but at the moment, aren't the Eloquence token, is this for all play? No, it's also, it's quick, no.
So all of the Unities so far do create a token, and some of them are specific. Like the Dorinthia one creates a Courage token, which we don't know what it does yet specifically, but it probably makes their weapon swing cost 1 less for the turn. Courage of Blade Hold, same idea. The Bravo one creates a Seismic. The Briar one creates Embodiment of Earth. So I could see it. I could see it like a specific to Levia mechanic, or this would be busted. Create a Soul Shackle token. Boom. Start of your turn, every turn, have a chance. Well, that's actually not that good, I don't think, because you can't like create a Soul Shackle to give the next thing go again on a defensive turn. That doesn't quite work. So never mind. I think the bloodletting idea is better.
That's better. I mean, the Soul Shackle, it's more Woundblade.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's nothing I want to bother. I think. If it would cool, but no, it's only positive effect. I think this would be. I mean, you cannot get gain a quicken token. That would be too good. This would be. I mean, this is Levi's ability, removing cards from graveyard. So I guess this would be the best thing.
They could get juicier with it. I've always thought it'd be really cool for them to dive deeper into how Doomsday works. I mean, she was one of the original heroes to create an ally, right? Before Dromai. I like your taste, by the way. You went from Dromai to Levia. Makes sense. Just don't play Chain, buddy. But this whole, like, creating an ally really is thematic for Levia in theory. Right? Like, she's a brute, but, like, thematics-wise, flavor-wise, she's almost more of, like, kind of a necromancer. Like she's not really like summoning the demons, but she's like controlling the horde. So I've always thought of it like she's sending her Endless Maw, like commanding her Dread Screamer, you know, like chucking her Graveling Growl at you. And this idea of her in charge of like a legion of these monsters is really cool. So I always, in my head movies, I thought they could release a Shadow Fabled. Maybe just for Levia, so because I don't think it makes sense with Chain, but maybe it would because of Ursa. Where like when you pitch it, create a like, you know, 1/1, 2/2, 3/3, whatever, like piddly little, you know, Servant of Blasmafet token that has the same text as Blasmafet. I've always thought that's probably too good, but just this idea of you could passively create like a little tiny minion that gives you some safety net would be awesome. Because one thing that they haven't really done anymore is this whole, if there are 6 or more cards with Blood Debt in your banish zone, like kind of gating when you can play a card has happened less and less as other power cards have been released. Like, you know, when we see a Doomsday, we can't just play the Doomsday. But when a Lexi sees like a 3-of-a-kind Rain Razors, they can just play that turn. When a Dromai like sees a Tomultai, they can just play that turn or whatever. I mean, they need the resources for it, to be fair. But I hope they kind of go back on this idea that Levia needs to be gated so much in like when she can play some of her really good cards, because she already has that across the board. Like you do need your graveyard filled at a certain point. I get that this is probably a balancing act, so you have to play into Blood Debt at all. Otherwise, like how good would it be to just play a generic brute deck and just summon a Blasmafet? That's pretty nuts. But yeah, I hate the games where you draw Doomsday and it's like turn 2 and you just know that you're not playing Doomsday this game. Like that sucks. So I would love to see them go back on how hard they gate cards like this. How do you feel about that? Like you play Doomsday in your top 8 game, but overall, like how do you rate this card?
This is, I mean, I think it's, I mean, it's a bit, it's not that good to draw my, but it's I like the design. That you have to do something and you have to use a mechanic to then to do something powerful. I mean, okay, you often have to use caps to make it really useful.
Yeah, there's the ideal trade pattern is your opponent is dumb, they ignore Blasmafet, and you get to block for 9 and return 6. Right? That's like the dream scenario. And
after Dromai, no one does.
Yeah, no.
After Dromai, no one.
No, the Dromai won't do that. They can just throw their dragons and kill it, right? But I actually, the most recent Battle Hardened I played in with Levia, I fatigued out a Fi. Like literally fatigued to 0 cards in deck because they refused to kill Blasmafet. Now, granted, that's a misplay. Like it's not like the guy was playing the matchup correctly, but it is hilarious that you can get caught in this like value trade pattern that is just too good. Like it is mathematically too good. So my opponent would attack me, ignore Blasmafet, I'd just block 9. And then swing 6, turn off Blood Debt. Then they'd attack me, and I'd block 9. And then swing 6, and turn off Blood Debt. And I literally fatigued the Fi. It's dumb. It's dumb, because he should literally just kill Blasmafet. It shouldn't happen that way. But the math on this card should be so threatening that it's an insta-kill for your opponent, and basically like I summon a Carrion Husk type of deal. So God, I love this card. It's what drew me to Levia. I opened it my first box of Monarch ever, and have been hooked ever since.
Yeah, I think it's a Katsu game. There it was just I attacked with the Dread Screamer, and then Doomsday Blasmafet attacks. He cannot block. Dead. I mean, it's 0 for 6. If this happens, you have to do something to get the 0 for 6. But I think that's just fair.
Yeah. I mean, it is that powerful that some kind of power gating does make sense. There's always that play that comes up against Oldhim, where you play a Dread Screamer. Oh, it's so juicy. You play a Dread Screamer, and they see, oh, you have 1 card in hand, and they ice react, and you go, hold up a second. Instant Doomsday. And they read the card, and they look at it, and they're like, how many Blood Debt do you have? Oh, 18? Oh, okay. And then it resolves and you win the game. God, it is like, That is the best feeling in Flesh and Blood, because I swear to you, every time I see Doomsday, I will hopefully craft the turn, because it'll probably likely be in second cycle or a position where you kind of know where it's coming. You can make the Dread Screamer play with Doomsday like intentionally into Oldhim so often that you almost cheese them every time. They run a lot less ice these days, so it's harder to do.
Yeah.
But oh my god, like it's so good in that matchup. I freaking love it. It's a funny one for sure.
Yeah. I hope the Levia specialization that hopefully comes out will be somehow playable, even from not only to block also, but from the effect. I mean, now the specialization, it's cool, but
the other one.
You rarely play it.
Mm-mm.
I only once managed to hit a bolt in with a soul, and I hope this will be. I hope we get something that makes Levia even more special.
Well, the sad part about this is if it wasn't a legendary spec, then I think this unlocks like a really recursion heavy playstyle for Levia, where you throw in like the tomes, you throw in the mutated mass, like all this junk, right? Because now you have a consistent engine to say, just kind of like selectively banish your entire engine from the graveyard and include like a Deep Rooted Evil or a Blood Debt attack and turn off Blood Debt all in once. Because if you play it, it's actually a good rate. It's a 3 card for 12 if everything you banished was Blood Debt, right? So in scenarios where I have to play it, like I'll only really do it if it's that good rate, right? Like if it's a 3 card hand for 12, then it's a good rate. It's actually fine to play. But it's really hard to get to that point because it's a one of, so by the time you see it, you don't really have control at that point over how many Blood Debt cards are in your graveyard. It's just kind of what's there. You're not planning around having the Soul Harvest. But yeah, I think this is the biggest miss for them. If this wasn't a legendary spec, then Levia would be so much more interesting. You'd actually throw in the junk and be a toolbox recursion deck and have like a consistent way to pivot into that game plan. But instead, we don't have that, which it's just not part of the deck. And it's, honestly, biggest miss for me. Biggest miss. I almost wonder if we did like a practice league or something where this wasn't considered a legendary spec. Like, how does the deck function differently? That'd be kind of a cool way to play. I don't know if Talishar allows that, but that's a good stream idea. I'll try that one day. We've got Bruno in the chat, also from Germany. He's the Uzuri player. He says, hello, fellow countrymen. Do you know Bruno from the Plague Hive? He was on the channel for the Uzuri deck.
No.
No? Okay. He's also in the League of Levia. He's Pentragarth. No? Okay, he's a good guy. We got a lot of good people in the chat right now. Open format would let you do that. Okay, that's actually... Ooh, that's worth trying out then, Go. Thank you. Oldhim, yes, is now LL, so unfortunately we can't get the Doomsday thing going too much. Well, how much time do you have left there, Oliver? Can we, like, try a game together, or do you have to go?
It's nearly 18. It's nearly 6 o'clock, so I think it's not enough time for a game.
Okay.
Perhaps one.
One game? Look, come on. Let's try one game. I love to see how other Levia players think about the game. Because
it never happened.
It's such like a high stress. Oh, let's play into Uzuri. This will be good. It's such a like high stress game that it's not like super easy to always talk through everything. Because everyone kind of is very in their own head about like how to manage risks and things like that. So we've got Briar. This is pretty awful. So if you needed a quick game, here we are, because this will likely be a quick game. Let's see, you've got the matchup spread already put out here. So in your Briar's sideboard, we are taking out the sinks. That's interesting, actually. I do like the sinks into Briar.
Right.
Mostly because like covering the breakpoint of like the snatch and stuff is really important, because you're not running the Skull Crushers. But
perhaps
we'll try.
Better than bit of Plasma Fed, but I would have played it this way.
Okay, let's try it how you would play it. I think the changes I would make is probably drop Howl, drop Shadow, and add the 2 sinks. Personally. But yeah, there's not much else like we can really edit around in here. You've got to run a lot of this deck or it just doesn't function. Okay, let's do it.
Yep.
And I'll shrink you a bit. Put you. Actually, you're only covering the crown. That's fine. Wait, sorry. I've got to fix some things. Then we can make the plays. Okay, there we go. Okay. We've got our turn 0 hand. We're going first, and like this is the problem I always face, right? If we were going second, then we really can't do anything. We risk playing Deadwood and like banishing our own card, right? So if we were going second, this hand is basically like Swing Claw Arsenal. So this is why going first for me feels a lot safer, because now we don't hate the fact we have no unplayable. So yeah, normally the thing I would do is clear out the non-block, give him the mulligan, because what can we do about it, and just arsenal the Dread Screamer there. But what would you do?
You would not place Rumbler to get in graveyard?
No. Well, no, because it could banish your... So it's a forced effect, right? So if it discards a 6, then you're forced to banish your own card. So you're basically playing out here with at least 2 guaranteed chances to hit a 6, or hit a Blood Debt 6, rather. And then you end up with a Blood Debt and only 1 card in graveyard, which for me is not... It's not worth it. But we can do it. Funny enough, like Vasily does do these plays. Vasily does just like play the Mark of the Beast turn 0, play the Deadwood Rumbler turn 0. I don't know why, but he's got it in his head like that's how you play Levia. So we can do it however you want. Sorry.
Yeah. If you attack first with a Rumbler, I mean with a. Okay, the Dread Screamer, you do not get 3 cards into your graveyard if you play the Rumbler into Arsenal. If you just clear out the Rumbler, I would play the Rumbler.
You would play the Rumbler? Okay, let's do it. Do you want to over pitch to potentially save something in deck? Nope, just pitch the blue. Yeah, this is a short enough game. It doesn't matter. Oh, we are lucky. We are lucky. Nice. All right, drew and discarded a non-Blood Debt. Pretty much. Wow. I mean, not best case. Best case would have been a non-6, and then it stays in graveyard, right? So not best case, but pretty good. Pretty good. Got lucky there, because if we discarded one of these, we'd be at Blood Debt 1 right now. So now we have a pretty beautiful curve. If we want, because the hand right now is telling me the Dread Screamer play is like pretty live. The issue with that is going to be we'd be at 2 Blood Debt for making that play, but leaving 2 cards in graveyard. So already that doesn't feel awful because of how we have to like race in this kind of matchup. Otherwise, the hand really just turns into blocking and swinging claw. So I think pretty early I'm committed to making the Dread Screamer play, which means we need to block with 2 cards.
Yeah.
This turn. Is that about right?
I would do it this way.
Okay. So into the Ravenous Rabble here, we can assume their turn is likely, at this point, likely to just be 1 more attack, honestly. Because if it's another Rabble, they won't play it. Scar for Scar won't be active. So I think there's only going to be 1 more attack this turn, is my read. So I would block the Rabble here. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you have no turn if you don't block, if you don't have 3 cards in graveyard, so yeah, I block it.
Yeah, okay. Because we're going to block with the Convulsions in the Boneyard this turn.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any difference on which one we block with first, honestly. Yeah. I think literally just because that showed a blue, it's not likely he dumps another Ravenous here. Yep, so he doesn't go for the Ravenous play. He makes the inefficient play with Give and Take. So that means either he throws 1 more card because it's like a snatch or something, or he just arsenals here. So kind of rough, because if we block the Give and Take, it helps him a little bit. He's going to add back the Swarming probably. But I think we have to, right? Because we have to fill the graveyard.
Yeah, I would block.
Yeah, we do have to fill the graveyard. Okay.
I feel it.
Give it to him.
Boneyard.
That's kind of interesting. I would have closed the combat chain, I think, because Ravenous Rabble is more relevant than the Swarming. Okay, we did everything correct. Everything correct so far. Read them like a book. Now we play the Dread Screamer.
Yeah.
Three card 12 is disgusting. The only sad part there is because we were forced to banish the Swing Big, we had to block with the Boneyard. If we were able to put this in Arsenal this turn, oh my god, like the game would just be set up to not win, but we'd feel very good about it. So now we're at the mercy of needing to draw a hand that's not only playable, but something that resets Arsenal as well.
And like always, do not hoping that he doesn't have the channel mount.
Oh yeah, right. We don't quite match that. It's looking like he's got something he enjoys though. Lightning Surge in Arsenal. First thing we have to do is look at the hand. This hand is pretty bad. Hand's pretty bad. We can either go for just Arsenal Graveling, take 2 Blood Debt. We otherwise have to keep 3 cards to return Graveling, and that's just a 3-card 9, which is not awful. That is technically like on rate, but it means we're blocking with a card, ending up with the graveyard only at 2 cards again with no Arsenal. So I think my first inclination is to go to just Arsenal the Graveling, and that's going to be it for the turn. What do you think?
It's defensive. Oh, 3 card 9. Yeah, 3 card, yeah.
3 card 9 isn't bad, but the problem is going to be we end up with no new Arsenal, and graveyard's at 2 again. So we're in a spot where our next 4-card hand needs to fill graveyard, turn off Blood Debt, reset Arsenal, which is asking for like a little bit too much, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay, graveyard at 2 would be fine with me, but yeah, okay, let's let's try it out. I mean, I've not such a good win rate against Briar. Let's try it. Try this. Take 2 Blood Debt.
Well, I'm up to you. Do you want to try the 3-card 9 or hold the Graveling? Up to you.
Yeah, let's hold the Graveling.
Hold the Graveling? Okay, so then that means we need to block with 3 cards, so we can go ahead and just block every time we can this turn.
Yeah.
Okay, not bad. Well, we got full value on every single block. They didn't really spike us with anything too crazy. We're up by 7. Obviously, we're about to take 2 Blood Debt, but we do have our Arsenal reset into a Blood Rush Art of War hand.
Okay.
So the good news is the Art of War alone means the Graveling and Arsenal feels pretty good. I'm pretty sure this is a hand I'm trying to just fully keep.
Yeah, let's see.
It depends a little bit on like what the Art of War draws, obviously, but it's hard to get like stuck on unplayables because you did cut the Reckless Swing. So it's likely that even if we draw some junk blue, we could just burn it just to make Blood Rush playable. Like that is possible. Oh boy. Okay, this is coming in for a huge amount though. Woo! 12 damage Coax of Commotion. That's off the back of the Earthlore Surge and a Bramble Spark. So the Bramble Spark already hit. They gained the embodiment already, so the hit effect we're looking at here is most likely... Actually, I don't think they choose any hit effect here, not gonna lie. I don't think they choose hit effect. They could choose Quicken just because that makes this free and then they swing Rosetta if this is an attack. Because we don't know what that card is. They revealed the Autumn's Touch fuse with Bramble.
Yeah, but
we just don't have too many options, right?
We have to block. Do we have to block with Husk?
I mean, the only way that we really kind of play around this would feel really bad. It'd be give up these 2, block with Husk, and then our turn is just here. I don't think we do that.
No, I would keep the hand and
Yeah.
go to 60 Matsense can. If you don't block with Sask here, then
Right.
you might not be able to block with Sask
Yeah,
at all.
that's fair. It might not get full value ever again. So just blocking the 12 is probably fine. I think, yeah, let's do this. Or blocking the 6, rather. Just to make sure it's full value, because otherwise it might only block 4 on the next turn cycle.
Yeah.
So they could also, who knows, drop a Revel. Some Briars are crazy out here. Okay, they don't do that. So yeah, it was no hit effect on Cokes, just vanilla. They already had the embodiment, so not too bad. We take the Rosetta, and then we hope that the Art of War treats us nice. Okay, so here's another difference. Vasily says anytime you have an Art of War, he will roll Scabs. Because worst case, if you roll a 1 into a 1, you can still turn off Blood Debt with the Art of War, right? I still don't do that. I think that is, I don't know why. Like, just for me with Scabs, I only roll it if it's just basically for Ghostly or Plasmafet value. And almost in no other case. Just, it's my own personal thing. But what do you do? Would you actually risk the roll here?
I wouldn't have rolled Scabs here. I would have just Art of War and tried to.
Yep, and say go again, right? For the
again, yeah.
At minimum, the Graveling play.
Yeah.
Okay, go again, banish. All right, if this can end up being a claw attack Graveling turn, I mean, obviously huge. Let's see it. We were treated pretty nicely. Pretty nicely here. Yeah, I mean, we play the Blood Rush, right? Because otherwise... No?
I would play the Blood Rush.
Because the other option we have here is to be a little pitch... to try to be pitch efficient, we could now roll Scabs. And if we do hit, then we can go Graveling, Writhing Claw, and Arsenal the Blood Rush. So if we want to make that a play option, we could roll Scabs here to be fully pitch efficient. If we don't want to try that, it's just play Blood Rush and see what we draw.
Graveling, Rising Claw, and Blood Rush next turn. This would be 7, 13, 16 damage. 16 and damage. 18, 16 and 18 next turn. I mean, 16, and he will take everything. We have to block with one card. You can. I think you can wall Scabs and try it.
Let's try it. Not a 1 into 1, please. Not a 1 into a 1, please.
Yeah,
if it doesn't hit, obviously we Blood Rush.
Yeah.
But it keeps an option open here. Come on.
And it's...
Oh my god, not like this. Oh, please, for the love of all that is holy. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, actually, okay. Well, okay. No, okay.
2.
Well, that's useless. Wasted 2 slots. Someone in the chat is asking, next stack now I already have go again. It does, but the difference in having to roll Scabs first is because if this is a Blood Rush turn, there's no reason to waste the first attack without the +2.
Yeah.
If it wasn't potentially a Blood Rush line, then it would be right to play the first attack, then roll Scabs. But because it could be a Blood Rush turn, that's the difference made there. Okay, so now we play Blood Rush. It's all we got.
Yep.
We do discard the blue. That's unfortunate. Please draw resources, please. Please. We didn't draw resources. Love it.
Yeah, that's a problem with the Blood Rush thing.
Well, that was discarding the blue. That's like worst case across the board here. Because if we discarded the red,
yeah, but that's why rolling Scabs was correct.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, because now all the turn really turns into is if we want most damage, then we just go Writhing, Graveling, Arsenal, Dread.
But you have to do it.
Yeah, it's so bad. Blood Debt is already off, so we actually want to... It doesn't matter which order we do this. Let's just do Writhing first into Graveling.
Set.
Ugh, it's so unfortunate. We lost 2 big 50-50s on that turn. Just unfortunate. If the Scabs hit, I think that line looks really good. If it discards the red, turn looks insane. Missed both.
Or
and,
if he would draw, not insane if he would have drawn a blue.
Yeah, or just drawing the blue, right? Yeah, so there's a lot that went wrong on that turn. But what can you do? What can you do? Luckily, resetting the Dread Screamer here feels... I mean, that feels decent. It's one of our better cards, right? So hopefully that's going to lead us into a good curve, but our opponent is keeping this entire hand, so we're probably about to get absolutely walked over. Let's see.
18 damage out of water would be... well, no, 17 damage would have been sweet.
Yeah, so we used an Art of War and a Blood Rush for 17 damage. That feels pretty bad. You consider that in a singular use case, Blood Rush alone probably deals 18. That was a really rough turn. Okay, and now in looking at the hand, we can try to get really greedy. Block with the Ghostly Visit, hit it off the Dread Screamer, and then boom, 2-card 10. Otherwise, we've got the Dread Screamer off blue, keep a blue, roll Scabs for 12 damage 3 is the other option. Play super greedy, Dread Screamer, keep the blues and the Swing Big to try to do a 3-card, what is that, 9, 17. I think no matter what, the play is a little bit greedy somewhere.
Scabs. Oh, God.
Yeah. And this is all without gamblers, right? So the safest play is just block with... Pretty much, the safest play is block with like Swing Big, a blue, and then make our turn Dread Screamer into Ghostly. The greedy play is to just go ahead, block with the Ghostly anyway, and then pretend that we hit it off Dread Screamer, which would be nice. The greedier plays involve keeping the blues and rolling Scabs after.
I mean, we have to be greedy. He's on. Let's assume we hit 2 action points with the Scabs. We have to get lucky.
Yep. And so at least we'll throw Dread Screamer first, so it's not like we won't turn off Blood Debt on the turn. 18.
Yeah, we can only come for 18. That's about. I mean, it's a bit unreasonable to block with Ghostly, isn't it? We can block with the Scabs, so we'll just with the Scabs and be fine with it, or just pass because he will attack with.
This might not necessarily be another attack. It could just be Tunic Rosetta here, Arsenal something.
Yeah, I would say Tunic Rosetta I wouldn't block.
Yeah, so
it's not on hit anyway, so.
You're saying don't block with anything? You think how you'd play it?
Yeah, I mean, we were unlucky 2 times, so now we get the action point.
Now we'll get the action point, right? So if we get the action point, then the turn is pretty easily Dread Screamer into like Claw Swing Big, Arsenal Ghostly. So if that's the case, though, why even keep the Ghostly? Wouldn't you rather this in Graveyard? Or this is the unlucky line.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. You can also claws. So we have 3, 6, Claw, 4, 14, 10, 18. Doesn't he have to block with 1 card more if we don't we force him to block with 2 cards if we play? Yeah, you can also block with the Ghostly.
Yeah, so the other consideration with the Ghostly block is we'd be 1 like life point inefficient if we hold it for potentially 1 more attack. If it is like a snatch though, then we do really want to have held the Ghostly for the block 7. So if it's just Rosetta, we waste 1 life, but it's 1 life to play around, 1 more hit effect. So I think we say no blocks on this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to 11. Whew! Game is so fast. Now what is it? Tunic Rosetta. Okay, so we're 1 damage inefficient here. All right, I feel the Scabs hit. Come on, it's gonna happen.
But now you could have blocked with the Scabs, isn't it? And then Arsenal the Ghostly.
Arsenal the Ghostly for the crown.
Yeah.
Next turn.
But, no.
Oh, that's fair. That is true. That is true. Yeah, block with the scabs now because the turn's probably only going to last one longer because of the channel mount.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And we are dead if we don't hit the scabs so we can scabs immediately. So that he can only block with the yeah, I mean he only. It would be better if he blocks with the arms only once.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, we're dead anyway if scabs doesn't hit. You are correct.
Yeah.
You are correct. So we do have to roll scabs now to deny one more life on this turn, because if it hits, we are looking at 17 damage presented. That's going to demand a card from hand and one equipment block to not die. I think we still die is the sad part. It's not enough damage. They have channel plus they're going to have 4 cards plus snaps up.
Yeah.
But let's do it. All right, we did get it. Oh, and we hit Gamblers. This round's on me, Blood Rush. All right, game's over anyway. Woo!
What's that?
Gamblers,
reason,
this round's Blood Rush. All right, game is over anyway.
Yeah, another reason not to block with Ghost to Visit.
Yeah, well, the 3 misses were already there.
But wouldn't he have to... okay, if we... No, yeah.
No go again on this. We're about to take 4 to ourselves. This is lovely.
Yeah.
Yeah, just over. Man, that is unlucky for scabs into the wrong discard, into the wrong draw, into the whiff there. So in 5 turns, we had 4 instances of like worst possible case. Pretty bad. Pretty bad, Levia. I guess the deck said you were lucky enough discarding Swing Big turn 0 that you get no other good plays the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah, but okay.
See, this is where they get super greedy. We draw Reckless Swing and win. But no Reckless Swing in the list.
But okay, yeah, but I think it was also really. I mean, this is the last. Is this their last turn? So it was just not correct to not block with the scabs. I mean,
no
wasting.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
that is true. Having the 1 extra card here means we can crown to try to survive, but I don't think it's super relevant. The whole thing fell apart. Everything fell apart. So yeah, game just decided we lost anyway. But see, this is what I mean. Like, no one, like, what is this? Why would you go to 1 and risk dying to Reckless? What is the point? Just block with a card so that you don't die to Reckless. But I'm telling you, everyone plays so greedy. Everyone just goes to 1, and then you can kill him with Reckless. The cheese is there, but not possible for this. Yeah, well, we can just take it because we die. So.
Yeah. We have to keep 3 cards. We can block with Scar for Scar. Yeah. Now we have to keep 2 cards.
We have to hope. We have to hope somehow that they just forget to attack with anything else this turn. Block with Crown, Scabs, cycle the Scar into something that turns off Blood Debt, or we kill ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, we have to keep. Is this Relic Grave and Growl?
Wait,
yeah,
somehow,
I think.
Yeah, I mean, we die anyway. Literally, as long as they can make a Grasp and Rosetta, the game is over. But
yeah.
At least, hey, this hand turns off Blood Debt though. There we go.
Oh. And it would kill him.
It would. It would. But they have snaps up, 3-card hand. Yeah, pretty gross. So the difference there, if we'd blocked with Scabs earlier, would have meant that we don't have the clean block on the Snatch. Funny enough, we'd have to give 1 more card in hand. Okay, yeah, we're always super dead.
But we would have gained a card. So.
Yeah, but it would have been just left up to chance on whether or not we could ever turn off Blood Debt, because we'd have to give 3 up front.
Yeah, but it's sadly.
Yeah.
Easy.
Well, they have snaps anyway for Grasp. Yeah. So this is when I get so annoyed because people say GG. And I get it. that's what you do. But this was not a good game. I'm sorry. It actually was not a good game. Like every low roll possible. And your opponent's, oh, GG, yeah, Levia is so cool. That's what they always say. It's just like, dude, just let me have one game where I can complain, all right? Oh, God. Anyway,
Yeah.
tough
Yeah, okay,
game, tough game.
yeah, we were
Four
unlucky.
awful rolls in a row. 4 awful spots in a row.
And there's a channel mount if you want to complain some more.
Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, well, that's fair. I mean, their deck did what it was supposed to. Their deck was totally fine. It did what it's supposed to. Our deck did not do what it was supposed to 4 times in a row. Yikes.
Yeah.
Yikes.
One.
It was someone in chat says it was a good game. Well, it depends how you quantify a good game is the problem. Like, from the Levia player's perspective, all agency was taken away like 4 points in a row, right? So I don't think you should pretend that it really was a good game from like your perspective when you had 4 opportunities where the game just like took things away from you, took agency away from you, and basically forced the loss. So that's when I like can't in good faith call it a good game. Like, it was an interesting game. It was cool to see all the lines play out and try to do the correct thing every time. But like Levia has this problem where she is a card game, like more than any other deck in the game. She's just a card game when everyone else can play like really, really fair, like to the way that Flesh and Blood is intended. So, it's rough, man. It's rough. I don't know if I can do 6 hours of Levia. It's gonna be tough.
But you see this the turn where we had the Blood Rush and the Art of War. I feel that it's we played it correctly to wall the caps and get punished, but it's because the Blood Rushes can just whiff. It's always correct to wall the caps when you still have the Gambler's Clause and you would present 17 damage with a Blood Rush in Arsenal.
No, absolutely. That would have been quite the turn, because knowing if that play worked out, knowing the next hand was actually Dread Screamer, Hungering, Wrecker Romp, and I forget the last card. Maybe that would have been the Scar for Scar. But knowing that would have been the next hand, big deal. Big deal if we were able to keep the Blood Rush there. It's kind of the sequence you need. You need Art of War to spike a turn that hard. Didn't work. Oh, someone says, "Man-Sant, come please." Oh, God. What is this going to be? What miserable matchup is this going to be? Let's find out. But thank you, Oliver. I know you said you had to go. But it was cool. It was cool to hang out and get your tournament report. So I'll send me your message or your address, and I'll send you a full art Blasphemfett in the mail. How about that?
Cool. Yeah, okay. I'll do it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, then see you perhaps sometimes. If Worlds is not in Germany, then you'll come.
Oh, I mean, I'll be there no matter what, and we'll hang out. But thank you, man, for joining. I'll try to do Levia proud in the rest of the stream here, but no promises. My God, I'm already tilted off the edge of the planet. So, Oliver, we'll see you, man. Thanks for sticking around.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I hate this deck. Levia is such a ruthless master. She gives you... You have to play incredibly tight, for one. You can't ever just kick back and just like autopilot a Levia game, because you'll just instantly lose. And then even when you try to play it the right way, the deck can just say no. Oh, Levia. Levia. We'll lock it in. We'll keep going. Playing Brute is just like playing a dice game. I mean, that's a really unfair way to sum up how Brute can play. I mean, or rather, how Brute plays across the board. It can play that way. It can. But for the most part, especially in the right matchups, you actually are never really put in a position where like Levia feels like it's a random deck. It's just in the aggro matchups, you have pretty much no room to play a fair game. You have to try to be spiky. because opponents' decks are naturally spiky without taking any risk. So for Levia to match that, you've got to try. The problem is when you try those lines, it does come at the problem of normally dice or like strange 50-50 scenarios. And that's why she just kind of sucks. Okay, let's get over it. Let's get over it. This round's on me. It's actually a pretty good first draw here. To turn off the weapons coming out of the Uzuri player. I don't think I want to pitch the Deadwood yet, though. This could actually end up working out really well. Okay, let's do it. And it hit! Okay, good start. Good start, Levia. You're actually doing things this game, girl. Whew! Good games, girl. Good games. We have the Dread Screamer in Arsenal, so the first line that looks really good is actually pulling the Ghostly for the 2-card 10. Graveyard is going to be pretty full, though, so it's hard to keep that loop up. Pulling out the Deep-Rooted means we can't really be screwed with a no-block draw later into this matchup, which is actually a pretty big deal. I think that probably comes up more than anything, just drawing the trashy no-block. I don't know in this matchup, actually, which feels better to pull. I think Howl's the safer play, but the cost curve is the least likely to line up. Let's do the Howl anyway, though. It's the least synergy when drawn later. And blocking 2 against Uzuri is going to feel pretty bad, I think. At least drawing the Deep-Rooted, it's Art of War synergy, it's discard synergy. Deary saves 1 HP. That's never something you consider with Shadow Blazophet on turn 0. If Shadow Blazophet is working on turn 0, that's a massive win across the board. You don't care about the 1 HP at all. Not the right resources to really make good use of this hand. This hand is really just a swing big. Block with everything else. Wow, they went for E-Strike Go again under this round's on me. So 2-card 4. Really bad value out of them, considering we're about to get a 2-card 8. It really depends this next attack. If it's like a CNC, I'm going to be punished a lot for not blocking here, or rather for blocking here, so I think we do need to play around that possibility. Isolate. Okay, well now we don't hate it anyway. We're likely blocking 3 from whatever the swap is. Even if it's a CNC, we can just reset Arsenal with the Endless Maw then, so this should feel pretty good. And it's a shakedown instead. They'll take the swing big. We still return the Dread Screamer then. Arsenal Endless. Not the biggest deal. Ugh. Looks like a blue Uzuri. Oh, because they had already more blues than kind of the more redline build. Makes sense. Arsenal Endless. Alright, well now we've got a really easy cost curve of either playing the Howl first, because we've got these extra yellows that honestly are worth more playing as Howl food. We can reset the red Unworldly in Arsenal, so we're free to block with really just 1 card this turn. Ideally, could block with 2 cards this turn. We're never blocking the Ravenous as part of that, though. So we can take that. Now it's a CNC. Oh my god. Alright, so now we, instead of playing Howl, just block 6, and we feel pretty good about that. Glad we kept our flexibility open. 2-card 9. Banish only as the Howl in it. Graveyard's going to look pretty healthy, and we Arsenal a red Unworldly. Ugh. Pretty decent opening so far. It's just good value plays. Nothing spiky. Nothing spiky. Now this looks really good, though, because we just drew into the Endless Maw turn. Back to back. With another yellow. So we're either looking at blocking 6, which, because of the Spider's Bite, only blocks 4. Or just not blocking at all, letting this be a CNC, maybe, and pulling the Unworldly. If it's not and they call red, they'll probably pull the Endless Maw, and then we can just make this our 3-card play. So I don't think we get too punished by pretty much any on-hit here. Death Touch is really negligible. So if that's the case, if we want to just maximize our hand, we can use this for Howl, Unworldly into Swing Big, Arsenal Endless Maw, and just ignore this Death Touch. Which feels pretty good. I mean, blocking is worse here because of Spider's Bite anyway. Yeah, should be fine. Should be fine. This is an above rate turn, just by a tad. Just by a tad. Rhinar isn't quite as bad, but I had a pretty rough game at an armory last week. 3 scab 1s in a row, and 2 non-6 pulpings with a 6 in hand with 9 non-6. Yikes. Yeah, that's quite rough. Don't we brute players know that feeling across the board? Just the oof feels bad moments that no one else quite has to deal with. So this is where Howl's really good, because now we're in a position where even if they full block, we're going to be able to put the Howl in graveyard and have more agency over what we banish. Right, we can force it to always turn off Blood Debt in this scenario, even if they full block here, which is something that most players will at some point try to do against Levia, where they say, oh, you know, if I full block, then your graveyard gets screwed. Like, well, that's what Howl plays around, without the need to force Scab Skins. So definitely liking the Howl over having gone for the Ghostly or the Deep Rooted. Definitely like that play so far. Wow, they just took the 15. That's kind of nuts, because a 5-card Uzuri hand normally doesn't deal that much damage. Like, it's disruptive, but like, this is bad rate. This is a bad rate into a Levia that is across the board good rates. You spent 2 cards to deal 5 damage, right? 2 cards for 5 damage. Whereas I spent 4 cards for 15 damage. It's pretty good. Okay, so thinking of blocks on this turn, we have the really easy, almost forced Endless Maw turn here. We really want to put the Boneyard Marauder in Arsenal. And that means we end up blocking with the Dread Screamer, which means we can't use the Graveling for Howl, because that would put us at 3 misses in graveyard with the Unworldly, the Dread, and the Howl. So we pretty much are forced to block with these 2. We're blocking with 6 this turn into a hand they really wanted to keep, and we have Husk on the table as a potential block as well. Why did they keep 3? Is it really... You know, 1 card was to force the Enlightened Strike. Next card could just be for one of these, I guess, and then swap in. Or it's a swap in with a Shred. So in terms of opportunities to block, we're going to have likely block 6, unless it's an Isolate. And then this guy. So I think we're going to use the Husk on the next attack. So we do have room here to actually block then. The next attack really demands our Husk, which makes this a little weird in terms of what we do with the Graveling. We might just block Husk plus Graveling on the next attack. That sounds awful, but... Oh, actually, what am I saying? What am I saying? I think we block with Graveling then, because this can pay into Howl. Yeah. This pays into Howl. Duh. It doesn't need to be a yellow. Okay, let's do this. Husk the next attack. Or if it looks like a Shred, then we overblock. But we don't even need to overblock, actually, because if it is like Shred CNC, they take the Endless Maw, we have our 2-card 9 play, because we can Howl Boneyard. Yes, I think all we do is block with Husk. This should feel pretty okay. Yeah, it's either a Shred, or they just want a new Arsenal. Yeah, actually, this doesn't matter either. They can pull any card here, and we're fine. And they banish the Sink Below. Feels pretty good. Because we have the double blue, so it really doesn't matter what they take. They probably take the Boneyard. Not a huge deal. we're just gonna dump the Dread Screamer in Arsenal. Yep. Actually, I do wonder, funny enough, maybe I should have used the Dread Screamer for the Howl now? I don't know about that, because now we are in the spot where they can just full block. We get a little punished for our graveyard being at 1, but we'll see. They do let us fill the graveyard. Okay. So they're letting us fill the graveyard, which is actually really relevant for how this Ghostly Visit needs to work. So we block with the Ghostly here. I think that's all we do. This lets us play the Howl into Dread Screamer Ghostly Visit and reset Arsenal. If they take the Dread Screamer from our Arsenal with a CNC or something, then our turn is just hungering new Arsenal. Not a big deal. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We don't care, once again, if it's a Shakedown, which there's only one more of. We don't really care if it's a CNC. Death Touch like really doesn't matter. So yeah, let's just do that. Okay, they let us get away with it. Alright, so the real correct play is to try to roll for Scabskins here, because we want to leave the Hungering in graveyard, not the Dread Screamer. So we do have to make that play. We talk about hating Scabs, but it is correct here. We have both lines open. Nope. So now it does get a little bit more feels bad, because we won't have a 6 in graveyard at the end of this. But there are ways around that. We haven't seen an Art of War yet. We haven't seen a Blood Rush yet. Those fill the graveyard. It would be a nice time to draw Blood Rush. Tell you what, our opponent looks like they're slowing down this turn. They take that. Okay, so actually they're giving us an option once again to fill the graveyard with a 6. So I do appreciate this, because we'd love to do that. Oh, baby. Please say draw a card. Okay, otherwise that turn was really not worth it. Now we have a fantastic turn on the table. Our opponent is like letting us play Levia the way she's intended. This is nuts. I don't think you should attack there. That should have been a full blockout turn, because we were looking like we were in some dire straits, tell you what. We even could have done the thing where we block with the Graveling as well, just so that we have a 2-card 10. I think difference being there is more so where the life totals are at. I think throwing the extra 3 damage is more relevant, just because of where life is, than just playing the value game of a 2-card 10. Lethal Blood Debt. Now Levia is activated. Actually, really not anymore. Our opponent threw it. They had 2 turns where they could have stumped us on the graveyard, but now we have full control over the graveyard, because we're about to leave 2 6s in it, plus having a Ghostly and a Howl. So if I die to Blood Debt from here on out, I think I'll never play the hero again, because that's definitely like not what should happen. So hold me to that, please. Like, the windows where our opponent could have made Blood Debt screw us are gone. We should just never be in a pickle again. Should be. I say that, but watch. Things are going to explode. Once again, our opponent does not play around Reckless Swing. Like, as if it could be Reckless Swing, which it can't be, because it's not on the list. Okay. Hand is really awkward. Really awkward stuff here. It's kind of a gamble on the sink. Obviously, we're looking for a blue. A blue would be ideal. If we're able to just sink into a blue here, play the Unworldly Swing big turn. Would be insane. A blue also could unlock if we have to block more. The Scabskins play for the Ghostly. I think no matter what, we don't block the spiders though, because we have the Sink Blue, at least. Now it's a bit more interesting, because a CNC here means the Sink Below gets no value. So I almost think we want to Crown then instead. Crown the Hungering away. If we pull the blue on it, then this actually lets us play the Howl as well, and Arsenal the Sink. So, kind of interested in doing this. The only issue with it is they can black deck here, and it lets them, I guess, play 2 more cards out, which is pretty good value for them. We're just in a weird spot with this hand, so I think it's fine. We're not going to die from whatever this 2-card hand is. And we drew the blue. Okay, we feel really good now. We feel really good now. So they go for the Uzuri swap now, which I think means we just Sink Below then, and like don't sweat it. I'm not sure what gets around that. The problem would be if that's like a Shred here and a Shakedown. They call red. They pull the Unworldly Bellow. The hand still turns off Blood Debt with Convulsions Deep-Rooted, and we can pitch this into the Ghostly. It feels awful, but it's at least there. I think... Yeah, they do have Nerve Scalpel, though, right? I can't see. What? No, that's a Spider's Bite. So they don't have Nerve Scalpel, so Flick Knives doesn't do anything. I think we just do Sink now, then, and just call it that's not a Shred. No reason to Sink anything, though. I think we're fine on this hand. No Sink. So, see this from the 2 6s we had here? This is why I said we have complete control over the graveyard. We're going to fill it with 2 nons. Doesn't matter. Okay, they're Flick Knivesing, but yeah, it shouldn't matter. They don't have Nerve Scalpel. It's a Death Touch. Okay, wow. So, we were really in the clear that turn. Really in the clear. Yep, so now we do this. Actually didn't banish 2 of the nons, so I don't think we really want to play the Howl then, funny enough. Because Howl puts us at the extra misses in the yard. So instead of playing the Howl, the better line is for the... It's not the same 3 damage because of the frailty, I guess. Arseling Deep-Rooted just feels pretty bad, but I think we end up doing it. Can they survive, though, if we just pump it? Because it would be 15 damage. They've got 12, 13, 14. So they do survive. I don't think there's any reason to risk it then. We could also roll for the Ghostly instead. Probably a bit better. But then the same deal, it puts us at 3 misses in the graveyard. Yeah, so I just don't think we're going to do it. No reason. It's not lethal, they have this here. This is 12, 13, 14. And we'd be coming in for 15. So it's not lethal. Not to mention whatever this is. Which could be a D-React. There's no reason to throw the game. Like, there's just no reason. Yeah, so they had a D-React in hand anyway. So committing these, they were very fine. No reason to throw the game. Now they get a Death Touch or what? Kind of an awkward spot because we can't really block 6 with the Graveling this round because that risks losing to Blood Debt. So we're basically taking the Death Touch hit, which doesn't feel too good. I guess the upside of that is we get to roll Scabs, and if we hit, then we just play Boneyard into Howl Deep-Rooted, and that should pretty much end the game. If the Scabs doesn't hit, though, then this feels like miserable. We are so card inefficient. So card inefficient. Scabs will hit though, right? It'll hit. We're only taking 1 in this case, which is then 3, which is 7, which is... Yeah, definitely gives us 1 more use of scabs. If we don't block with scabs, we're taking 5 total, puts us at 5. Scabs might not get 2 more uses then. So yeah, we should block with scabs here as well. Just a little buffer. I mean, I assume they pick Blood Rot. They probably should. If they're really scared of Blood Rush, then I guess they say Frailty, but I think they just die to a Blood Rush anyway. At least if they say Blood Rot, then the extra blue goes to pay for that, and we don't look so dumb. Okay, nice. Alright, now to 1 and 2 1, please, game. Nice. Nice. That's the good stuff there. That's the good stuff. Let's go. Now we have all the room in the world. Alright, see, this is a pretty good Levia game. We took 1 risk. We took 1 risk. 1 risk. And we had the safety net in Gambler's Gloves. Otherwise, we took 0 risks. Everyone in chat saying, oh, block with this, you know, block with that. We took literally, play a howl. We took 0 risks. 0. And you see how you can win the game? You see? We didn't even see a Blood Rush this game. Like, this wasn't even a high roll game. We saw no Blood Rush. So the reason to... Oh, actually, no. The Howl isn't more damage. We should not play the Howl. It's too late. It should have been the Ghostly Visit. They fill the graveyard the same. Ah, it's fine. It's too late anyway. Graveyard's in a fine spot. The Ghostly was 1 more damage, because we had the action point for it. Forgot about that. We rolled a 6. I don't have to quit Levia now. Yay. Yeah, so look at that. 1 more damage actually would have won the game. So if we lose, it is... Yeah, it's my fault. I forgot we had 1 more action point. But we shouldn't, unless this hand doesn't turn off Blood Debt. This hand turns off Blood Debt. Okay, nice. Yeah, so we can force the Blood Rush here because we are guaranteed to be able to turn off Blood Debt with the other card in hand. Well, I guess not guaranteed, because to be fair, that would put us at 3 misses. So if we want to play super safe again, then we just Endless Maw, Arsenal the Blood Rush. That's the boring play, but it is the very safe play. And if we're in the market for playing safe, that's what we should do, because they'll need to block with 3 cards on the Endless Maw, then their turn is just 2 cards, which is very manageable for us. So... It's boring, but it is correct. It's boring, but it is correct. I'm not rolling scabs there. Because the problem with scabs there is... well, actually, is there even a problem? Maybe scabs is right, because it'd be the ghostly. Yeah, it would have been the ghostly throw. So scabs is fine there. Scabs is fine. CNC, okay. We win off the Writhing anyway, because we've controlled our graveyard really well this game. So we don't even need to play the Blood Rush. We should just win here. And look at that. A very fair Levia game. A very fair, well-played Levia game. We didn't spike nothing. It's turn 11. We played no Blood Rushes, no Artivores. We just played a value game with the recursion pieces. And look how cool and enjoyable that was. What a great game. Playing mid-range. So fun stuff. Yeah. Let's... I didn't even use the 6. It was just looking for 2 action points. And we didn't even need the 2 action points, because we were card efficient on that hand no matter what. Because we could have gone Howl, Boneyard, pay Blood Rot into the whatchamacallit? Yeah, pay the blue into the Blood Rot. So... It was card efficient no matter what. It's not like we held cards hoping for a scabs hit. Your opponent didn't block at the beginning? Oh yeah, but that's nothing on me. I'm just saying we took no risks. Oh, we opened Shadow again. Okay. Never mind, we're high rolling. We're high rolling. Nice. Into the swing big. That is good stuff. Or we really liked playing the Howl last game, so I think we'll just do that again. I hate rolling, so I'm not trying to unlock that game plan too quickly with the Ghostly Visit. Drawing the Deep-Rooted when we did was awkward, but it turns into a yellow at any... It turns into a Howl at any point when you draw it, basically. So yeah, it should be the Howl again. Well played. I'm going to go to bed. Have a wonderful day, night. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Good night. Hope you sleep well. Yes, to be fair, this game was helped by Shadow Blazvet turn 0. Can I have no, like, nice things? Is everyone just going to complain that it wasn't a good Levia game? Like, what the hell? Levia can do some things like normal, you know? Not everything has to be considered, like, spiky. This is pretty spiky, though. We drew really well here. These early hands are very good. They were very good last game, too. Oh my god. Wow, I'm loving what my opponent is giving me here. I mean, we literally just take this damage and return an amazing hand. Yeah, I mean, I'll take the vanilla damage all day. Look at these cost curves, baby. Look at these cost curves. So they dealt 9 damage on 3 in Arsenal, which is just on rate. I mean, that's just like normal flesh and blood stuff. And now we're going to flip back with a 4-card 15 with a Howl loop in play. So we got like, what, 3.8 value per card, which is way higher than normal. And we're in our loop already with a Dread Screamer in Arsenal. Insane, dude. 3-card 9 is limited rates. Hey, it's how Michael Hamilton values CC play. Michael Hamilton's the one that says 3 is base, 4 is good. Okay? What's up, though, Punkage? Good to see you. Man, I'll tell you what. Levia does not draw the numbers that... what did we play yesterday? Briar did? I mean, come on. Who cares about Briar, dude? And we were getting like over 100 viewers. No one cares about Levia. It's tough. It's tough out here. Alright, this is pretty good. We get to Howl Loop. Actually, speaking of this... Maybe that's a bit too premature. Instead, if we just roll Scabs on this hand... I know, it's rolling Scabs. But if we roll Scabs on this hand, then we get to keep the Dread Screamer and Howl playable, and leave the Hungering in Arsenal. Or leave the Hungering in Graveyard. So that's a... If Scabs hits, that's a 4-card 10. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But it lets us play out the Ghostly, right? Which is kind of the idea here. Not playing out the Ghostly is bad. The only other way to play out the Ghostly would be fill the graveyard now with the Howl, then pitch into Dread, then pitch into Ghostly Visit. So at that point, it is a 5-card 13. Pretty bad, but it gets the Ghostly where it needs to be, leaves us with no arsenal. It would be the issue. Yeah, I do think it's just really relevant for us to get the Ghostly out, and I think the slightly better way to do it is by rolling Scabs, so let's go. Okay, and we hit. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wait, actually, hold up. Let me rethink this. So we hit on Scabs. Now we could go Ghostly, pitch yellow, into Dread Screamer, Ghostly again. Okay, that is so much better. Jesus Christ. That's nuts. That's nuts. And we Arsenal sync. Okay, we're good. We're cooking. We're cooking this game. Has Briar left yet? Actually, I don't know, man. I'm on stream. I can't check everything. You gotta tell me, Hamish. What's up, by the way? Did they post the article or what? Because I heard on Twitter that Briar is supposedly at 1,002. So there's a little room for error if people were wrong. Now, I can't confirm nor deny. That's just what Twitter was saying. Discord was saying 998. Okay, yeah, that turn really worked out. That was a 4-card 14. Much better. Much better. And we're leaving the graveyard at 2. Should be good. Arsenal Sink Below. Really good stuff here. My opponent, trying to keep large hands, is probably never right into this matchup. Like, your rate is not better than Levia, right? It's just not. Uzuri cannot beat Levia's rate. She's a very fair deck when it comes to damage. She's an unfair deck when it comes to disruption. That's the mark of good design, honestly. Probably can't say Levia one trick while trying to leverage a career in streaming. That is so unfortunately true, Morgan. That's the reality. Unless she's broken in Dusk Till Dawn. Hear me out. Imagine she goes nuts in Dusk Till Dawn, and people absolutely can't get enough. Which I doubt. I think everyone's going to care about Vincent, so I'm going to have to become a Runeblade player. Ugh. I mean, I played Briar yesterday. It was actually pretty fun. Yeah, as the Uzuri, you're playing for 2-card hands in this matchup. 100%. Like, this, not good. This is not a good enough rate. Like, it feels good into other matches. You're like, yeah, 3.5, good stuff. Into Levia, I laugh. Speaking of laughing, the ideal for this turn is just playing out the Endless Maw. We don't need to Howl Loop, but we can obviously keep that in mind because we'd be trading a card for 3 value anywhere. It's not really like helping the pitch curve necessarily, so let's not plan to Howl. Let's plan to keep this, which means I do want to reset Arsenal with the Hungering just to be safe on like a Blood Rush play, so we can block 7 pretty easily, which is not going to be on this attack, my friend, so we'll take 7 here. They're really going hard at the Rabbles too. So a 2-card hand remaining. I guess we're pretty flexible though, because if this last attack only demands getting covered up by Sync, like let's say it's a Leave No Witness Arsenal or something, then we don't hate just, blocking that there, turning this hand into the Howl. So we have flexibility. I don't think we block the Ravenous again, even though we did want to block with 2 cards. Now they Orbitoclast. Well, this is looking a lot worse, because if this is all their turn is, then we really mismanaged our life. Okay, it's not. Yes, please attack with one more thing. Oh my god. Their turn was literally attacks into weapons? Who does that? Madman. Absolute madman. Well, now this feels pretty bad. So let's keep ourselves open then for the Howl Ghostly play to try to return as much damage as we can, since these blocks ended up being really weird, which means we want to keep this and we can throw this on the block. If this is a 0 for 4 at the end though, the Sync still covers it. Yeah, so I think it looks really weird, but like I don't want to miss the chance on some graveyard fill. Is that right, though? Because if we do that, then I'm not guaranteeing the Ghostly gets banished, because I'm going to Howl first. I guess I don't have to Howl first. If it hits, then I would Endless Maw first, and then Ghostly Howl. So yeah, I can block here. It's fine. I wasted 2 life. This looks bad. Okay. Yeah, we're gaming. We're gaming. We are absolute gamers this game. See, this is the problem though. I hate rolling scabs, but when you have Ghostly Visit, you should be rolling scabs. Ghostly Visit just screams roll me. Screams roll me. It is too good. Jesus Christ. And that is like the most unfair thing Levia does. More than anything, it's just getting free Ghostlies. Okay, we are going to be at 6 Blood Debt, actually. We're going to be at 6 Blood Debt. We're going to be at 6 Blood Debt just by banishing these exact 3, so we'll get the Doomsday out. That's pretty relevant. If that's the case, then, we can get there by just Dread Screamer. That doesn't feel great, though, because then we're out of 6s in the graveyard. And that's really the only way to do it, though. If they pivot and kill Blasmafet, we're really going to be stuck, but it's only 6 blood debt and we're at 20? And I don't want to block with these guys, because then that means Blasmafet doesn't quite work. So maybe we give up on Blasmafet then. Maybe we give up on Blasmafet, we just block here. Unworldly into Hungering by blocking here as well. That would put us at 6. 3 card 10 at that point though. Missing out on Doomsday this game. I don't think that's what I want to do. I think the problem is I'm going to miss on Blood if I block with anything. Yeah, we get the clean graveyard reset if we play for the unworldly play. So I think we'll just do that. We get the full graveyard reset, and we're playing into recursion, so it's fine. They're going to Uzuri swap, and we'll just sync. What did we leave in the graveyard? Okay, yeah. Kind of a scary situation is the only problem here, but once again, we haven't played a Blood Rush or an Art of War, so we don't hate leaving our graveyard at 1 if we draw into one of those cards. We would ideally leave the graveyard at 2, just not quite what happened in that last turn. Not quite what happened. We can force a graveyard fill with Gamblers, which we never want to do, but it is there. Someone should run the numbers on if rolling for Ghostly is mathematically worth it. You know, for a Claw, it isn't worth it. So the difference is in Levia versus Rhinar. In Levia, you are not keeping a card for Ghostly Visit. You just have Ghostly Visit in your Banish Zone. So whenever you have 1 floating, you should just be rolling for Ghostly Visit. You never craft your turn around, oh, I'm going to keep a card so I can play Ghostly Visit. That's stupid. It is absolutely wrong. But because it's there, if you have 1 floating, which fits a lot of your cost curves, then getting 4 damage for free is kind of nuts. Like, you never plan that you roll a 1 into a 1. I mean, if you plan for 1 into 1 every time as a brute player, you'll never win any game. You do have to roll scabs at times. Just for Levia, it really comes up with Ghostly. And almost at no other point. Almost at no other point. Now we've got an interesting spot because we've got the 2 card 10 in play. By blocking with 2 cards, we can then play Dread Screamer into the Ghostly. I guess we have the same deal if we want to keep this to play into the Howl. So we only need to block with 1 card this turn to feel pretty good. They're definitely going to attack with 1 more thing. So I think we let this hit. Well, now I'm less sure that they attack with 1 more thing. Ugh, this is so weird. Why do you have to do this, opponent? So I think I have to give them the card now. Because if they don't attack with this, I'm absolutely screwed. If they do attack with this, I probably don't care what it is and can husk it, worst case. You're saying it could be Codex Shakedown. Yeah, if it's a Codex, that actually hurts quite a bit. Oof. Sorry, thinking. Alright. Yeah, if it is Codex, should I really care about playing around that, though? If it's a Codex, they haven't played a Codex. They're gonna force me to bring back the Hungering Slaughter Beast. I'm gonna discard the Writhing. I'm going to then block with, like, Convulsions and these guys to fill the graveyard and get my 2 card 10 off. Man, that's like a very different game plan if I have to play around the Codex. I think no matter what, it's not the worst if I block here anyway, because if it is Codex, I can just carry and husk it. And I would rather the Hungering Slaughter Beast in Arsenal than this guy anyway. Oh, but the difference now is I'm going to be forced to discard. This goes here. So with these guys in hand, I can't actually make the ghostly play because I'll only have the one in graveyard is the issue. I think I'm a little too screwed by both lines. If I don't block, it's the worst scenario anyway, which is I'm at 1 card in graveyard. If I do block and it's Codex, it's actually like the exact same scenario. So I think both routes really hurt. I'm going to have to block with Crown on the Codex just for the graveyard fill, is basically what's about to happen, which feels pretty bad. There it is. Let's get this guy back. We've got to now discard. Luckily, we have the 1 more 6 anyway. Yeah, so what really sucks here is we have to block with Crown because we need the graveyard fill. But we'll be in a really good turn. We'll be in a really good spot after that because the graveyard fill is going to push us to a 2-card 10, where we'll have control again because it'll be Dread Screamer and Ghostly. So kind of sucks, but there's no... It sucks, but it's not like game ending. This is actually fine. It's actually fine. Yeah, so now we just do this. We get our 2-card 10 going. We have our Howl still for 2 cards in graveyard, no matter what our opponent does. We just wasted 2 life, basically. Because we could have used that to block on, like, the Spider's Bite or something, I guess. I think we're still fine. We are going to be okay. We have not seen our power cards yet. Our loop is there. High hopes for Levia cards and Dusk Till Dawn. Honestly, not really. From what I've heard, she is in like the for fun category, where the game devs are balancing her around having fun, which is not the biggest deal. Like, it's cool that some heroes are going to be like that. But for me personally, it hurts because I don't play Levia for fun. I have almost no joy playing this hero. You're just living under mountains of stress, but the wins feel very rewarding. I don't call that fun though. That's not fun. It's a different type of reward that I don't find in any other hero though. Yeah, so now we just don't care what this is. If it's a CNC, who cares? Our hand's pretty nuts. If it's a shakedown, like, still doesn't super matter. It's a death touch. Like, we really don't care about that one. He flicks if you don't overblock, though. What does flicking do, though? Flicking doesn't work on... I don't know what you mean with the flick knives, actually. I'm not sure what interaction you're talking about. Oh, to activate Shakedown. Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously. Yeah, no, he obviously activates, like, either the Black Tech or the flick knives. I'm assuming Shakedown's always active there. It's not a vanilla 6, like, at pretty much any point. Okay. We've got pretty good options here. I mean, this pays for the Endless, and it's active. And then this pays for the Deep-Rooted. I'd say that's pretty good. We could get greedy and roll for the Ghostly as well, because technically we'll have 1 floating, so we'll get there. I think we definitely do it. Once again, because we should. It is just good value. Yeah, learning Levia is really good fab practice. Like, I think playing Levia for so long, I don't know if it truly translates, because it's not like I've had insane success on any other hero. I mean, I have success on other heroes, but nothing like insane. Oh my god. Yes, please. Well, we're 3 for 3 on Scab Skins hits, so this game is above average. I would expect 2 and 1 or 1 and 2. And really, it's a difference of 4 damage every time. Every time we've rolled Scabs, it's a difference of 4 damage, because we're not keeping cards, we're just playing Ghostly with it. So, if we assume, like, you know, even 1 less Scabs hit, they have 4 more life. is how we should look at it. Because the Scabs has never equated to anything more than that. It's just 4 damage. So you're basically looking at a piece of equipment that says, like 50% of the time you deal 4 damage. It's pretty nuts. Yeah, that's why the game designers do put Brute in the for fun camp, because in theory, like, Scabskins is beyond degen. Like, you don't want your game balanced around like a deck that just wins the game off like a Scabs hit. Not saying Levia wins the game off a Scabs hit, but that's the fear. Like, Rhinar is already so uninteractive that if Rhinar was in a spot where he's just over the board good anyway, and then just has opportunities to, I'm going to hold this hand, roll Scabs, and just win the game with no interaction, like, that is insane. Like, who wants to play that game? That is freaking awful. Levia is a much different camp because she's always going to have interaction. She doesn't intimidate, and she has no on-hit effects. So it's always up to the opponent to either respect or disrespect her damage. Because not every turn in Levia can be good. Not every turn. We have the Howl Loop ready, though, for the Deep-Rooted Evil, so that feels pretty good. I think we just go those routes. No reason not to. Or we can probably win off the Writhing here. How big can we make the Writhing? Oh, well, actually we can't, because there's only the 1 card in the graveyard. Yep, so let's just do the safe play then. We'll just play all these cards out, guarantee the extra 6 in the yard, refresh everything. Do you think Scabskins was a mistake? Honestly, yeah. If they ban Scabs and then give us better Brute cards, I would love that. Levia has Hooves, and Rhinar has Beaten Trackers. Those cards are good, but you'll never actually run them over Scabskins, because, first of all, they're 2 less life, and they're only one-time uses. But if they ban Scabs and then start designing Brute cards with block values or above rate damage or, I don't know, their own unique hit effects, like whatever's going on with Swing Big is pretty damn cool. If they give us more good cards like that, take away Scabs, and just like force Rhinar to play Beaten, force Levia to play Hooves, that's a perfect world. Perfect world. I'll absolutely do that every time. I would love to play that game. But this is like the most non-interactive card in the game. It is pretty scary. Oh, nice. Not necessarily too nice anymore. They can't pump anything, so we can go Scabs block pretty easily. The issue there is we risk taking blood debt, funny enough, because we'll fill it with a 3rd miss. So the safe play... Actually, there is no, like, truly safe play, because it'd be block with... Well, the safe play is block with Wrecker this, then play Endless off the Blood Rush. That's, like, the actual safe play. I don't think we really want to do that. That's so boring. Let's just do this and play the Blood Rush. Should be fine. Because we have this that turns... Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, no. That's not what I meant to click. Well, now we're in the position where we really could lose the game. We've got 4 misses here. We didn't necessarily draw enough damage to win. This is going to be 5 and then 8. And it might not even have Dominate, so they can block 1 card here plus the equipment, not die. We come in for 8, we miss. They block 2 for 6. They take 2, go to 1. We take 10, go to 1. We die to any hand they can keep with Flick Knives. That sucks. We actually can lose here. This is why you take the safe play every time and not the greedy play, because we actually can lose. Granted, it doesn't happen most of the time, because we do have 3 hits, 3 misses, but it is a possibility. Okay, no, we do win the game. Nice. Well, I guess unless they have a D-React. If they have a D-React here, they can live with the equipment blocks. But we cleared the graveyard in a decent state. Only 2 misses now. Healthy. This is definitely why Brute is kind of hard to balance. Don't know if I think a dice roll card should exist in a world of competitive TCG. Oh, baby. take a look at Pokemon. Let me tell you, I used to play Pokemon during COVID before I found out about Flesh and Blood. And in that game, you literally, there were formats literally based around a card that said flip a coin. Crushing Hammer. And almost every deck in format, for like multiple formats, would run a full playset of Crushing Hammer. And it said, flip a coin. If heads, discard an opponent's energy. If not, nothing. And especially in Pokemon, since you could draw so much of your deck, you could normally play pretty consistently like a Crushing Hammer twice pretty early. And so in theory, then you discard one energy. And like that was good enough to be in every deck in format almost. Because, discarding an energy basically took a turn away from your opponent. It was absolutely stupid. Absolutely stupid. The difference between how Scabskins works and that is at least Scabskins is only going to then present more damage and not present some kind of like effect that says you have no turn anymore. So that's nice. That's nice. It's not quite as bad as we've seen it in Pokemon, but it is degen. It is absolutely disgusting to have dice roll in a... Well, I mean, it's not like absolutely degen. The people like that. There's card draw, which is its own element of randomness. There's discard effects. There's like calling bluffs. At the end of the day, like it's all a lot of just kind of managing risk. And Scabskins is just another form of that. It's just a lot more black and white because you're rolling a die. I don't think it's like the most degen thing, but it definitely is the reason that Brute is held back the way it is. Definitely. Okay, cool. We're at 2 wins, 1 loss now. That's why we play a real game and not Pokemon. That's fair. Like I said, there is a difference though. The TCG is an absolute mess. That's fair. It is fun though. Like locals for Pokemon are actually a lot of fun because at the local level, no one's super tryhard. You play against people who just, similar to Flesh and Blood, they just like love a Pokemon, and so like someone's got a Pyukumuku deck or whatever the hell, and it can actually be pretty fun. But competitive Pokemon is disgusting. It is the most sweaty, uninteractive decks you've ever seen. On top of that, a lot of people's strategy is to actually not play 3 games, but to like win 1 and then time you out game 2 so that they win by kind of like match points overall in that best of 3. It's pretty gross. Like, it's enjoyable to watch every once in a while, but I'm very glad I'm no longer in the seat and like caring about my own performance in Pokemon. I hated the best of 3 system, man. Especially like the middle tier players. If they won game 1, they would do everything in their power to try to not finish game 2. Because if they're not a confident player and like don't actually think they could win the matchup the way they should because it's like supposed to be favored for one person, whatever, then they would get so jittery after winning game 1 that like they thought the only way they could actually pull off this win is to try to time you out and play like a dick for all of round 2. It was so stupid. Like I hated that because at the like regional level, at like kind of the smaller tournaments, it was really hard to enforce that. There's so many players for that game, and judges, if you called them on like slow play, didn't really have time to like sit there and do anything about it. It was pretty gross. I didn't enjoy that phase of my Pokemon career. Meta in Pokemon is basically 1-2 decks at top tier events. Yeah. Not too in tune with the meta right now, actually. I haven't really checked on the game for a while, but it wasn't my favorite for a long time. Pardon my ignorance, but compared to how widespread Pokemon is it actually that popular as a TCG? The balance seems horrible. In the US, it's pretty popular. The events get thousands of players. I think it's more so for the fandom than the real like competitive like inner circle. I think those guys are, there's definitely less of like that competitive sphere of Pokemon players. Like for how big the game is, I think your average person could probably list like the 50 relevant competitive players like pretty easily. Like there's not that many for how big the game is, but the events themselves are massive. They're massive. And yeah, there was the one that happened right before Pro Tour Lille. A couple friends of mine, like Fino, went to Worlds just because like they don't even play Pokemon. It's just an experience. The events are so big. There's like so much cool merch to pick up. You can just like hang out, play any kind of Pokemon you want, like VCG, TCG, whatever. That's a big shame. Sometimes I wish Fab had best of 3, but the slow play issue would be a real killer.
I don't know. I don't think you could ever do CC best of 3. People will be burned out by 2 rounds. Like, if you play 3 games by round 2, like every match, then you've basically played like an entire Battle Hardened in 2 rounds. You've played 6 games. Like, Flesh Blood's a lot. That's really taxing. Blitz maybe could get boiled down to best of 3, but I think the team Blitz stuff is the perfect solution for that. You're not yourself playing a best of 3, but you as a team are playing a best of 3. So much fun. Those team events are solid. I would travel anywhere for a team Blitz event. I've only ever played in one, but it was so much fun. Played in a bunch of the team sealed events. There's one in Baltimore coming up, and that'll be really cool. Outsiders though, so like I don't think anyone really cares about Outsiders anymore. Is what it is. I'm just getting into playing Fab. And while Pokemon isn't taken super seriously among other TCG, it seems like TCG gamers, it seems, and they're kind of ignored by us. Yeah, I mean, Pokemon definitely, it doesn't draw enough, like, local players to kind of have the magic slots at your local LGS, where multiple times a week you've got, like, you know, Modern Mondays, you know, Commander, like, twice a week, Friday Night Magic, like, you know, Wednesday Pioneer, whatever. Pokemon doesn't have enough of that to fill a week, but if you're ever interested, like, show up on your local LGS's Pokemon night, and there's probably a healthy amount of people there. And it's normally a mix of age ranges as well. You see a lot of kids play, because the Pokemon prizing system actually will split up age brackets, so they can all play in the same event, especially at the smaller stuff, but the prizing will go for age bracket. So even the younger kids who might get stomped when they do have to play outside their age group still end up with first place prizing. I think it's well done. Their OP system is great for the kids. Kids absolutely love it. Okay, you know what? I'm actually like kind of hungry. So what we're going to do right now, let's take a look at the Levia game that was played on stream by our friend Oliver, who joined us. And that way I can kick back and eat a little bit while we take a look at it. If that sounds all right, we'll mute it and I'll give commentary. But streaming for 6 hours a day, I do need to work in eating. Sandra got mad at me yesterday because she came home and I was like, oh, I haven't eaten anything. She's like, what the hell? It's dinner in 2 hours. So that kind of threw everything. So got to make a better effort there. So let's take a look at this while I chow down. So, just to catch everyone up, we are focusing on Oliver today. He joined us for like a solid, almost like 2 hours or something. It was awesome to see him come out like that. And he walked us through his list, his run, and really just his amazing performance overall. This guy rocketed through Swiss, 6-1 record, which is incredible. Like, it's a real testament to go X1 with Levia. Because at almost any event I've ever played Levia in, I go X2, and one game is like random, you know, RNG BS that loses you the game, and then one game is just skill issue, or like something's wrong, like the meta matchup, whatever it is. So X2 is like the curse with Levia, and X2 is normally always on the bubble. I've bubbled out of so many events with Levia, it's not even funny at X2, but Oliver did the impossible, and actually made it with an X1 record, which guaranteed him the top 8 spot at this over 120 player PTI event in Ruhr this past weekend. So like, honestly, just insane props for that. It is hard to understate, or it is hard to overstate like how incredible an X1 record is with Levia. That is the cursed record. It's almost not possible. So he made it into top 8, and he played against a Dromai, and from what we talked about on stream earlier, he really hates the Dromai matchup, thinks the Dromai is really favored into it. And he'd played this guy in Swiss earlier and even gave him advice on how to play the matchup. So he was really not excited for this pairing. And as you're going to see, it goes a certain way. It definitely goes a certain way. Now, it is an insanely long game because this Dromai player takes just so... Oh my god, the guy takes like 5 minutes per turn. So we are going to speed it up while I eat some... Actually, breakfast. It's like lunchtime, but I still have my breakfast out. But yeah, hopefully you tune in, because we'll be playing games after I'm done here. So, he was the higher seed, And I do believe he chose to go first. He just cycled some cards. Oliver, that is. Cycled some cards and arsenal. And that's I mean, it's pretty much the best choice, in my opinion, in every game to go first with Levia, because you have no guarantee that your hand going second is playable at all. So if you can cycle some cards to the bottom, get an arsenal, then you're normally set up to start attacking on your second turn, because you're going to get your graveyard fill off when your opponent attacks you, and then you can launch into like a true 5-card hand if you want, or scale it down however you want with some extra room for graveyard fill. So it's not always that easy, but that's like the play pattern I tend to go for in Levia, is go first and then understand that your next turn isn't going to be the kickoff. It's the turn after, with some variability there. So Oliver is actually in that very similar position here. He went first, arsenaled. Now his first defensive turn, he just blocked with 3 and returned a Mandible Claw. Pretty standard. Like, this is just kind of the Levia attacks, because you have to fill your graveyard. On top of everything else you have to do in Levia, you got to fill your graveyard first. And the Dromai matchup is one where graveyard fill is really important, because Dromai has the potential to just stick a board and then pivot into playing really defensive and block with their entire hand, or like, you know, only play out like a, you know, like Sigil, swing their board, whatever it is. So when they play really defensive, a Levia who doesn't have a stocked graveyard can start to suffer, because it's up to the Dromai whether or not to really attack with their dragons. And a lot of times they won't necessarily. They'll just like create a dragon and pass. Like, play defensive, create a dragon, pass. And that's a really tough time for Levia, because you're going to be eating your graveyard like crazy. You don't have that much go again, so you can't clear dragons really well if they don't swing into you. So you can see Oliver, he's already kind of stressing, because I think he noticed that Jonas is playing, so far, I think pretty correctly. We haven't seen that much out of the game yet, but he played defensive, he creates a dragon board, then he 100% isn't going to swing with Maragai, obviously. He's just going to stick the Sport of Dragons, fall back on defense, and try to, you know, be pitching in like Chrome Eyes and whatever. So, stressful situation, for sure. Just roll Scabs, Claw Dragon, lol. Hey, can you claw a Maragai though? Come on. You can Ghostly Visit a Maragai. Tell you what, let me tell you how good Ghostly Visit is. You can Ghostly Visit a Maragai. God, I love that card. Ghostly Visit, absolute insanity. Best card in the deck. Not even close. What's happening in chat? Someone saying play Rhinar over Levia? Blasphemy. What's your thoughts on the Blood Debt Levia list? I think they're garbage. I think it's cute to like want to play Levia that way, where like, I'm just a better math Rhinar, haha. But the reality is, you lose like the auto wins for Rhinar. If you're playing Rhinar, you are committing to this understanding that like, your game plan is to beat Dromai and beat Oldhim and probably lose everything else, because that's just how the deck works. His math sucks. But if you pivot into Levia, then you're saying, I'm making all my bad matchups a little bit closer, because now I've got some better rate unlocked with Endless Maw, and the fact that like your opponent doesn't really know what you're doing. You gain some percentage points there, but then you lose massive percentage points into your good matchups, the Oldhim and Dromai. So, just because Intimidate is so big in those games. So I think they're cute, you know, it's fun. Like, if you really want to play Levia, and you don't want to deal with like the pain that is Blood Debt, then those lists are functional. Are they actually good? I really would not call them good. There was a time and place where like the Control Levia list with 9 pummels that I was playing for a long time, where that list was like legitimately good, but you didn't even pretend that you were a Rhinar deck or anything. You literally played no discard package. You were just a pummel deck that ran Hungering Slaughterbeast as an extra breakpoint attacker. So like that version of the Blood Debt less Levia was actually like its own unique thing. But the ones that actually run like some of the Rhinar package of cards, they don't do it for me. They function. They are functional decks, but I just don't see how the matchup spread is actually good. There's a lot of cope if you think you can just like play a brute deck and draw blood rushes and like win every bad matchup. You know, that's a lot of cope. It's possible. It is possible. But I would rather just understand that those matchups are probably just losses from the get-go, and don't worry about making them just a little bit better. You have the exact same posture with Raiden Bolton. Go first setup. Your goal is turn 3 because of the tunic. That's huge, right? Bolton loves his freaking tunic. I'm actually so excited to play Bolton again. Unsung hero. People know he's decent because of just the Centauri builds, right? But his Raiden game plan is super fun. That deck is awesome. And it got so much better with Spirit of Irenia. Like, or is it Spirit of Irenia? Whatever it's called. That card's actually insane. Like, you just Lumina, gain an action point? My god. Like, for the Raiden builds, it's disgusting. So I'm very excited to see what Bolton gets in Dusk Till Dawn. He was one of my, like, learner heroes for a long time. Whenever someone wanted to learn Flesh and Blood, when I worked at my game store back in Michigan, not my game store, when I worked at our local game store back in Michigan, and people wanted to learn Flesh and Blood, I would give them either Dash or Bolton, like Raiden Bolton, like a mid-range Dash or Raiden Bolton, because both those decks had like really minor hit effects. You know, not every card's a hit effect, but some things matter, like a Lumina, like a Bolt of Courage, like a Combustible Courier, like a High-Speed Impact. There were minor hit effects that matter across the board, and there was real play in like trying to outplay the other person that was like really mid-range based. So those were just such great starter decks to teach people on. I got so many people hooked on Flesh and Blood from those two decks. Because the Magic players, like, they gravitated more towards the understanding of Dash. They got, like, the permanence. They understood the value of, like, sticking items. And then anyone who played, like, Pokemon loved Raiden Bolton because, you know, they're setting up, like, a combo turn, and then all of a sudden they feel like they're playing Pokemon. They just do, like, the nuts thing with Lumina, and, like, Raiden with, like, the Tunic resource to kick off Take Flight, like, V the Vanguard or whatever. So the decks were just the perfect decks to teach people the game. I stand by that. Dash versus Bolton. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? But that matchup is incredibly fun to play for people who don't know Flesh and Blood. So cool. There's such cool decks. The sad truth is that Levia probably gets nothing. Vincent and Prism will be good, and Bolton will probably get elevated to low second tier. Yeah, unfortunately, that's probably where we're at. It's pretty clear that Vincent and Prism are the focus of the new expansion. I mean, even in the new article released today, when they talked about the like pre-release events, it's Vincent and Prism promos. They are the focus of this set. It's about 2 new heroes. And anyone else, I think, is just getting across-the-board support, not even specialized support. So, like, if we see Levia cards, if we see Bolton cards, they're going to be in the vein of, like, everyone gets a little something. And I'm sick and freaking tired of that treatment with Levia, because she needs a dedicated, like, overhaul on, like, to really make her good enough. She's fine. She's fine. Oh, man, that was a sick turn out of Oliver. But to, like, really get her to the point where anyone starts respecting her, it's going to take more than, like, 2 playable cards. 1 or 2 playable cards, in all honesty. It's going to need a set that, like, has a new equipment legendary, which is probably not going to happen in Dusk Till Dawn. That's normally not how the legendaries in the supplemental sets work, right? So we're not going to see, like, some, you know, on-the-board support to that degree, which I think she does need. And we're probably only going to see, like, 1 or 2 new cards, which... they'll do something, but the inherent problem of Levia is you have to play around like 5 different layers of safety nets to have an even semi-functional deck that doesn't do anything that other decks don't do, other than recursion, which we're about to see back in the game because of Vincent anyway. So I don't have high hopes. I don't. But new cards are new cards. Like, I can't complain, but I'm not excited. We'll put it that way. So far, we know of 2 Prisms. The young and the old have different titles. Are we getting more adult heroes in Dusk Till Dawn? We don't know. Or rather, we don't know beyond Prism and Vincent. There's 8 legendaries in the set, so there's a chance. That is a lot of legendaries, actually. That's true. I almost think, though, that they might go the, like, you know, Emperor Shiana route. And a couple of those are going to be not quite what we, like, expect out of a legendary slot. You know, maybe like another merchant piece. They're just going to throw us something like that. like another hero, maybe like, you know, a specialization for that hero, like in the vein of Doomsday or whatever. I could definitely see like healthy half of the legendary slots go to kind of like not CC relevant cards, and then the other half go to like Vincent and Prism support. That's more so where I'm not coping too hard, you know. I'm not coping too hard. That's where we're living. It's my expectations. Did you see the theory with the card backs of Fab showing what the next sets will be? I saw that theory, and I think it's pretty funny because there's an article, Flesh and Blood hardback. There's an article that is really old from like 2019. Look at this thing. Where it's a really good article, by the way. Let me link it in chat because it's really cool to look at. They talk about the card back in Flesh and Blood and like the versions that could have been, right? And it's not like in this article they explicitly say that the card back like is like that there isn't some order to it or whatever, but you can see from the different iterations of the card back, I think, that there really isn't much of an order to it. It's about framing. It's about you know, just like what aesthetically looks good because they went through all these different versions. So like you can see some earlier versions here where they, you know, similarly have like Solana up here, like Metrix, Aria, Volcor, Demonastry. Like that's always been a part of the Flesh and Blood card back, is splitting up the regions into different pieces of the card. I mean, hell, I have it literally tattooed on me. This is the card back in like black and white. It's this one tattooed on me. So every region like has a section of the card. What I don't really buy is that it's in a particular order, because we can already look back and see kind of coincidentally how that can just change out of the blue. Like, you know, Arachne was supposed to come out in the first set, or not the first set, in Arcane Rising, but didn't. So at that point, like, I'm pretty sure the card back had already been designed. So did shifting him later into like Dynasty like interrupt release orders of like other sets? Like, did it change when they wanted to push Outsiders versus like releasing it earlier, blah blah? Like, I feel like there isn't that much planning going into it. It's not quite just, you know, left to right or counterclockwise, whatever the order people saying is, especially since from the little I know, Savage Lands is not the next set. I've heard nothing about Savage Lands being the next set. I mean, not like I would know anything anyway, but I feel like if it was the next set, I would know something, and I don't know anything. So I don't think Savage Lands is coming next at all, personally. I think it's more likely Mysteria is the next one. So, yeah, I don't put much faith in this theory, but it is a really cool article. Like, look at all the different iterations we went through. It's really cool. It's really cool stuff. Okay, anyway, back to the game. Supplemental doesn't count for that theory, because right now we're at like the bottom of the card back in theory. So that is the Demonastry set. But is that really assuming then that Monarch was like more about Prism than it was Chain? I don't honestly think so. Like, Chain was the big bad out of Monarch. Like, he was the main villain. Like James White said, they intended Chain to be really powerful because he was the villain. So to me, that almost makes Monarch feel like more of a Demonastry set. But lore-wise, that could be different. Because from what we know about Dusk Till Dawn, the Demonastry is the aggressor right now. Like, they are more integral to the story than I think Solana, because the Demonastry from the card art seems to be like taking over Soul, something more around like the Demonastry half of things. But in terms of like big hero releases, they're even. One light, one shadow, one light, one shadow. Oh, you're saying the next main set would be Demonastery. Ooh. All right, that's more interesting to think about, because if we go back to Worlds, when all the devs were giving me copium on like when Levia support was coming, all they could hint at was in about 10-ish months, Levia would get some cards. That's all. 10-ish months, Levia would get some cards. Worlds was back in what, October of last year? Is that right? October? When was Worlds? November? October? Either way, we're about on schedule for Dusk Till Dawn, though, to be the set that they had hinted at, of like when Levia would get some cards. 10 months removed from Worlds, right? So I think that's the set they're talking about, right? Makes sense. I mean, Levia will get something in that set. Every class will get something in that set. And so I'm not really holding out for something beyond that. Really not. Man, this guy is I haven't like tuned in too much to what's going on here, but these are some really good sequences that are coming out of the game so far. Like Shadow Blasphemous draws discards Deeper to Evil. That's sick. You're getting 2 fetches in 1 right there. Distracted. Oh, we'll tune in a second. I gotta finish my overnight oats. Shout out to Woman Sant. She's been making overnight oats. They're so good. They don't look too good, but they taste really good. I think really what I'm doing is trying to dodge responsibility as a streamer to give you more Levia gameplay. I like don't want to do it, man. Something's wrong with me. The hero, like, it makes me want to distance myself from the game. Like, win or lose, Levia just feels so neglected that, you know, there are some highs. Like, props to Oliver. The man freaking did it. Made top 8 at this event. But even, like, a random Talishar game really lacks the good feels that back in the day Levia used to give me. It's rough. We'll still play. We'll play in a second. But I just feel so neglected, like so personally hurt. And I shouldn't. I absolutely shouldn't. But I do, like, I personalize, like, a lot of, like, meta events going on in this game with LSS and all that I should not, to be fair. But yeah, something we're trying to fix. I'm not actually so personally attached to these sets or like some decisions that come through about like streaming and all that, but it's felt that way at times. But in reality, it isn't. It's just my ego. Nice. Man, that was a big deal. Dead Roller whiff in there. Whew. Gets the DRE. Well done, Oliver. How'd you lose this game, buddy? This is actually looking pretty good. See you, Sammy. Thanks for tuning in. I should be happy, says Josh. Why? Tell me why. Give me a good reason. I should get happy because a singular new card is coming out. That is probably never going to be as good as Swing Big, because James White said that card was a mistake. Come on. Would you ever take the offer to work for LSS? Actually, funny story. I was offered a job at LSS. Not like officially, but really early days when I was getting to know their new like content manager. I was talking to him about, you know, his journey with LSS. Alex Norval. I think everyone knows who that is at this point. And I asked about his own journey into LSS. And he said he started as an account manager and that they were actually looking for someone based in the Eastern time zone who spoke Spanish as an account manager for South America. And that if I was really interested, he'd put in the recommendation and like we could talk about it. But the problem with that is an account manager isn't quite the job I envisioned, you know? It's like you call stores and tell them to like support Flesh and Blood and try to give them deals and all that. But it would be like remote, you know. I think it technically was like a contract job as well. It wasn't quite what I was, I guess, in the market for. Because at the time I had a pretty good job, actually. There's no way I was leaving that job. So, but it was cool. It was cool to know that like those jobs in LSS do exist. They require a special skill set. Like they don't just pick anybody. But it was cool to like feel that offer for a second. But I decided against it because it also means that you can't play in like anything above like a skirmish, I think is the deal. So at the time I was also still playing competitively. I just played in the Denver Battle Hardened and bubbled out, dude. I was like freaking 10th at that Battle Hardened with Levia because of the X2 curse. So yeah, no, too much competitive spirit still. Now I've been beaten down enough, I'd probably take that job if it was back on the table. But in any other capacity, I absolutely would work for LSS. I think they're a fantastic company. They got their head on right. They are persevering where other card games fail. I think that me personally actually could bring enough unique skill sets and ideas to the table that it wouldn't be a pity hire. I think I could actually do something for the company. It's just a question of, you know, is the opening there? Yeah, I'm not trying to like force myself in at all. I'm happy enough with what I'm doing, you know. But I would love like, you know, this idea of, I guess like working in an internal LSS coverage team or something like that'd be the dream. But it's not a real job. That doesn't exist. They'd basically have to like make one up for me, which is that's not going to happen. It's better than doing nothing. If you don't want to play Levia, don't let it ruin the game for you. I can always find a new job and still be here. No, it's like, it's the back and forth, you know. It's, Levia really is just like this abusive partner where she almost never lets you feel good, but when you don't feel bad, you feel great, you know? Like, she's oppressive so much that when you realize, oh my god, like, I'm not oppressed, you feel good. But is that ever as rewarding as like, oh yeah, I drew 3 of a kind rain razors. Oh god, oh I natty drew surging strike, whelming, Mugenshi, whatever. Like, do you ever get those feelings? Not really. Not really. Am I going to Singapore? I wish, Handy. I would love to go to Singapore, but we're in this problem right now where I actually don't have a job right now, hence why I am streaming. In my line of work, unfortunately, it's very contract-based. So my work contract ended in May and didn't get renewed. The client was happy with the result, which is maybe to my downfall. I should have done a shitty job, and they would be like, oh, we need you another 3 months, whatever. Instead, they were very happy with the handoff, and that was it. We were done. So, yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, a bit unexpected, honestly. So then the decision became either launch back into the job search or just take the summer off and use the money I saved up to just kind of like do content for a bit, you know? And doing content for a bit has so far been really fun. It's only day 2, to be fair, but it is really fun to hang out with everybody and just be a kind of background noise hub for Flesh and Blood. That's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. Not like it really makes money. This is more so me just having free time more than anything, which is nice. I didn't think I'd have a free summer for a long time. But what that means is taking big trips to like Singapore and like the Calling Birmingham, which I'd love to go to. A lot of friends in the UK. I can't quite do that because that really eats into my living money. You know, the money I need to survive. So, can't go. You do with a Berserk deck. Yeah. Except something taunts me about that card. Like, I can't enjoy Berserk when, you know, it was like my spoiler card and I had such high hopes because I was baited. When they sent me the spoiler, they said in the email, you are going to love this card. Like, this is the best Levia support like you've seen in forever. Like, oh my god, it's nuts. And then I saw the card and I played some test games with it, and I'm like, this is pretty half baked. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's not good yet. It is a card that at some point, when the card pool is big enough, it's going to be beyond broken. But as of now, you really have to force it with a lot of like weird includes in your deck for it to be decent, and it can still whiff because you are going to include non-6s, just baseline other Berserks, other Blood Rushes, stuff like that. So I just feel a little taunted when I play Berserk, because it is not the card that I was promised. It's just not. You're coming to Worlds? I'm absolutely going to Worlds, 100%. There was a guy who top-aided Millennium's RTN. Oh yeah, wasn't that Brendan, actually? And it was like the full, just high-roll Berserk list. It was the one on Savage Land News channel, actually. Yeah, that's really cool. Props to Brendan. He didn't make top 8, though. Does he have his Nats invite from somewhere else, David? Do you know? I am also going to Nationals, yes. Luckily enough for Nationals, I had a free ticket because of Southwest. When everything shut down with Southwest, the American airline, back in Christmas, I got stuck in Albuquerque for an extra 4 days. And as recompense for that, Southwest gave me like free travel credits and like paid me back for all my expenses. So that was cool. I got, free trip to Nats in return, basically. And then I have a friend who has a timeshare there, so ideally I'll be staying with him. Actually, Sherman, if you're here, what up? Hope you'll get a better job. You're going to Singapore. What do you think? Should I bring Lexi with Chilling in Winters or Fuseless? Well, by the numbers, Fuseless is way better. It kind of depends what you think people are going to do meta-wise. Are the tryhards still going to bring Oldhim? Or are they going to accept that, let's just prep for the new metagame already? That's what you have to factor in, because if you're playing the old meta, play Fuseless. If you think that people are going to be, just more playing for the spirit of the game and not trying to just spike an event with Oldhim, then I would play the Fuse list. I think that list will be a lot better. A lot better, when you don't have to worry about the Oldhim matchup. So that is to say, I would play Fuseless. Me personally, I would play Fuseless because there's enough people who not only like want to try hard with Oldhim, but people really enjoy Oldhim. Me personally, I actually enjoy playing against Oldhim. I think I'm one of the few. I really like the natural second cycle matchups where you are forced to slow down when you're playing a mid-range deck. When you're playing an aggro deck, you barely pitch stack. Like maybe you're saving like as a Fi, you're saving like your Art of Wars or whatever. But as a true mid-range deck, you can, in the Oldhim matchup, take real off turns to like pitch in reds and have a really dynamic game where by second cycle, like you try to out pitch stack each other. I love that gameplay. I think it's awesome. I think it's real cool. So I'm a little sad to see Oldhim go, but there are people who really enjoy that themselves as the pilot. So they might be trying to send off Oldhim one last time. And yeah, that just makes sense. It does make sense. So for that reason, I'd play Fuseless, I think. Now you play a real Ranger and go Riptide. Honestly, Riptide, depending on how bad the new Prism matchup is, I could see being a real deck. Like if there's a chance for you to fatigue out Vincent, Riptide will be great. I think he'll probably be very good at that. But we're not sure on that front, are we? It really comes down to what can he do if there's two Illusionists in the room that a lot of people play. Dromai and Riptide, or Dromai and Prism rather. That's going to be tough. So I remember skipping through this game and kind of seeing about this point in the game, actually, where there was such a life lead going on, but Jonas's like slow board stick of just the Necria, the Mirage Guide, like it kind of develops right into something just a little too scary for a poor old Levia to be able to defend out, because you can't really, like what do you do when all of a sudden Jonas drops a Chromai on this kind of board? Like what do you do? You can't give your whole hand to blocking because you need to turn off Blood Debt, first and foremost. So you end up being stuck in weird positions where it's like, you're forced to constantly clear Miragais that are pretty hard to do if you don't have either Blue Dread Screamer is one of the better ways, Scabskins and Ghostly, which he doesn't have Scabskins anymore, or the Blood Rush to like claw Miragai. So right now he tries to take a pivot turn of 2-card hand. He's got to keep a 2-card hand to swing back and kill Miragai. The problem with Blasphemfett in this matchup is all the dragons that just sit there for Jonas, like the Yanduri that hasn't swung in ages, they just kill Blasphemfett for free. So Blasphemfett is really not the same card in this deck, in this matchup rather, than it is in a lot of others, because it doesn't cost Jonas any real damage to kill the Blasphemfett. It's damage that was already there that wasn't swinging anyway. So this is where the game like really starts to turn. Not like that was a misplay or anything from Oliver, but because he did have to kill the Miragai like 100%. But he doesn't really buy any room by playing the Blasphemfett. So he he kept 2 cards in hand to kill a Miragai, and that's it. Pretty bad for how Levia wants to play every turn cycle, unfortunately. Have you ever tried Pitch Deck OTK Berserk Rhinar? No. The only Rhinar I played was actually like the most recent version of just, Blood Rush. That's it. Just be a Blood Rush deck. Pretty boring, but it won what it was supposed to. I haven't done anything too fancy, because if I'm doing fancy things with Brute, I'd rather play Levia. Not gonna lie. I'd rather play Levia. Dromai won't be played with Prism coming out. I could see that. Right? Like, how many Dromai players are only playing it because it's the illusionist that exists? It's just the waifu illusionist, right? Probably a lot of them. Because when you look at the conversion rate of Dromai in these big events, tons of people play Dromai, but she doesn't convert very well. So that kind of means like a lot of middle tier players aren't playing her with like the best mechanics. They're playing her because of like thematics or like their love of the dragon art, like whatever it is. And those players probably will port over to Prism pretty quickly. Because in terms of the visuals, sure, New Prism calls to a certain type of person, that's for sure. Iris Prism with 32 life sounds scary though. Yeah, so the current theory about New Prism and why she's balanced around 32 life, and I like this theory a lot, is that her hero text is probably pretty similar to a Genesis type effect, where you are going to like add a yellow card to soul or like, light card to soul, whatever the wording is, to generate a spectral shield. And just kind of statically have this effect, right? A lot less scary when there's no Genesis, or rather no Luminaris, to then make that card you added to soul turn on your entire board. That's not how New Prism's going to work. But for 32 life, she needs something to do with generating a buffer for that low life total. And if it's a static hero ability, I think that makes a lot of sense. And it just gives her a way to then also have a spectral shield like generation going on, so she can turn them into the heralds and whatever. Probably like about what will happen, but I'd like to see it specify yellow cards or like light cards. Otherwise, Iris Prism could be a thing, I guess. Like maybe that is too scary if for free she's like generating spectral shields. There's probably going to be some limitation. They can't have messed up that badly. And that's not even necessarily the real hero text. That's just the speculation. But I think it's a good theory. It'd be funny if the New Prism just said, your Spectra auras have Ward 1. Yes, please. If New Prism just said, you cannot include Arclight Sentinel in your deck. Like, let's just make that the hero text, folks. Come on. Yes, that type of person is feet lovers. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You calling my name? What's happening? Just kidding. Just kidding. What you're saying is that you should go grab a cold foil Vestige of Soul. Actually, that is a great point. I personally know that I will never play Prism, so I don't worry about Prism stuff at all. I think she's the only hero that I actually own, like, no legendaries specifically for. Like, I don't own Vestige of Soul, I don't own Phantasmal Footsteps, don't even own, like, Her Majestics. But I have a full playset of everything else in the game. For any other deck. For every other hero except Prism. And I honestly couldn't tell you why. Like, something about, like, being a Prism player doesn't vibe with me. I have issues with putting that, with adding that epithet to my name. Mansant Prism player. Like, something's wrong. Something's wrong about that. So we avoid it. How much you selling one for then, Ethan? How much, Chaotic Galaxy? Or are you not selling? And that's the whole point. No, I really don't think I'm going to buy in. If Vestige becomes a Bolton card, I'll feel a little bad. That'll definitely hurt a bit. They're releasing a lot of cards with damage can't be prevented. Yeah, I mean, so there's obviously cards that have been released in the vein in anticipation of, like, a heavy ward deck. Obviously, right? Like, we've seen that since Shuko. We saw that in Murkmire Grapnel. It's a mechanic that is now obviously getting added in Dust Till Dawn with the new Dorinthia spec, for one. They do worry about the power of Prism because they're giving us cards. They're giving, not every class, but there's enough classes now that will have a way to get around, like, a crazy ward deck. In theory. So she's got to be nuts. She's got to be pretty powerful. And we'll find out pretty soon. They did announce that the next kit for the pre-releases has Cold Foil Prism in it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a leak pretty soon, like kind of mid this month. It'd be a little unfortunate because it's a leak, right? But those distributor kits, like anything that is a kit, goes to a warehouse that is out of LSS's hands, like pretty early on, so that it will then get to stores, right? It's what happened with the Uzuri leak. Last set, right? It's why Red Zone Rogue had to put his video out early, because there are leaks that just happen because all of a sudden something that is not spoiled is out of LSS's hands. So we probably will find out pretty soon about the Prism text. Maybe not the way it was intended, so that'll suck. So maybe that means LSS leaks it, or releases it early rather. Could be. I half expected it to be in that article when they announced the Rise of the Monarch, like, pre-release thing. It was a weird article. It barely said anything. I thought there was going to be a spoiler in it. You have to unsub now? Josh, come on, what's more fun? Being a sub and counting how many times I'd add a blood debt, or, like, you know, texting each other late at night about how sexy Prism's feet are? Come on, pick one. You can't have both. You're not selling, you're hoarding them. You had 16 copies of Grass the Arknight sitting in your binder in preparation for Shadow Runeblade 2. Holy moly. Yo, you don't even need to worry about college then, Ethan. Just become a wheeler and dealer. You're already looking forward to Isolate, Swap to Malign, Razor's Edge, Spike with Blood Rot, and Wipe a Prism board. Yeah, that is... I mean, exactly, Malign, right? That's another one of the cards that's in the whole vein of just in anticipation of a ward deck. They didn't give us those cards just to target Sigil of Protection, people. We all know how good that card is, but that's not why they gave us the damage can't be prevented. Come on. That's how you're paying for college. Oh, good point. I paid for college mostly through work-study programs. Yeah, that's about it. I was lucky though. I had good scholarships, so I didn't have to do too much. Because in the United States of America, college is not free. It'll bankrupt you. Believe it or not, for all our EU viewers. Like, I don't have health insurance right now because I don't have a job, right? I'm terrified. If I, like, step on a nail, get tetanus, I'm dead. I'm like living. I'm living in limbo, you know? I have no protection. It's disgusting out here in the US. I got nothing. I could die to blood debt in real life at any day. I could choke on the freaking strawberry in this overnight oats. And if the ambulance had to come pick me up, I'd be bankrupt. I'd be done for. I wouldn't be able to pay my internet bill. We'd be out. You do insurance verification for a living, and U.S. healthcare sucks. Oh my God, Devin? What? Can you hook me up with something? How the hell do I sign up for Obamacare? I can't have no safety net. I was not prepared for this. I need something. Like, I'm actually terrified. I cut my finger the other day when I was taking out the dishes, and it was on like a rusty bit of the dishwasher. Like, there's a little stick of rust I didn't even see, and I like went down, grabbed a plate, cut my thumb, and I was freaking out. Like, I thought, Jesus Christ, like, that's it, my life's over. I'm bankrupt, you know, because I'm gonna have to go to the hospital. And no, it turns out that I did have a tetanus shot recently when I like, I don't know, 2 years ago or something at some other appointment. So I'm safe, thank God. Phew. But man, it's like, it's real out here. Like the struggle. Blood debt is everywhere. Cobra is more expensive than out-of-pocket costs most of the time. So actually, I'm not eligible for Cobra because it was a contract job. So I can't. Cobra was not a part of that, unfortunately. So I'd have to do something. Yeah, technically, I didn't even have insurance at like during my job anyway. Just as a contractor. Do you like your job though, Devin? Is it fun? Is it fun to deny people? No, that's probably not what you do. But my my stepmom is a risk management lawyer, and some of what she does is just like the most heartbreaking conversations like you've ever heard. You know, where it's like, "We're sorry, ma'am. The fact that like this like pillar of a building fell on you and like destroyed your car is technically not covered like by our, you know, liability clause, whatever. So you're gonna have to pay for it all out of pocket." Like, holy, I mean, she's a good woman. My stepmom's a great woman, but the fact that like you have to speak as a business sometimes and be that cruel, oh my God. Disgusting. Disgusting. You work for a specialty pharmacy and you see the back-end cost for pharmaceutical medications for chronic illnesses, and it sucks. Yeah, I bet it does. How can people actively vote against getting public health care is beyond me. Well, for a while, we still have the like Medicare system. I just don't know how to sign up for it. I'm sure it's just like a couple like really bad UX forms away for me to sign up for it. But that's what always turns me off. Like, I go to the government websites and they just look like they're made to scare you away. I feel like they purposely designed them so poorly that they want the average person to like just click out of it. And I hate to be your average person, but they got me. They did get me. I clicked off. It's like, man, not today. Let me see what you can find and you'll message me on Facebook. Appreciate that, Devin. The real answer is I should just hurry up and get married to Woman Sant already because she has healthcare. That's the real answer. Working at Walgreens was a fun job because you got to watch people shoplift all the time. I can imagine that so well, Ethan. You just stand there. Hey, don't do that. But then what are you going to do, right? What are you going to do? You're not going to stop it. I once had a guy ask me where the MTG cards were, and I had seen him at a game store, so I was like, oh, just buy singles, and he laughed. And he's like, no, dude, I'm just going to steal them. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Back when I worked at the game store in Michigan, it was kind of like an unspoken thing that a lot of the people who came in to sell us cards stole them from Target and Walmart, which is mainly, it kind of sucks because people doing that is the reason that the buy rates tend to be so bad. You know, like our buy rate at the store was like, I don't know, 40% of TCG play or whatever. And the main reason we had to do that, even for your average customer, your average like actual MTG player who wanted to trade in an old deck for like a dual land or whatever, We had to do that though, because there would be people who came in with just like obviously just yanked off the shelf, just opened magic packs from like Target, Walmart, whatever. And the thing is, like, we can't assume that they stole it. Like, we can't just like call them out and say, hey dude, like, you don't even play Magic. How do you have like, 80 commander decks, like whatever the hell, So the buy rates were just really bad. And it sucked. Like, I hated seeing how many people just thought it was like lucrative enough that they're like risking breaking the law just for like, not like chump change. It was still real money if they stole enough of it, but it's just like, it's not like, don't live that life. Like, come on, don't live that life. Spend your time doing something else. It was rough. It got really bad when when Pokemon was hot, because then like even your average person knew that like they could pull a Charizard out of a Pokemon pack. It got real bad. It got real bad then. Like, everyone was just obviously stealing Pokemon. Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, Walmart, and they try to come sell it, and we just would say no. Like, come on, dude, no, we're not buying like, the 100th copy of like a $2 VMAX. Like, this is dumb. But please stop. Please stop. How long have you guys been together? Oh, this is old. Do you qualify for common law? Sandra and I have been together for 5 years now. 5 years. I don't know what common law is. So I don't know. But yeah, 5 years. And looking to make it a lifetime, I guess. Almost as romantic as your marriage proposal. Yeah. Please marry me so I can not die the next time I go to a hospital. In the US, you have to pay to be alive, but you don't have the right to be alive as a human being. US is a weird place, man. Weird place. Basically, the government treats you as married without being married. Okay, so 2 more years. So I have to tread on my tiptoes for 2 more years. Step on no rusty nails. That's possible. I can swing that. Okay, in the background here, I commented on like 2 turns of this game. But basically, to sum it up, Jonas played it exactly correctly. He built up the board state, just didn't swing unless he had the Miragai plays. And he pitched that Chromize to just overwhelm a Levia that can't afford to block with too many 6s, because then they can't turn off Blood Debt, right? The other problem with a Dromai who pitch stacks like this is a Levia can't easily pitch stack as many 6 poppers back in their deck to match, because most of what they're pitching in is blues. And like Deadwood Rumbler is a blue 6 that can't pop. So you're really stuck with like Wrecker Romps, which Oliver unfortunately played out pretty early, and like a Soul Harvest, which he also blocked with. So when you don't have those like easy pitch poppers back into the deck, you just lose. You just lose. So it's really tough. Like, Jonas did just play it absolutely correctly. Funny enough, this game lasted so long. It started at like 9:15, I think was the start time. So we're looking at like an hour-and-a-half long game here. Crazy, crazy. Because Oliver even mentioned when he was on earlier that one of the reasons he likes Levia is the games are like 30 to 40 minutes. But yeah, not against this guy. And he did win the whole thing though, Jonas. What was the finals? What was the finals? That's the semifinal. Where was the final? I have no idea. Did the final... Oh, you know what it is? YouTube doesn't save it if you go over 12 hours. Come on, guys. You gotta know this if you're streaming events. That's why I split the VODs into Swiss rounds and top 8. Because if you go over 12, YouTube doesn't save the VOD. They cut it. So I think that happened against both channels then, because Push the Point lost the finals game for the same reason. And I think now Go Again lost the finals for, once again, the same reason. That's rough, man. That's rough. Because I don't know if they recorded it. And that's the way around it, is you record it. Is this the finals? No, that's the stream test. Yeah, that's rough. I don't think we have the finals then. I don't think we have the finals. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. All right, we're back to Talishar. Is the deck list still copy-pasted? Yes, it is. Oops, wrong button. Finals was Bravo versus the Dromai. Yeah, and the... Oh, wait, did the Dromai win then? I actually feel like I watched that in the Bravo one. Am I crazy? Dromai did win. Yes? Yes, no? Poppers that have a null block has to feel so terrible. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. But in the very early days, I didn't know the full rule set, right? And like Prism was a thing. Levia was obviously what I was playing. And in the very early days at locals, I was like blocking with the non-blocks, and we would treat it as if it popped Phantasm. You know, like who knew better, right? Well, I eventually did learn better. I learned better. But for the longest while, I was so like upset about that ruling that at my locals, I would still play as if they popped. Until someone else learned that they didn't pop. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. You're right. Another Levia game on the books. Let's do it. Am I on Spew Shadow? Jesus, no. 0%. Card is so bad. Unless you're playing against Bolton. What was the Ninja Lexi? Okay, how is Oliver doing it? He's not running the sinks. Not running the sinks. Still running the Howl. I don't know about that. Howl's like a little too slow. Especially in the Ninja matchup. Like all you're doing is hoping to high roll, find it early so you can do Boneyard Howl off of blue for 9. I mean, that is pretty good though. That is pretty good. I almost want to cut like the Doomsday Howl for the double sink. Doomsday's okay into Katsu, but you can definitely play without it. Most of the time it doesn't matter anyway. I think we're gonna try this. Let's give it a go. Ooh. Alright, we're going first. This is the good stuff. We are... Oops, that's the wrong screen. We opened a Blood Rush, which we can pretty happily arsenal. The only issue is going to be we need to block with a card so that our Blood Rush fills the graveyard +2 by itself. So we can't full keep the hand. We will have to block with one card. Does that mean we should thin at all? We're really hoping to draw a blue. So I don't mind swinging Mandible Claw to cycle out a red and a yellow in the hopes that we draw a blue. Give us room to see a new 3 cards. We can block with 1. Keep the other 2. I think, unfortunately, it's like kind of sucks, but like those are the plays we have to make because we need to make this Blood Rush playable. Thank you. Streaming right now. The moment when you fell asleep mid-combo with Oliver and wake up to Oliver gone. Oliver was awesome, wasn't he? I enjoyed that a lot. Props to him because I messaged him like late last night and I was like, hey, are you free to just like join me on stream? Because normally I would do like a proper video, like a properly produced video. But with trying to stream every day, I just like don't have time for that, you know? So, oh, this is the other decision point. If we really think we're going to draw the Blood Rush hand next turn, then I want to arsenal the Endless Maw so that I'm able to Claw Endless Maw. The problem with that line is it means we draw a blue and a yellow specifically off of Blood Rush. Do you think we're going to draw a blue and a yellow specifically off of Blood Rush? Or do we leave ourselves a little bit more open? I think we're going to arsenal the Blood Rush. Because there's a chance that... yeah, I was going to say, there's a chance that we just play the hand completely differently as well. Like maybe somehow block with 2, crown, and then just get a Endless Maw turn off. I mean, this is pretty good. This is pretty good, because we can even keep a potential blue in hand here. We can block with the Endless Maw, so that we don't necessarily play into Blood Debt. Go pitch the this rounds on the Blood Rush. Okay, what's next, baby? Hit me. Can't block with too many cards this turn, though. We are trying to play the Blood Rush. So this is not the Poland list. You know how you can tell? Is the Poland list cuts the Lord of Winds when they're not playing into like a Oldhim or something. They replace them with blue Soul Bead strikes. That's how you know. You gotta watch everybody's deck tech. You gotta learn all the tiny advantages. Okay, if we let this hit, I mean, that's a mass trigger and Katsu trigger. That's a bit too much for me. So we do have to block like that. It would take Ancestral and Breaking Scales to really punish this. Or a Razor. Could be a Razor. More likely this is maybe like a 0 for 4 in the arsenal. Would be nice. Gotta watch the deck tech. This guy doesn't draw CMH and win in 2 turns. Okay, this was a terrible play by them. I enjoy this a lot. This guy doesn't draw CMH and wins in 2 turns. Are you referencing something that happened yesterday? I'm missing that. Okay, Blood Rush time, baby. Pretty rough. Pretty rough. We were hoping to either draw a Blood Debt attack here or keep the swing big so we could have that play. This feels a lot worse, you know, CNC doesn't even pressure Arsenal. Oh well, is what it is. Blocking with the Soul Harvest and keeping Endless and Swing Big was the other option. Issue with that is we're more likely to brick on resources if we play that way. Missing the blue draw would mean the turn doesn't actually deal 18. Although, in this way, the turn also doesn't deal 18. It deals 16 with a bad hit effect. So, I guess the right play then, knowing that we did draw the blue, would be to block with the Soul Harvest. Hope that the Endless Maw was discarded, and then we could pay for Claw, Swing Big. Yeah, well, I guess we did the same thing then. We just should have hoped that the Soul Harvest got discarded so we could play the Swing Big. It was the same. It was the same. Drawing a red-blue there meant Endless wasn't playable either. Oh, knowing the list is only relevant if you're not playing Briar, because you just win anyway. I get it. Oh, this feels bad. Why can't I roll Scabs and swing with Claw 2 more times? Come on. That should be how it works. Well, the good news is we at least played a Blood Rush. They had a bad turn, and they decided to block as well. So they're basically saying they have another bad turn. And then we're just drawing 2 cards closer to our next good card. So we can't hate that, and we're not into Blood Debt yet. So a couple things to feel good about. This hand sucks, though. Major sucks. They didn't go for draw cards, so that is bad value out of them. We appreciate that, opponent. So our best value play here is, funny enough, just Return Claw, Arsenal, Writhing. That also sucks, but there's no reason to just play out Writhing. It's not a good enough card to launch into Blood Debt. Man, some dud hands from the 2 of us. With all his blocks, would Arsenal the CNC? Nah, you take the damage when you can. We would have been 2 cards inefficient. We'd be holding a blue that did nothing and arsenaling a CNC. When we saw that he blocked, so we had pretty free room to just throw our hand and know that we'd have room to Arsenal next turn. No reason to like force the CNC in Arsenal. It's just free damage on that turn. This guy's blocking a lot. I'll take it. Nice. We have one of our good hands. And we don't even necessarily need to play it. We could play a CNC if it looks better. But on a 3-card hand, I don't think they likely Arsenal. Or maybe that is what their turn is. It's just Kadachi, like 5 Arsenal. That could make sense. We'll see. Well, we have a free 6 block in hand on whatever the next attack is, so we should be pretty safe. 100 wins. Oh, well, see, now I don't want to block 6, though. What's going on, buddy? 6 on this doesn't make sense, but 4 on this means we play around the breaking scales, I guess. But if they Breaking Scales, they're going to draw a card. They're going to basically deal themselves a damage. And then that means we don't have to worry about Breaking Scales on more relevant turns. And we have another card that we're actually fine to block with. So I kind of want them to Breaking Scales here, not going to lie. I'm kind of into it. If they deal themselves a damage here, draw a card, we're still committed to blocking with one more card, and it doesn't hurt us. We'll take it. This is not a very relevant turn for the Katsu draw. And now we don't need to play around Breaking Scales ever again. Yeah, pretty easy. Not bad. Now, Breaking Scales is not correct there, but you take it. Talishar games. Alright, we get our best rate hand in the deck, as long as we hit, which we do. Nice. We're not even into Blood Debt. That is awesome. To be fair, our graveyard only had one Blood Debt in it. We have now spent 2 Endless Maws and a Swing Big, so our chances of drawing kind of our slower hands are not great anymore. We've seen half of them. 2 Endless, 1 Swing. But we do like that we could fall back on a Swing Big play, like next hand, if that's what it does. If that's what it comes to. Can I channel Oliver? He beat a Katsu. He beat a Katsu. In the PTI event. I have to beat this random Katsu and Talishar. Come on. He's blocking poorly. Like, come on. That's just, like, this is just worth more offensively. It's 3 damage versus a 2 block, right? Like, you just play that out. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah, we got it. There's a Blood Rush hand. We can do it. We can do it. No, it was Oliver from the top 8, Metropoli Ruhr. He made top 8 with Levia, which once again, you don't say it that way. It's not French, but I don't know how you say it in German. I should have asked him. He was on stream in the early bit for like 2 hours, talking through the deck, the games. It was really fun, actually. Great dude. Great dude. Yeah, so there's no reason to let this hit, because this just gets the bonds play. We already blocked with the bonds, funny enough. Letting this hit just gets the bonds play going. Then this hand actually goes 3 wide, and it threatens mask at kind of a weird point. So I should block it. I should block it. Which means if I throw Boneyard and this rounds to block it, my turn is just Writhing, and I Arsenal Blood Rush, and I wait. As compared to I block with this rounds and Crown right now. Leaves me open for an Ancestral play, but then it's a random draw off the top 2, so I'm not too scared of that. Or I could just Husk. The problem with Husking is if his next attack is just Kadachi, what am I doing with the this rounds? I think it's probably right to block this rounds and Crown right now. But no Crown Sync. Can he bonds the 1-card hand? Oh, no, true, because you need Whelming next. You do need Whelming next. Ah, yeah, it's not Surging bonds. It's Surging some Gust Wave, Descendant or otherwise. Yeah, so actually, we're fine. We don't need to block this. Yeah. No need to block this. You can just fetch a 0 for 4 or something, and I'll throw the this rounds on it. Yeah, that's right. You need to play any Gust Wave, either Descendant or Whelming, for the bonds to be free. That's what it is. Okay, yeah, so now we're free. Now we're free to do this. No harm, no foul. So he should have really kept this card in hand. Like, absolutely should have kept this card in hand. Because this was an arsenal. But the Be Like Water is what would have unlocked this turn. Because now we don't have to worry about it too much. You're right, you're right. Because now, even if you Kadachi, it's not threatening mask. So he probably should have led with Kadachi then. So that this threatened mask is what it is. It's okay. All right, second Blood Rush. Not an ideal hand. Very likely that we will not reset Arsenal. It's basically impossible unless we draw all reds. We'll be forced into making a bad play. But ideally, we're just going to draw like a yellow and a blue. 2 yellows does the same thing. We're just going to deal 18 and go in with no Arsenal, which is the beauty of having Boneyard and Arsenal instead. If this is your attack, then as long as you draw a blue, you get to go Claw, Boneyard, and then reset Arsenal with the other draw. As long as you draw 1 blue. It's why this card's so good. You're dealing 18 off of 3 cards, basically. 3 card 18, because you're resetting 1 card. It's nuts. Nuts, nuts, nuts. 6 value per card. And you're resetting Arsenal. And we're still not into Blooded at all, so we don't mind. It can't even miss, actually. So ideally, we're looking at hopefully like hitting these. Nothing that turns on Blood Debt yet, because Writhing isn't quite the pivot we care about into Blood Debt. We'd rather it be an Endless or a Dread Screamer. Those are the cards that are worth playing into Blood Debt. We hit 1. Okay, not the biggest deal. Oh, Writhing Beast Hulk. So, when I first looked at this card, I thought he was just, like, beating up a tree. You know, like, what else is he doing, right? Like, you look at it, you kind of see the background, he's in a forest or something. So I thought he was just, like, tearing up a tree. Like, you know, he's writhing, he's angry, whatever. But that's actually, I'm pointing, you can't even see my finger. That's actually some kind of, like worm creature. You can see the mouth in his right hand. It's some kind of, like, weird worm creature with all these spindles on it, like that's wrapping him. I don't know, it's weird. The Levia cards are weird. They dance a line between, like, I get it, it's kind of like a zombie brute, but she actually has nothing to do with being a brute. Like, absolutely nothing. Just nothing to do with, like, the Savage Lands lore, brute stuff, nothing. So, a very confusing hero. I would love it if you attacked me. I would love to crown away this Scar for Scar. Yeah, let's get rid of this Scar, please. Nice. Good stuff. Okay, so now we actually should roll Scabs here, because if it hits, we go Boneyard Swing Big off the blue, and we don't need to use Art of War. Nice. So, of course, we don't show him the Swing Big yet. We do turn off Blood Debt as well. Cool. Good stuff. 2 misses. But see, that was a safe Scabs roll. We didn't keep any unnecessary cards, and we had a play whether it hit or not. That's how you're supposed to use Scab skins, man. It's the good stuff. There was one time, early days in streaming, where I was very critical of what my opponent was doing. And it was probably a bit too far. It was kind of in the same vein of, like, trash talking, like if you're playing League of Legends or something, right? And the guy went back and commented on my video and said how disheartening it was to, like, tune in to someone you're a fan of and hear them trash talk you. And ever since then, I never, ever, like, in jest or otherwise, like, try to say anything negative about my opponents. It's fine to question them. But it sucks, actually, to, like, put yourself in that person's shoes where they're like, oh, it's so cool, like, you know, I played against Mensant, whatever, and then to go back and I'm just like, what the hell are you doing? That's so bad. That is just, like, that's miserable. So I don't wish that on anybody. So I try not to, oh my god, insane hand. I try to basically never critique my opponents too hard to where it could be misconstrued as that. Okay, once again, we actually roll Scab skins here because we have the curve. We have the curve. We pitch the blue here, can play double Graveling if it hits. If it doesn't hit, we have Art of War. Oh my god, we are so good. We are so good at this game. We're so good. Especially because you have no idea if they're new. Yeah, obviously that, like, when I was new to Flesh and Blood, it's easy to say now that, like, everyone sucked. If you go back and, like, look at some of the early Flesh and Blood content coming out of the US, everyone sucked. No one was good at the game yet because there wasn't enough opportunities to play, you know? But, if I had, like, tuned into someone, like, claiming that back then and be like, oh, everyone's so bad, like this, that, whatever, I would have been so turned off by the game, just, like, no interest if, like, that's the community I walked into. Everyone was so supportive, even though no one was good yet. So that's where we're trying to be. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Banish, go again. Oh, funny enough, he doesn't have an arsenal yet. Go again's fine. Okay, so this turn is kind of weird all of a sudden. Those sink belows kind of suck, eh? That could have been a Doomsday, which would have been live. And it could have been a Howl, which would have been fine. Rough. Okay, I see it. Sink belows suck when your opponent's defensive, so I guess it's a toss-up. I should have only boarded in one. Well, we can Art of War again in the hopes we draw an attack. Or we can just CNC into Claw, Arsenal the Art of War. That's a pretty bad turn, but, you know, they do have to respect it because they are about to die. So, yep, I think we just CNC, Claw, Arsenal, Art of War, move on. Nah, that's soy. If you get trash talked by a dude you look up to, you gotta start that villain revenge arc. Oh my god. I never thought of it that way. Who was that guy? Who's my arch nemesis in Flesh and Blood? Probably Levia. Levia is my arch nemesis, so I don't know how that works. I had an arch nemesis back in Michigan. I did. We left them behind. We left them behind. I don't really have an arch nemesis in New York. There's definitely... I think there were better players overall in Michigan just because it was more of a condensed state. Like, you know, in Michigan, you could, like, travel to different events, and there were, like, enough different people that were really good that you could kind of, like, you know, like, have little rivalries that didn't feel so personal. But in New York, there's, like, not enough people to, like, have that one guy that everyone talks about, you know? Unless it's me. Unless that's what everyone thinks of me. Which could be, that's possible. That is very possible, funny enough. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 misses, but we have an Art of War to save the day. So I think we're fine to chuck the card. You're pretty fine to chuck the card. Obviously, if that's a snatch, like, it feels a little bad, but not the worst. Sure, let's just, like, not let this hit, because they could tunic, name it surging, throw, like, a whelming, and that kind of sucks. Actually, does that suck? Not really, because it would be coming in for 4, and I could just block on the scabs. So I guess the worst thing is if they just do this and don't attack. But I can still make this hand function. Yeah, we don't need to block. It's fine. Okay, good. We didn't block. Nice. That guy grew up to be Michael Hamilton. Me and Michael are so chill. We had such a good time in Lille together where I was like, hey, Michael, like, do you want to, you know, learn how to play against Levia? And he's like, yeah, that'd be awesome. So we sat down at the hotel lobby and just, like, played, I think it was like 2 or 3 Levia games. And every single game, I died to bullshit. The first game, it was like a 1 and 2 1. The second game, it was Blood Debt. In the third game, I just had, like, so many misses drawn in, like, the first cycle of my deck that the graveyard was so, like, irreparable that, like, I just could never get anything going. It was awful. And he goes, oh, hey, man, like, you know, cool deck choice. I respect it. I'm like, shut up, Michael. Shut up. Like, don't patronize me, man. Don't patronize me. Because he was playing Oldhim, which I was talking mad shit. I was like, oh, this is, like, such a free matchup, blah, blah, blah. This is gross. It's gross. Well, I really want to lead with the Dread Screamer, but there's a good chance that If we actually miss, the turn's just kind of over. So we don't want to let that be the reality. So we should probably lead with Art of War then. But the Art of War banishing the blue dread doesn't make much of a difference. Doesn't let this have go again. That's kind of a weird one. I wish I did block 3, because then it's a lot easier. Like, I play the Dread Screamer no matter what. Going for the Dominate doesn't work yet. They have all this armor. It's honestly probably a roll scabs first type of turn. Feels gross, but basically rolling scabs first means that if we get the extra action point, we play Dread and it doesn't work, then we can Art of War banish the Graveling and still have a turn. I kind of hope this doesn't hit, because I want to make a different play. I don't want it to be a 1 into a 1. Okay. Now if this hits, it looks really good, because I just got a free Claw Swing for free. Oh my god, okay, Levia, fine. Scabskin's fine. You want me to win the game. I get it. Jesus Christ. Your nemesis is Wi-Fi or FedEx. Alejandro, things have changed, my friend. Things have changed. Do you see in the background? Look at this. Wait. How's it work? Can it zoom into the background? I'm kind of in the way. All right, you can't really see, but back here, you see all this going on? We hella upgraded. I know it probably doesn't look like much, but we have hella upgraded, and sponsors have taken notice. We have an amazing partner now. I don't know if I can like publicly say it yet, but we have an amazing partner who stepped in and basically said, hey, you suck at managing internet. I know. And this person doesn't. Wait, who am I? I'm speaking from their perspective, okay? They're like, hey, you suck at managing internet, but I don't. So let me sponsor your mobile router, and you give, ad space and advertising and all that. Literally a perfect deal, a perfect exchange. Because I do suck. Everything I've tried that's supposed to work when it comes to the the mobile router space and all that doesn't work. I should have swung with Claw first, by the way, not Graveling, because of Flick Flack. Oh well. Everything I've tried, for whatever reason, doesn't work. I'm doomed. So someone else who actually knows what they're doing, they work in the profession of providing mobile routers, funny enough. It's literally their job. Has set up an amazing, amazing package for me. It's going to work. Thank God. Thank God. So we've got internet figured out. The tech upgrades are insane. Insane. Nuts. So Battle Hardened Baltimore, gonna be the coolest thing you've ever seen. And it's cooler than that. It's not just about providing coverage. Some of the conversations I had with LSS were about reinventing why people watch coverage, like why it's worth streaming a game. Are you really streaming a game just because you want the game on YouTube? Is that why you're streaming? Are you going out of your way just because you want the content on YouTube? Or are you streaming because you want to make Flesh and Blood content truly unique in the card space, as it is on the table, as it is online? Is that what you're going for? And of course, that's what I want to be going for. So we're in a bit of a reinvention period and doing some really cool stuff for Baltimore. You will see. You will see. Okay, they use Tunic for Kodachi. I like that. We've got a lot we can do with this hand. Basically, this likely wins the game. Likely wins the game. Just in case we draw into a Blood Rush, I do want to use the Art of War in hand instead of the one in Arsenal. We're going to say, go again, banish. Okay, so we can Writhing Beast Hulk. This is going to eat their equipment, and then we'll, I guess, Art of War again. I love the game. Why would I stream? I'm saying in terms of, as someone who wants to stream, right? Your average person shouldn't want to stream. It's a waste of time. Waste of time and money. But for someone who wants to stream, is it about just you know, doing what's been done before, just putting a camera over a table and streaming a card game. No, that's been done. That is nothing unique in the world of card games. Oh my god, this actually worked out so well. These are the god draws. What on earth? I mean, my opponent doesn't survive this anyway, but that's kind of funny. We curved out beautifully. Like, this is worth more than a yellow we could swing with claw. Game wants us to win. So, I'm pretty excited. Battle-Hardened Baltimore is in like 2 weeks, and you should be seeing some news around it pretty soon, I would think. Alright, GG's opponent. We did it. Man, that was like a stomp. But to be fair, our opponent didn't play most of their hands, like, optimally, let's say. Interesting choices on some blocks. I would say as the Katsu player, if you go back and watch this, be more aggressive into Levia. Because I can't play around every mass trigger. I can't play around every reaction because I'm not running defense reactions. So it's really about you making me have it turn after turn, because my stuff is just damage. You don't need to be scared. You don't need to turn 3 damage into 2 block. There's no reason to. But there we go. We're up. We're up a game. We're 3-1. Levia broken. Let's see. What is this random match? Hey, good luck. All right. This can either be the most toxic matchup in the game, or it can be absolutely free. It really depends what they intimidate. If their intims don't matter, then you are just a better deck. But if their intims absolutely screw you, then you self-implode like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, this is about right, though. This is, unless it's the Berserk list. If it's the Berserk list, I'd actually want the sinks. So try to turn off like some weird barraging play. Oh no, the Berserk list don't run barraging actually, so it's right. If it's a Berserk list, I don't want the sinks. If it's a slower list, I want the sinks. We'll just try it like this. They let me go first. Love it. Get the graveyard fill in. The God draws double Art of War for 18 damage. Hey, 18 is just a Blood Rush, you know. I got other cards that do that. Alright, this hand is not good enough to want to play in a Blood Debt. So, I mean, if we're forced to, oh my god. If we're forced to, we can block with Unworldly and make that play. Otherwise, we pretty much should just block out. This is just going to go into Claw, most likely. Wow, they really get to use that 6. Well done, opponent. You get full value out of that 6. Whew. Disgusting. Yeah, so we actually would have preferred to block with this instead of swing back 3. Very likely that they can't use one of these cards anyway. Right, if they just like 2-card 6 as Arsenal, then we've wasted some value here. I would have preferred to block 3. Yep. It's okay. We're waiting for the good hands. This is a good hand. This is one of the good hands. We get to reset Arsenal on this. We could play a little greedy for it. We could roll Scabs. Not the worst thing in the world, actually. I think I will roll Scabs on this, because we ate weird damage early that we didn't want to take because of his Scabs roll. So if we can get the extra 9 damage out of this turn, I think we absolutely do it. You're going to re-roll that? You're going to re-roll that? I'll let you have a 6. Okay, good. They used their gamblers and it didn't matter. Let's freaking go. Phew! Take that! I pretty much never use my gamblers as the opposing brute for my opponent. It's just not worth it. You trying to mess up their roll is not worth more than you protecting your own 1 roll. It's just not. It's just not. Alright, we very much like how this turn worked out. We're getting back into the game here. They also took, Jesus Christ, 6 damage to Reckless Swing. Oh my god. That happened so fast. What the heck? Like, all the text popped up. I'm like, what happened? Yeah, Reckless, Swing, discarded Beast Within into 6 banishes. So they took 7 damage. What do they even add to hand? A Savage Feast? That's a pretty good arsenal, to be fair. That is a pretty good arsenal. Yikes. Okay. They're not doing anything, so I'm actually inclined to... we could spend the whole hand here just to deal 12. I think it's actually fine, is the thing. It's actually fine to spend the whole hand on 12 here. Because they don't have hit effects that we really care about, so it's just about playing for damage. And it's likely, especially with the Savage Feast and Arsenal, that their next hand of big damage has a lot of intims anyway. So we're going to get an Arsenal reset on next turn, almost guaranteed, I think. So we can just throw the 12 here. Because we can't miss, right? Yeah, we can't miss. Oh, I'd love to have one more yellow, right? You go... It's just 2 more damage. $30+ damage Levia turn. What was that? That was 27 damage. That's pretty good. Alright. The good news here is we can force ourselves to 3 in graveyard with the crown. So we don't hate how this worked out. They throw scabs. Okay. Hopefully we get a good hand here. Not great. Not great. I mean, our hand is just Boneyard, Marauder, roll scabs for a claw. So we block this, and we have our 2-card play into Arsenal. It's fine. The rest of their turn is going to be likely the Savage Feast, and then Arsenal, right? So we're going to take 3, 23, we're going to take 6, 17, so yeah, there's no... We can always husk the second attack anyway. Always come back to Levia. Indeed. Yeah, so now it's coming in for 17. We're pretty safe to... Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to husk on that. It could always be a CNC later. The one thing I'm considering, if we block with the scabs now, we take 4 down to 19, which means on a potential Blood Rush hand, we're not forced to block inefficiently husk on a claw. Because if we go to 19, we can take 1 claw to 14 and like get a little bit more control over when the husk blocks. So I think I do throw this. It's very minor, but very minor. We roll just for the claw. Nope. So now that means we just play the Hungering and Arsenal Boneyard. So we were fine with kind of either result. It was 3 more damage, which is obviously relevant, but Boneyard and Arsenal is massive for our next Blood Rush draw. And we've only seen 1 Blood Rush, and we're about to draw our 6th hand plus an extra hand of draws because we pitched 2 on turn 0 into Blood Rush draws. So we're basically seeing turn 7 worth of cards. Pretty likely there's a Blood Rush, I guess. That's halfway through the deck. Nope. Ooh, this is actually really rough. Man, they actually rolled scabs to no gamblers. You're a crazy man. You're a crazy man. Okay. It kind of looks like CNC. Or kind of looks like Pummel, but I don't think they're running Pummel with the pulpings and all of these. That'd be kind of nuts. So more likely they rolled scabs because they want to be card efficient here. Or it was just a play around making me think they don't have Pummel. So, kind of nuts. Kind of nuts. I really don't think it's Pummel though, but these lists do run yellow Pummel sometimes. They do just run yellow Pummel. So if we want to be super safe, then it's Crown of Providence. It's Crown of Providence plus another card. Cycle away the Boneyard. Our turn is then Dread Screamer into Claw, basically Arsenal a new card. Yeah, I mean, like, I have to respect it. It is too big a deal if it... It is too big a deal. Too big a deal otherwise. I'm not calling the bluff, because the problem is, if I just block 6, he pummels, then I'm going to lose the Boneyard Marauder, a card in hand, and then my turn is just, like, writhing with nothing else going. Or no, it's worse than that, because I'd have to discard a card too. So then my card is take 8 Blood Debt. Like, there's no way I can just pretend it's not a pummel. I have to respect it or the game disappears. Oh, nice. Graveyard is going to be in a tough spot, though. The best damage we have is just Dread Screamer into Claw, basically. Arsenal the Endless, because that leaves us up to blocking with 2 cards. And then being able to pitch a blue and reset Arsenal is pretty much what we're looking at next hand. Yeah. This is a little scary. Because if they go for a full blockout turn and actually don't swing, then we're basically forced to draw an Art of War or a Blood Rush, or we're going to take Blood Debt. Okay, we're very safe. Alright, my opponent should not have attacked. Multiple reasons for that. Number 1, we could be in a spot where we're absolutely stuck on Blood Debt. Number 2, a Pack Hunt in Arsenal is kind of their out for a Blood Rush. They need to be able to play a Blood Rush hand off Tunic for 18 to have any shot in this game. And they're playing out a Pack Hunt, so they're basically saying they're going to find another turn where they're free to put the right card in Arsenal and then play Blood Rush. So they're basically saying they need 2 more good turns, and they don't have the room to be able to play that way. So this is just not right. Not right from them. I don't think I care about the Intim either. At this point, we just husk. Yeah, we just husk and Blood Rush pitching Art of War. This is normally why the matchup's so good. Like, you're just a better... You just have better math than the Rhinar. Like, the Intims didn't really... Like, there was one situation where we basically lost 3 life on an Intim. But that's been it. It can definitely get worse. It can definitely get worse. Ooh, Lord. Okay. My banishes also sucked. There went a Blood Rush, a Convulsions, a Dread, and a This Rounds. Crazy. So that about equalized then, when his Blood Rush sucked and mine sucked. There we go. Okay, so if we just pitch all the yellows now, this is Claw, this is Claw, this is Endless, Arsenal, Swing Big. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, but then our graveyard is at just 1 again, so I'm kind of more interested in playing the Art of War banishing Deep-Rooted. Let's say go again, banish to draw. Oh yeah, okay. This is getting good now. No floating, so we can go Claw here. We'll have 1 float into... Oh, that doesn't actually like pay for everything. These are a little too expensive. Yeah, it doesn't quite pay for everything. We can ignore the Claw then and just go Endless Swing Big. Arsenal Howl. That's not so bad. That's really not so bad. Puts us at 2 cards in graveyard with guaranteed Howl and Arsenal. I think that's good. Oh, no, not that. And we've got Deep-Rooted for later turns as well. I mean, we found our recursion. Kind of in a really good spot because they're forced to block out. Oh, was that a non-block, mister? Did you getting a little scared? Was that a pulping? Can't quite kill you if it is a pulping. Only 10 damage. Only 10 damage. Okay, we are pretty safe here. Although we did just burn all of our blood rushes and 2 Art of Wars because we pitched one, played one. Oh, but we drew Dread Screamer. Nice. We just keep finding our go again, I guess. Can't stop this train. Levia too good. I mean, first cycle Levia is a pretty good deck. It should be a pretty good deck. You do run pretty red heavy. It's not quite like Rhinar. Your ratios tend to be like 30 reds, 10 yellows, 20 blues, whereas Rhinar is more 20-20-20. Okay, thank God we have Deep Rooted Evil. If we didn't, then, you know, game's falling apart here. So we can go the Howl. We can play the Unworldly. We can play the Deep Rooted. We can Arsenal the Ghostly. And now we're doing things Rhinar can never do. Ah, recursion pieces feel so good. They feel so good. Because now they're trapped. We have the Howl loop in play again. This is kind of a funny hand, actually. I mean, we just win off the writhing, right? Let's not try to be too fancy. We do just win off the writhing. You're just praying for me to brick? Yeah, basically. Not possible. Ah, and to cap it off, we have Doomsday. Closing it out. Thank you, Plasmafett. We love you. GG, well played, opponent. That puts us at 4-1 with Levia. 4-1. You blow those gloves way too early. What did you reroll? You re-rolled my 4. Yeah. I never re-roll up scabs in this MU. You need protection from your own one, or it's over. Got nervous playing you, says Problematron. Well, that was fun though. That was fun though. Thank you, opponent. Our Lord and Savior Blasmafett. He did it. He hit the board. Did absolutely nothing. But to be fair, he's very good in this matchup. He is very, very good in this matchup because you're basically saying, Rhinar, you need to keep 2 cards to kill my Blasmafett, and you just gave me a husk. You just gave me a husk. This is a matchup where like there's no way for Rhinar to cheat the kill on Blasmafett. Like he can't just swipe it with a Blood Rush or something. Like he needs to commit a full attack. Which feels pretty good. Okay, let's play like 1 or 2 more. 1 or 2 more. Another Katsu. There's no way this one goes as well as last time. Not possible. What do? We swapped the Howls for the Sinks. I think that's still right, honestly. Maybe let's just drop the Howl. We'll keep the Doomsday. Just for the 1 cheeky sink. Thoughts on guarding the Shadow Realm? Very bad. That card is the epitome of, like, do not play like a Scabskins deck, and yet they want you to play like a Scabskins deck because of that card. It's basically everything you don't want to do in a turn cycle when it comes to Levia. Okay, now we're going to lose because this is the problem. They went first. Look at our hand. We do absolutely nothing. All we can do is get rid of the Dread. Arsenal Sink, I guess. In Levia, if you're ever holding cards in the chance that Scabskins hits, in the chance that you have 2 resources floating, in the chance that you have nothing to put in Arsenal anyway, just so that you can put Guard in the Shadow Realm in your Arsenal, like, tell me how you like make those playlines good. That is so situational. That is so unbelievably situational. There's just no way. There's just no way that's ever right. Because having 2 floating in Levia anyway means that you could have spent that damage on a Claw. Baseline. Which is probably better, because you are a deck that needs to be aggressive. You can't be defensive in Levia. The longer the game goes, the more opportunities you have to screw yourself on graveyard. So you can't just be purely defensive. And guarding the Shadow Realm means you're playing into Blood Debt pretty early, which, how does that work if you're then trying to be defensive? Like, I'm just, no. Card is just not good. Card is not good. Speaking of not good, our start is really not good here. I guess the best we can do... Do I even want to, like, sink the Surging? I probably should, because if this hits, then that just becomes a whelming. And it's threatening, like, everything. So... yeah, they would definitely Breaking Scales there, because it'd be 2 card draw on hit. So probably should sink now. We only blocked with 1 card so far, so we can't even play... We can't even play the Boneyard play with Claw. That's not possible. So we should still sink a blue in the hopes that we draw like a swing big is kind of our best play. Or rather, it shouldn't be the blue then. Because worst case, this card sucks and we just play a Deadwood Rumbler. So we should sink the Boneyard, but that feels really bad because like that's our good arsenal. That's just like, what do you know? What's on top? What's on top? It being a swing big or a blood rush are kind of like the 2 best case scenarios for wanting to swap out Unworldly. It being anything else means I would have rather swap out Boneyard, basically. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. How can you pitch the card first? I don't know what you're saying on that one, buddy. Okay, see, this is why Crown of Providence, absolutely insane on Levia. How did we have any control over what ends up in Arsenal here? We had 0. So now this junk becomes a fresh card. Thank goodness, you know? Thank goodness. Let's banish, I guess Dishonor is going to mess up his combo line, in theory. So let's get rid of that. It's going to mess up the Bonds lines. How can you pitch the card first in Talishar? If you mean to kind of like overpitch the way I did, the way I sometimes do, you need to just select the lower value card first. So if you're pitching this guy, like he costs 3, right? So if you click a blue, then that's all you're pitching. But if you click a red or a yellow first, then you still need to pitch more cards to pay the full resource cost. It's a legal play. Newer players normally don't catch on to that, but there is an order in which you can control your pitch, which is actually minorly relevant a lot of the times, just to like play around some weird ice effects. Like Ice React against Oldhim was a big deal, big reason to do that. Sometimes controlling like a draw discard play in Brute also comes up. Alright, Be Like Water. This is a 5-card Katsu hand. Funny enough, our best play is just block 9, return Scar. That's pretty boring, but like that is our best play. They probably Ancestral. He probably Cry. It's an Art of War turn. Okay. Although an Art of War turn where they pitch a yellow Surging and they banish a red Surging, so not the scariest it could be. It's very big in Assassin for Codex as well. Yes, yes, that's a big one too. Oh, Assassin. Oh, Katsu. Oh, you do lovely things to me, Katsu. Look at what you're doing to me right now. Basically, forced to husk. Well, I guess I'm not forced to husk. If I block 6 now, though, the Bond still comes in. Bonds is going to banish 1 more card, so there's 2 more attacks coming there, so... I guess if I block 6 now, that is turning off the mask for the turn pretty freely. It really comes down to if that's Ancestral and breaking, we just cry, nothing we can do about it. I think it's fine. No reason to husk this early. Bonds gets the Fluster. They're going to deal 2 card 10 here. Believe it or not. Bonds of Ancestry, very pushed card. A very pushed card. Just started looking into Levia a couple days ago. I understand why people like her so much. I think you mean to say you understand why like 5 people in the world like her so much, all right? There's not too many of us out there. There's really not. The majority of people hate Levia. They just pay her no mind. And honestly, can't fault them for that. They are probably right. Okay, so this turn we need to block with one of these, and we need to block with Crown. Ugh, the sad part about that is we're really messing up our Beast Within play. We're basically saying we're blocking with Crown, and then we're blocking 6 just to have a 3-card Blood Rush. I guess best case scenario is Crown sinks us into a Beast Within. That'd be very nice. But we're not going to just play the Blood Rush turn with a Wrecker Romp in Arsenal. I think if anything, we might end up taking the 50-50. Oh boy. You guys are one of the 5? Welcome to the ranks, Cody. You better be in the League of Levia. And I like her on a good day. Today's not actually a bad day. I can't complain. We're 4-1. We are 4-1. Okay. Well. Ugh. I really should play around breaking skills because it's not just threatening the mask draw. It's threatening kicking off into bonds again. And they might just have bonds naturally anyway, to be fair. But we knew that we were going to end up blocking like this anyway, basically, because we need to get the Wrecker Romp out, so... Oh my god. No. It's like worst possible draw. Not like this. Not like this. Are you in the League of Levia? Hell no. Who's on that account? Josh? Nathan? Better not be Will. Dirty prison player. You are not welcome, Will. Oh man, we are getting so screwed on this one. Alright. If we want to be real chads about it, we hold the hand. We play Blood Rush, and we win the 50-50, discard Beast Within. We Blood Rush again. I'm taking the 50-50. This game is like very over anyway. It's very over. We found pretty much none of our early hands, and we're getting absolutely screwed on what is potentially our pivot. So we're going to take the 50-50 because the game is essentially over otherwise. I'm ready. I'm ready. This one doesn't have the card draw active, so we let it hit. And then we husk whatever the next attack is. Oh, okay. Well, we really should just... We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do it. I'm feeling it, though, but we really shouldn't do it. Okay, it's honestly probably the last game of the day, so let's just do it. Let's do it for fun. In all honesty, maybe we just let this hit, though, right? What's happening? This is coming... Oh, no, everything is go again. Never mind. I was going to say there's a chance their turn just ends, bonds, and then fluster, and that's it. That's still 7, though. So, yeah, unfortunately, let's give him husk. And then 50-50 this sucker. And we still won't even win if we hit the 50-50. That's the sad part. We still won't win. Oh my god! No! Okay. Alright. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay. That's, what is that one? What does that loss count as there, Josh? Was that a blood debt loss? How do you chalk that one up? Okay. Alright, we can play one more, I guess. We can play one more. Just one more. Yikes. Oh my god. Why I gotta end the stream like this? I hate this game. It's my least favorite hero in the freaking game. And it's a very bad matchup. Oh, disgusting. The man says good luck, have fun. Impossible against Viserai. Just not possible. Their fiance loves my content. They seem pretty cool. Syncs can work against Viserai. They actually can put in a lot of work. I normally run the syncs against Viserai. Or do. The best list I ever played against Viserai was the triple Ghostly Visit list. And all you do is try to find Ghostly and then roll scabs every single turn. And just pretend that you can deal as much damage as they do with Mordred Revel. Just pretend. That list worked, though. I beat Isaac Crute with it. And another one of his teammates at SCGCon in the when I got second at SCGCon. It was that build. It was just Scabskins. Like, it had nothing to do with me, but Scabskins loved me that day. All right, let's do it. Okay. Yep. You're the Rhinar from before and just rewatched the match. Thanks for the free tutoring. No problem. That was fun. Always ready to help a fellow brute out. Although you should play Levia. At least once, alright? At least once. Okay. At least we have an Endless Maw. That's like the best situation. You get one graveyard fill. You get one card in graveyard. And Arsenal and Endless Maw. And what that means is you are able to now block 2. Which in this situation, we don't even need to turn on Blood Debt. We can block Sync. We can block Wrecker. Return 9. God dang it, dude. You gotta attack me, brother. Oh, Lord. Man, I keep missing these streams and you're playing Levia. We'll have to watch back. Thank you, dude. Gray, awesome. Thanks for the donation. There should be an alert that pops up. Did I miss it? Oh, there it is. Look at that. You super chatted. It popped up. Thank you so much. Bad timing. You caught me in like the worst predicament Levia can be in.
Missing these streams and you're playing Levia. We'll have to watch back. I hope you've been well, Ethan.
I had no idea I had text-to-speech on. Now you all have to donate. Now you all have to donate. That was so cool. I had no idea text-to-speech was on. That's probably a carryover from when I was trying on Twitch. Okay, let's do it. Oh my God almighty. Saved. What did I even roll for? Like, that was pretty miserable. And we discarded Art of War? I mean, I guess that lets me play Boneyard, I guess. Jesus Christ. Oh, this matchup just like instant tilts me. I can't do it. I cannot. You started with Vroom Vroom Levia and tried Pummel, switched to Rhinar for Rotonets, and got lucky enough to make it to the top 8. Nice. Did you get your Nats invite as well? Or only top 8? Okay, redeemed. Actually, a tiny bit redeemed. There is a world where now we play Swing Big into Endless Maw. That's a really good back-to-back. It's actually not a bad back-to-back. And at the end of the day, yes, we broke Gamblers on that awful one, but it converted to 12 damage, which otherwise we would have only done 6. So it's not the worst case scenario, but good God, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, because my opponent is going to no interact with me. Just play Mordred and go off. There's no interaction points. Just watch out. They're just going to dump damage. 0 interaction incoming. It's very fun. I love this. I love counting down the little purple thingies. How much we got? Oh, yes. Nice. Classic. Oh, what's up, Tommy? Good to see you. I actually should have blocked there. I'm already throwing. I should have blocked. Nope, never mind. I can block here before they throw another bajillion damage at me. Good stuff. Come revel me. Yes. God, yeah, double revel, please. Oh, it's the best feeling. Oh God, it's so good. It's so good. I love using Husk on a Rosetta swing. It's my favorite feeling in the game. I love it. It gives me such joy. Oh, yeah. To be fair, that's my fault. I should have blocked probably something else. Oh, God almighty, dude. It's not real. This matchup isn't real. They just non-interact you, dude. Oh. They hit both sonatas so far. Mm-hmm. Yep. This hand's unplayable. Yep, it's good. It's good stuff. It's good. I can't even force Doomsday. I can't even do that. I can't even block with a Blood Deck card and force Doomsday. It's over. Oh, God. All right. What chance do we have? What chance? We got to block the Mavrian. We send the swing big to the bottom. Is that even right? What are we hoping for? I guess we're hoping for a Blood Rush. So sending swing big to the bottom isn't a Blood Rush. The Blood Rush would be like the Convulsions. But then we have to block the Dread on the Rosetta. All right, it's the only chance we got. Oh, shoot. That's the wrong card. All right. Yeah. Okay. Nope. It's not it. It's not it. All right, well, we can roll Scabs again. Hope that we hit and go for this play. We can pretend, everyone. Although, we're going to hit a 1 here. Let's not kid ourselves. All right, never mind. We did something. We're still just absolutely dead to the next time he draws a Revel. All he has to do is draw a card and we die. He just needs to literally take cards from the top of his deck, look at them, get over his dyslexia, read the name Revel and Runeblood, and realizes he wins. That's all he's got to do. That's all he's got to do. Viserai, I believe in you. You got this, buddy. You got this. I'm having real issues here. I'm like, whew. I forgot what this felt like. This is not the game I want to play. Alright, at least we have Scabskins though. Outplayed. We can, in theory, go for Dread Screamer Doomsday. That's not awful. Dread Screamer Doomsday is not awful. It lets us fill the graveyard here. Not have the worst turn in the world. If that's a Revel, though, like, we do just lose, right? So let's not think about it too hard. It's a Revel. Like, who are we even kidding? Oh, there's a Rune Flash. That's still game over, basically. Yep, still game over, looks like. Pretty hard game over right now. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it, right? Because we are going to die to the Rosetta if we don't throw a card in front. We have to throw a card here, and Doomsday isn't playable because our cards have these fair clauses on them. Our cards have limitations that actually matter. They're not like inherently just exactly what we do every turn cycle anyway. They don't say play non-attack and attack. They say 6 cards in your Blood Debt zone. Quite a difference. I'd say. Yeah. So we can't just like out of nowhere drop a good card. We have to try a little bit. It's over. It's over. No, they have a card in hand. They just pitch Rosetta. Come on. What'd you talk about? Come on, dude. What'd you talk about? This is it. Oh, I loved this game. I had so much fun. My opponent is thinking about his block. He's scratching his head. He's thinking, my God, does my turn have a Mavrian? A blue and a 2-cost? Jesus Christ, if it doesn't, what on earth is my play? What is my play? Opponent thinks. They decide no blocks. Not even checking the game state and realizing I died to Blood Debt. Runeblade Classic. Runeblade Classic. GG's. Jesus Christ, dude, I hate Viserai. Oh my word. Just nothing can prepare me for how tilting those games are. And there goes the 4-1 into 4-3. That's just how it be. We're going to call the stream there. We are going to call it. It seems like I'm joking. I actually am tilted off the face of this planet. So we do have to end the stream here. But anyway, thanks everyone for jumping in. It was really fun today. Gray, thank you for the donation. Thank you to everyone for tuning in because I thought this stream was actually really cool. We can go back and recap a tiny bit. Oliver jumped in and took us through his top 8 run with Levia, which is really unique. First time on YouTube that we've been able to dive into Oliver's run. I didn't see anyone else get to it yet, but it's a big deal. It's a big deal in the Levia community. Truly, truly. The man went 6-1 into matchups where you're like, now you lose this, you lose this, you lose this. Really well done. So he joined us for the first 2 hours of the stream, walked us through the event, his list, and then we got to look at his deck. We played it together a couple times. Then we watched his top 8 game, and then we played some Levia ourselves. And I don't think we'll be doing that for another month. So thank you all for being here. It was fun. And we'll be back literally tomorrow. Look at this. This is the life now. I'll be back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere yet because the end screen's pretty funny. Bye, everybody. Oh, oops. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2.